The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So let's take a look at Carolina Motorsports Park, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the front straightaway on this clockwise circuit that pits off to the left there. Down a relatively short straight, down into this 1-2-3 complex. Brings the cars over into turn 4. We'll begin to bend around onto the backstretch. A nice long back straightaway takes them into that fast turn number 8. Around the kink of turns 9 and 10, really keeping the speed up on those cars as they rush down into turn 11. Around that constant radius then into 12 and 13 to slow the cars down. A quick burst of power into 14 and it's back on the front straightaway. 2.27 miles is the distance, 14 turns, and that's what our teams will be enjoying this weekend. And good morning, everyone, from ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paulie, Bill, and Tiffany. Are you guys on?
Yeah, Bill's on. Tiffany's just sitting down right now. She had to step out for a second, but okay, she's knocking over everything on the table here, but she's all right.
Okay, I wouldn't recommend opening that Mountain Dew for a while.
Yeah. I like the deceiving pictures you put up there. Nice sunny day.
How beautiful.
Puffy clouds.
Right.
Yes, it was awesome yesterday. And then after 10 minutes after the race.
Oh, it started pouring.
It started pouring. We hit it.
While everybody's trying to fix their cars and get ready for today. And a mostly, open paddock. A few people have garages, but pouring on us.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Watching the scramble.
It felt amazing.
Yeah. But now
today
we have liquid-filled air, which is humongously humid.
It's not very cooling. Yesterday we did have a little breeze in the morning that was nice.
Not
and
now.
It's hot and sticky out there right now.
Yeah.
We need a weather guy to explain to me how can you have 100% humidity without being submerged in water?
Live in the South.
99% humidity.
Live in the South. 99.999
No.
to infinity. Yeah.
It seems like you would have to be underwater to have 100% humidity. I don't understand that.
The South.
But at any rate, welcome everyone. Great having everybody here. We got at least 15 bots watching the show right now. So we appreciate you. We're going to have a 7-hour race today, folks, with a quiet hour in between. So that's why the clock is showing about 8 hours of racing as the Stug is getting lined up. Rodney Earwood. Yeah. Reportedly, Rodney Earwood's in the car and right behind the pace car.
So if we started with at 14 yesterday, we'll start with 13 and go the
other way. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'd like to make an announcement here, an apology. Yesterday at the start of the race, we had a car go out, probably forgot to tighten down his oil plug, the drain plug, and left a nice little streak of oil, which caused us to go basically green-yellow at spot on. I made a joke about Dana just picking a time. That's not the way Champ Car does it. We go live at we go live at 8 o'clock, and the event directors work hard at working the line around. And some folks out there misunderstood my joking around that Dana would just, do that. And I'm sorry about that, Dana. These guys, they're professionals, and they
You know, Bill, I would think by now anybody who knows you
They
would
don't.
know
Well, these were
not
people
to
that didn't
listen
know
to
me.
you.
I know that.
Just to
So,
ignore most of it and laugh at the other
but
half.
I'm just going to be more professional now and only give
What?
facts. Fact.
I'm going to hold him to that. We're going to see how that works.
And he wanted to make certain that we knew that Dana taught Chelsea how to get spot on. So,
Oh, yeah.
yes, it wasn't the other way around.
But the funny part of that story was after they left quite the line of oil, we're like, well, we don't know which car it is. They haven't come in yet. And it's like, well, that will show itself really soon.
Yeah,
and shortly, the car came in and
Well,
he
it was
told
after
Pit in.
after the restart.
Yes.
They've circled like 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, and he's like, you okay? And they was like, we've lost oil pressure. And he goes, you lost more than pressure.
Yeah, and then soon after they lost their engine too, I think. So
Well, when it runs without oil.
yeah, well, that's not really funny. Well, I guess it's funny to everybody else, but not to the guy that runs a car. But
So I
teaches
just
you to lock tighten or bolt down those check those bolts one last time before you go out on track.
It's always something.
Morning, Hyler. I got a message from Corey Brown. This is for NLS. If you guys did notice on their Facebook feed, they did have to do an engine swap yesterday evening. Their previous motor from Road Atlanta and VIR South, they're starting 2 laps down because he says we put our oil cooler on to help with the temperatures and hopefully all goes well. So wished them good luck, and hopefully they won't have any more problems today.
I heard a rumor, and I saw the guys prepping the car. Was that Danger Racing was going to use the Huggins swap car, Aero swap car? Is it Aero swap?
I mean,
Or
they
the
brought
swap
it as
car?
a backup, the orange car, yeah.
Yeah.
We're wiping the
yesterday
windows off
they
and
were.
stuff earlier this morning. So I don't know.
When I saw them yesterday, they had different tools and things wrapped around trees trying to pull the back end of that car out.
Yeah.
I did hear a heartfelt apology to the Dingus Racing Miata for that, for
Right.
them getting together. So,
And we're
that was
also hearing
handled well.
reports on that some folks on Facebook are talking about the Virginia Tech team at the last lap of the race getting in, basically going in too hot, taking another car out at the end. Those guys did go up to the team and apologize to them profusely. The guy said, I just got out of control. Of course, the internet doesn't know that.
Right,
so that was taken care of. And
That's usually
maybe
the way,
not the whole team knew about it,
Okay.
but because I think one of the team
'Cause
members
sometimes
got on
that whole
Facebook.
team is not sitting. It's not
Correct.
at the paddock. Sometimes they're gone looking
Correct.
for parts or whatever. You know.
Correct. So yeah, it's those guys. They're good kids. They made a mistake and they'll learn from it. So
It happens.
yeah.
I mean, but that's the way we deal with it in ChampCar. If you make a mistake and it costs somebody else, especially, you got to go.
The walk
Well,
of shame.
Yeah, you-
Yeah.
The walk of
Apologize,
shame
yeah.
and apologize, yeah.
Yep. And that's something Doc used to talk about all about. I've had to do it. It's not fun, but you just got to do it. And they did it, and so it's unfortunate, but hats off to them for doing that.
The real fun part was watching Doc walk up to a fence and just stand there. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? He said, I'm apologizing to the fence.
To the fence.
The guardrail.
To the
things like that.
guardrail.
Yeah.
He said multiple apologies to the corner
Multiple-
worker
yeah,
who
corner
worked
workers,
that guardrail.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
A friend of a friend.
Yeah. I wanted to say hi to you. Unfortunately, I came in too hot.
I did it in a different way than I intended. Yeah.
Did
Not
he
that
did he
Doc's
ever sign the guardrail?
I don't know.
No, Barber has a weird policy about
okay.
if you hit it, you gotta buy it, right? But then they
Yeah.
don't give it to you because they say it's a liability if you went and used it to make a racetrack or something.
Or you used it as a defense case, saying it was too thin.
Right.
So some people have a collection that they're developing, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
They end up in pubs, things like that.
well, yeah, I'm sure they
probably
do.
witness both of them themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have some guy in the back lot sitting there pounding them out, putting it back into shape.
Yep.
I don't know.
Nope.
Again,
No, they
don't
put-
listen to Bill Strong.
Don't listen to Bill Strong. No, they put brand new guardrail. I mean, they're legit about that. The other day I was at Barber and there was long stretches of nice shiny guardrail out there. I was like, ooh, that was expensive
Yeah.
for somebody. And I'll be danged if the first session out, somebody didn't hit it straight square on and take most of the shiny and make it unshiny.
Oh boy, that's a
like
shame.
I always like Charlotte. Charlotte's walls were all yellow.
Oh, so it didn't. It looks the same color as your paint.
I guess, I don't know.
And doesn't show. Yeah.
That's why I was thinking on coloring my, since we're racing at Sebring, painting the opal like it's light
blue and white.
Yeah, a light blue. Yeah. All right, pace car comes around for the second to-do lap.
Yeah.
They're checking all the transponders as they cross the line, and I can hear the beep going on behind me as they go beep, beep, beep. Transponders, a little electrical thing that guys sit under the front bumper, rear bumper, inside the door, somewhere in the car. And as they cross over, it makes a magnetic connection site type thing and sets off a computer blip that the timing and scoring software, uses to keep track of how many laps you've done.
Yeah.
Right across the start finish line, there are two wires that are buried underground, and we give instructions in our rule book how to mount your transponder. But we still see teams that just toss it in the door, put it in the trunk.
No.
Glove box.
No.
Yes.
It's got to see the track.
Correct.
Needs to have a direct
they mount
vision
it
to the track.
They mount it to the transmission tunnel, which with no hole underneath it.
Supposed to mount it as far forward in
You
your
would
bumper
think,
as possible, so it gets there quicker.
So that's what I always say. I always laugh, and guys said, "Where's that mounted?" I said, "Well, if you want to win the race, you put it up front. If you want to lose the race, you put it on the back bumper, because the guy in the front bumper is going to get that win." So.
No, I don't think that's true. It's they do like a photo finish is how they don't determine where you put the transponder. Transponder's just used for scoring.
Not for us. We look at the time. So we don't do a photo finish. We don't have cameras there.
No, Bill. It's no.
Put the transponder up front.
It just needs to be a clear line of sight to the track. And what I did years ago with mine was, because it's exposed to the elements, is I took one of those plastic electrical boxes that you use like when you mount something in the wall, how the front end is open, and I screwed that into the frame rail and I just cut out the bottom. So that way any rocks or anything gets kicked up, it doesn't hit the transponder, but the transponder still has a clear line of sight to the track.
Where did you mount it?
Boom, it worked perfect. I mounted it on the frame rail, right behind the front tire.
Front or back?
Huh?
Front or back of the car?
It was in the front. But it doesn't matter. You can put it anywhere you want.
But you want to put it somewhere that it doesn't get, with a slight incident, it doesn't get damaged either.
No.
Right.
Well, I don't.
It doesn't help if it falls out.
I've got a couple of the wired ones, the old style wired ones.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. I bought those a long time ago, and I'm not giving them
unobtainable now.
Yes.
All right.
Titanium.
Sorry, folks. I'm trying to hydrate for some reason. I'm really dehydrated. Like I do anything. I don't know. I sit in this studio and I sweat every single time. The whole time I'm in here.
Did your wife turn off the air conditioning?
Must be all the pressure.
Well, you did something yesterday.
I sweated my off.
Yeah.
No cool suit and no water.
So, talking to the corner workers, and the turn 4, turn 5, turn 6 area, she said was really busy yesterday. And of course, we have the camera facing the other way. But she said that there was a lot of action guys going off, and sure enough, when I went to collect the cameras yesterday, there were bits and pieces of splitters and body parts all buried in the sand in various precarious positions.
Nice.
And I thought that was kind of telling how deceiving that corner is.
Pace car in.
Right here.
Pace car in.
That's fast.
Yeah,
there's the green flag.
Huh?
We are racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. No, it is the Carolina Motorsports Park, CMP. And right away, the Stu getting past on the inside. Is that the RVA car? I can't hear you guys.
You don't hear us?
Hello?
I think I got too much going on. I got the car noise. I got to back this car sound down a little bit.
Okay.
There we go.
Was that Huggins that took the lead there?
I don't know who jumped in the lead.
Oh, my car's out there. Okay, so we'll take it out.
It is orange, but I couldn't figure out if it was RVA or who it was.
Would have been pit stop 13, right?
So we're green here. Looks like the Brew Crew guys are back out racing today. We started the race with 62 cars. Maybe somebody up there can give us a count how many cars started the race.
Once they come back around, we'll be able to see on the Race Hero.
There's RVA getting passed by Cone Crushers. Cone Crushers looking for a much better day today.
We got
the
they did tugging. Just pulling away from everybody with the
Schultz car.
That's a swap car.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Cone Crushers trying to catch him with the RVA graphics, and then the Stug right behind them in fourth. But they're getting ready to be passed by about 3 cars.
There's the Shark car. So Ed's back out today.
They're running without a hood. They had some temperature issues yesterday, and it kind of went away when they removed their hood. They did some experimenting with the venting to the radiator. Not venting, but the feed to the radiator.
Yeah, I was
the ducting.
I was thinking like the
I have to get my words together today. The ducting to the radiator.
Brought the wrong lips.
Yeah. Yes. And so they said that they found that when they removed the hood, it was much better. We can run without a hood, but you have to have a windshield. So, and he's got a Lexan windshield in place.
Cool.
As you can see, we're a little choppy on our internet here, and the internet really is not good for what we're doing.
So we're showing Pinky's out leading over Cone Crushers with RVA and the 111 in third. Six Bangers is fourth. The Stug down to fifth. Running Bulls in sixth. Treasure Coast Miata in seventh. I don't want to go any further until they come completely around.
Yeah,
Right.
We'll get the pylon up here running, folks. But thanks for joining us. If you are just joining us, we're at Carolina Motorsports Park. It's the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix.
That's 7 hours of racing today. We've got 3 hours this morning, and then we're going into an hour quiet hour, and then we'll have 4 hours this afternoon.
Yeah.
So did Flat Out take? I didn't see Flat Out's not showing up on timing and scoring here, but they're in second right now.
All right.
Physically on track, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. 920 is in. Going back to the paddock. There's Cone Crushers and then Flat Out right behind Cone Crushers. Looks like he's going to make a pass on Cone Crushers here. They should be. Oh, that's why, because they had the MOV from yesterday, so they start a lap down. Yes. NLS.
How many laps did they finish ahead? Did we ever get that number?
I
I know they had to pit again.
think it was half a lap. I think it was half a lap total, so they'll get a lap.
I intended on looking at that speed have update after we got back to the hotel, but I did the eat and try to get to bed thing.
So NLS, are they out there right now?
I thought I saw them earlier, but that could have been yesterday. My brain may have not updated that we're on a new day.
Because I'm not seeing them doing laps, but I see laps. It's kind of weird.
Let's see. But yeah, I haven't spotted them physically on the court here.
Can really see them sending those cars around turn 10 there, like Tiffany said. That's a wild ride. Looks like a lot of fun, just using all that racetrack.
It is quick once you get the guts to do it, right?
That E30 is just off the charts fast.
Yeah, that thing is flying around this racetrack. I think I'm going to catch him on the front straightaway here, folks. I'm trying to get my act together.
Yeah, here they come.
Keep the expectations low.
Well, the
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has to hit his brakes so much earlier than that Miata. The Miata's ABS just works so well, and it's a 1,900-pound car versus all the others out there. And we were looking at it at Impound, and they have just removed anything and everything not needed to go fast. There's nothing in that car that's
maximized all the weight.
There's
reduction.
No driver comfort. There's nothing. Yeah, they're all. I think they're Trans. Yeah, I think they're Trans Am drivers. They run in Trans Am. Some, first of all,
are they
really
younger?
Good drivers. Yes.
Okay.
And thin and in shape.
That does help with the heat.
Yeah. And then yeah, they're not like the.
When I first started ChampCar, we didn't run with that cool suit. Whatever, I was fine. Now I'm like, I'm dying.
Yeah, they those guys we were looking at. We were talking about the window because they don't run a window on the car. He said, yeah, we lost 7 miles an hour at Daytona with the window. So they just removed the window. They're used to running the Z32 KSR flat out Nissan. And he says, yeah, we just run, we don't run with it. We're used to it.
Did they have a Lexus too, or was that a different?
Yes, they have a Lexus.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's KSR has a Lexus.
Okay. Red, white, and blue?
No.
That's a different team?
It's gray.
Okay. Mix up those
Yeah,
Lexuses
red, white, and blue
sometimes.
is one of our other teams that races with us.
Okay. I thought they had a Lexus too. I haven't seen it in a
Yeah,
while.
that one won Daytona a couple of times.
Oh, and the track manager, Mr. Fred Wolf, over on our YouTube feed, reminding us Nelson Ledges just a few weeks away.
Yeah, we were talking about that just a little bit ago there. Paul?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Getting our plans in place. We're just going to go up there and take naps a lot of time, a lot.
Do we have enough internet there to do a show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've done it before.
Yeah, we've done it before. We just can't do the show locally. We can't do this. I mean, I can do this, but I can't do all that until Fred gets us, gigabit Ethernet up there.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Fred, get us some fiber in that tower. Come on, buddy.
Way to put him on the spot there.
Oh, there is NLS out there.
Working, Fred. Work.
See them on track.
It'll be a good time. We got a car coming out of the pits right now. I didn't catch the number, but
69.
Army green.
No, we have Tech right here. Tech Motorsports 697.
Okay. Yeah, Tech Motorsports heading out of the pits. Other than that, pit lane looks pretty clear. So standings right now, we're showing Cone Crushers is overtaken for the lead. 6 Bangers in second. RVA Graphics and Wraps on board now in third. Turbo Tater back in her Volkswagen up to fourth. Simon says they're in the mix of it in the Acura in fifth. Running Bulls in sixth. The Stug in seventh. Talked to him a little bit this morning about this name, Stug. What's that? What is that? And he said it's a tank from World War II. It doesn't have a turret. Yeah, they're tank killers. They made like 100,000 of them. So they would go in and destroy tanks.
They were pretty bulletproof, and
So he figured, and they were ugly. He said, "Well, that kind of fits our car, so we'll call it the Stug team." Frantic Anik in eighth. Dead Broke Motorsports in ninth. Freddie Mercury in 10th. Grit and Grind Racing shown in 11th. Prancing Burrow Racing 12th. Bailey Racing in the EC cars 13th. Level 1 Racing 14th. Prefect Racing in the Lexus is 15th. Love Racing shown in 16th.
So spacers under the hood hinge to lift the back of the hood helps it ventilate. It does, but they had some they tried that, didn't work, so they removed the hood, and that kind of fixed their stuff. They think they have a hot head on that V8. So
Different than a redhead?
Kinda.
Okay.
You put me on the spot there, young lady.
I thought that was my job.
I had to think of a politically correct way to say it so I don't upset all the redheads out there. Because, that's what
I love putting you on the spot where you don't know what to say. It's how often do we have time for Bill Strong doesn't have anything to say? So,
not often enough, if you ask me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's fun to make fun of you all by myself, though. But I will continue.
So 556 is the RX-7, finished second place last night or yesterday. They're out there putting down laps. That's a fast little car, man, that little Mazda, but they did everything perfect. It wasn't necessarily because it was fast, it's because those guys were spot on a pit. They, there was none of this, no 6-minute pit stops. They were spot on.
They had like 14-minute pit stop the other day.
It's, and that's something teams learn. It's not just going fast on the track. It's doing perfect. When they price up these cars, they take that into consideration. What is the perfect pit stop? What is the perfect lap time? Just everything. If everything goes perfect, what's the performance potential of this car? And then, of course, you could build a car like that and totally snub it up in the pit lane.
Absolutely.
So it looks like Pinky's out. The swap car went out and ran like 3 cooking laps and then came into the pits. So I don't know what's going on there, but they're in 34th all of a sudden. Make that 35th.
It was like one lap. He was going around the carousel. I don't know what they call it here. Let me pull up my track map again. It was kind of weird. Where is it?
5, 6,
12
7.
and 13. Yeah, I have a map here. So
okay.
12, 13, that big one, it's a sweeping corner. Intended to, it's like his car's really slowed. He maintained speed, but it wasn't like it was the lap before. And that allowed Flat Out to catch up a little more. And then it seemed to pick up speed as he went into the last corner, which is 14.
Yeah, we're showing
about 2 or 3 laps ago.
Yeah, we're showing Pinky's out, not turning laps, going to the back of the field. Treasure Coast Miata also not turning laps. So we've got 41 cars that are making laps happen right now. 6 laps into the race, so it's Cone Crushers, 6 Bangers, RVA, Turbo Tater, Simon Says, even though Flat Out is up there at the front physically in the field. They have that MOV, so they're starting down a lap. Brew Crew Racing is shown in 18th place, and they've been holding position since the beginning of the race. All right. Sorry that pylon's not running, but it should kick in here pretty soon.
I'll try to find out what's going on with Huggy's car when I can.
See what's going on here. 48, Cone Crushers turned to 148. Don't know what happened to Cone Crushers yesterday. They must have had problems very early on, and they were not a factor in the race. Right now they're hitting some pretty good lap times. Flat Out, the fastest lap time of the day so far. That 143 is a super low lap time. Hong North GB2 in their Supra trying to work their way up into the field right now. They're one of the teams that are on the move. Prefect Racing in the Lexus, they've already passed 24 cars in 9th, so they're big time on the move. Who else is on the move right now?
Huggins just left pit lane, so they came in, did whatever they needed to do, and they're back out. There's a yellow flag at turn 1.
Okay.
Why do we have a yellow flag?
Probably because there's a car off.
Where?
Or
Maybe
a head off.
Down at 2 or something.
Are we
2
full
as well.
course yellow? No.
No, just for 1 and 2 probably.
Oh, okay.
Probably
And
right past 2.
So one thing that Dana talked about last night in our staff post meeting, was that we were going to put a new flagger. Basically, it's across from the start finish tower. So, and we were going to flag 2 corners ahead. So we weren't just going to corner or do the. You had water on there. We weren't going to do
just 1 corner ahead, 2 corners
so
ahead.
Kind of give them a little bit of warning,
heads up.
because some of these corners are really, really fast and really blind.
Right. So we give like a standing yellow coming up to it, and then a waving yellow at where the incident is.
And there goes the tow truck. He is absolutely flying down there. 3 wheels lifted up in the air on that Ford as he makes a pass on Simon Says. Going for the lead, that tow truck. I'm kidding, but he was hauling the bananas coming down here. There's NLS. They're back out.
Beans, Bill. Full beans. Hauling the mail or full beans?
All right, so it looks like it's just past turn 2 because that's where he's pulling over at. I can't see. There's a little hill in front of us, but I can see the lights from the wrecker. It looks like it's driver's right. Yep, driver's right, turn 2. 256 is headed out on pit lane, their little Nissan Maxima, or Altima. It's Altima, right? Yes, Altima. They're leaving pit lane right now.
So Cone Crushers leading by 7 seconds over Six Bangers, and they're going to be stretching out that lead. They're turning quicker lap times, lap for lap. RVA Graphics turning a little bit slower lap times than the Six Bangers down in 3rd. Turbo Tater with that 150 just matched the leader's last lap time in that B-Class Volkswagen. They're in 4th. Simon Says shown in 5th place. Obviously the top cars all stacked together pretty close here as we're just getting started for 7 hours of racing. We'll have a break at 11 o'clock till noon. And then at noon they'll go back to racing and finish up at 4:30.
And Cone Crushers has really pulled away from everybody out there.
And that car is quick.
Yeah, they're laying down some good.
I still don't know exactly what happened to them yesterday. They were gone, and I went around the paddock trying to find out what happened to people. Of course, yesterday's fast guy, the 977 Nissan.
Nissan, I gave you that.
Yeah, NLS Racing. They did an engine change on their car. They had some overheating issues. They were able to remove some parts from their car to get the points back, so they could put their oil cooler back on. The RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 car, it got hit pretty good by
GMS.
Yeah, GMS Motorsports. It put a pretty big dent in that door, behind the driver. And when we saw it on the video, it didn't look that bad, but it was a pretty big hit. Broke one of their wheels, or messed up the wheel pretty bad, but they were able to. It was at the end of the race, so they were able to continue. There were apologies thrown around. You know, it was basically GMS said they just locked up the brakes. I couldn't stop it in time, and everybody was pretty close. And then the hit. And
we got a rollback on course now.
Yeah, the rollback's headed over there. Yeah.
So Pinky's Out is back on the racetrack, working their way up. They just turned in a 148 on their last lap. NLS is working their way up. They're turning 153s. Oh, a little misshift there by the RVA car. So the car that's roaring up through the field right now is Flat Out Nemesis. They've shown they've sunk 13 positions, but actually they're turning a 147 on their last lap. They're down in 18th. We'll keep an eye on those guys. We expect to see them up to the front here.
144 yesterday, 145, something like that. It was fast.
Yeah. They've set a 143 already today, so we'll keep an eye on those guys. Meanwhile, up at the front, we've got Cone Crushers leading by about 7.5 seconds over Six Bangers. And with that caution, it's slowed those lap times a little bit.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury came in yesterday, and Ray Frank and I were going back to the hotel last night, and we were talking about some of the cars we saw, some technical, things that,
Yeah.
Things the media guy and the tech guy talk about.
Points of discussion.
Yes, and one of them was that when they dropped the Mercury off the jack stands, the car did this weird twisting. The rear suspension did this weird twist, and
really,
yeah. So Ray went, and I dropped Ray off to them this morning to talk about that, because
we got another tow truck on the back straight away as well.
If it's an issue with the car, like that maybe they didn't see, with the suspension, but that car did some weird stuff under braking here at One-Let yesterday that just either made it really fast or not. Yeah, I think what he's doing, he's going back in place. So they couldn't tow the car back with that. So they're doing it with the the flatbed.
Okay.
We got an EV down there shown from this turn 4
Yeah.
vantage point.
Yep. They basically just swap positions, and they position the EVs down here by the not golf.
They had the tow truck,
The
and then they
go-kart
had the flatbed over here earlier towards Spit Out.
So weather today is supposed to be a high of 87. It's going to feel like it's 94, but no real chance for rain. Partly sunny, so it's just going to be toasty.
That's Celsius, right?
Yeah. As James would say, F.
Oh yeah, that's right. He does do that, doesn't he?
Yeah. He won't say 112 degrees. He'll specify that he's talking Fahrenheit. Because he's an engineer. He does those. They do those things.
I was talking to some friends, my local friends. I have some of these.
Really?
What's that like?
About a week or so ago. They're not racers.
No.
And we were talking about, the
friendships.
Celsius and Fahrenheit, and because I still use I use metric because I lived in Europe and worked for European companies.
Oh, jeez, here we go again.
No, because that's what you use. You should use feet. People just look at you like
the rest of the world.
What year is this? Yes. And we were talking about that. And it's like, we have this pandemic going on. People aren't at school. Why don't we just do the switch to metric now? Why didn't we just do it? Because we started doing it in the 70s. I mean, I remember speed limit signs would show a miles per hour and a kilometers per hour.
And we see how well that worked out.
It was working good when I was
it was not working good, Bill. That's why we went back to it. We went away from that. We went back to what we knew.
I don't remember that.
People were doing 120 miles an hour. It said 120.
Well, that's what messed me up when I was in Europe. I don't know what kilometers per hour.
You don't need to if the gauge already shows it. And people have digital gauges now, so you just move it to kilometers.
I was a broke college kid, and my little Miata topped out at like 80, 85.
But it has.
And so it was over here. I did a rental car, a BMW, when the speedometer is way over here, going 125.
Oh, you just go by placement, not the number, because they have it's kilometers per hour. They don't have miles per hour.
Yeah, but I didn't know what was like.
When it says 60,
there's not
you
a
keep it at
speed
60.
limit.
Well, then you didn't have to worry about it.
Well, until we wrecked.
You wrecked on the Autobahn?
Bad. 130. Clipped a
kilometers or miles per hour?
Oh, no, miles per hour. It was 200. It was way over there, right? On that side of the speedometer.
Oh, wow.
So flat out, Nemesis is passing like 5 cars on every lap.
Everybody.
They're up to 11th.
Car is ridiculous.
Level 1 racing is in 15th. They just set their FTD. So Tech, Hut, and Treasure Coast show not turning laps. And as we said earlier, Pinky's Out is back on the track, but they're in 35th, and LS is 33rd.
Yeah,
right, they had a throttle pedal stick. They came in and were able to get a quick fix on that, but they went down 3 laps while they were fixing it.
Lots of cars passing the RVA car here.
Oh, the car being towed is the 350Z. I can't see the number because the tree's in the way, but I can see the rest of the car.
Is that the oily car from yesterday? No, they blew up an engine.
Yeah, I cannot see the number, but I can see the car. It's the 350Z. Yeah, so there was discussion yesterday I overheard some people talking about, hey, remember all those guys wanting to reduce the points total for VPI for the MX-5 / MC Miata?
Them? Oh, the early ones.
Yeah.
The late ones.
No, the late ones. The one like
reduce?
They wanted to reduce. Well, people were trying to petition to reduce it, and so they could put other parts on the car.
Right.
And people were like, "Yeah, I'm willing to bet they're not even going to even look at that one now."
Negatory Ghost Rider.
Exactly.
So the Nissan is the Soggy Bottom Boys and the 358 car.
Yes, those guys, yeah.
But
it looks like they've moved on. The yellow flag has been removed from the turn 1 flag stand. So is it turn 2, and they're just following the safety truck with a white flag. I think they actually have a back entrance they can do without having to go around the track.
So what's weird is this Soggy Bottom guys don't show having ever turned a lap, so I'm not sure if they've been stuck out there all this time or what.
They may have been, yes.
Could be.
Simon Says moving up again. That team just
It's crazy quick.
well, it's not the it's
There's
not
NLS going by.
They're just they're doing what 154s, so it's not a fast car, but it's well, no, they did a 150 earlier, so I mean it's quick.
Which one? NLS?
Simon Says
They did a 150, and there's a caution in one of the corners too.
and it's one of those cars that will just
It's a quick-
suddenly appear at the end of the race up front.
They're consistent. They have their team dynamics down. They have their pit strategies down. They rarely. I ran with them for multiple laps. We were kind of evenly matched in some areas, and they just drive super duper clean. No dive bombing, crazy business.
Weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, I probably was less clean.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, you were trying to figure out your way around the track too, and figure out the car.
And I'm used to driving a front-wheel drive car, or mid-engine. So, just I'm gonna make that excuse. We'll put that in my Tiffany's excuses. Is that your tornado from this morning?
Yeah.
So RVA in 7th place right now. Turned to 154 on that last lap. As the track gets cleared, we should see these lap times come down a little bit.
They were taking that Nissan the full way around the track, the drive of shame.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. Y'all ready with your big brains?
Uh-huh.
So we know that when it's cooler outside, the cars run faster and use more fuel, right? Hotter, you don't get quite, you don't get everything out of the engine like you would if it's cooler, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what about when it's a little cooler because we don't have the sun, but it's higher humidity?
Well, the humidity it makes the air a lot thicker. You have more water in there. The engine can run a little leaner on these computer-controlled engines. The carbureted engines aren't going to run as good.
They don't like that.
You need to tune them for the weather. I mean, there's some play in there, but not as much as fuel injected. The only thing I don't like about the high humidity is today's gasoline, like when you buy it from the pumps, it absorbs water from the air, and you can put water in the fuel if it sits around.
You don't want that.
Yeah, in the open container. So,
but I was thinking the tires might do better because we don't have the sun out too.
Yeah, I mean the
tires. Car getting a little loose coming through 10 there.
I don't think they're gonna be cooler because they're still rubbing on the ground.
Yeah.
They're the track temp's not going to be as high. So they're
I
still
guess
going to
that's
be
what
up in temp.
Yeah, the track temp shouldn't be quite as
and
high.
Our tires have such a wide range of heat acceptance that it's not really going to bother these tires that much. I mean, unless you've got a super silly alignment that's or you don't know what you're doing with your alignment.
Big tire lockup from RVA.
Something.
Man, I'm telling you, they're really trying to get this car synced up with the racetrack. And big shout out to NLS Racing from Robert Boyce over here on our YouTube feed.
Yeah, nice to have you, Robert. Thanks for joining.
So RVA gave me their wrecked wheel yesterday. It's
mangled up.
It's mangled, but it's still circular per se, with a tire that's still sort of rounded. I think it's a 245 50 15 or 40 15. It's really wide.
Oh wow.
So yeah, they gave me that wheel and that tire, and we're gonna see if we can fit a few of those on the Opel GT just to make it look mean.
But
and
50 the sidewall height?
Yeah, I don't know if that will work. Okay. I just want to see if that width tire will fit on the car.
Okay.
So
nothing like you to experiment.
Yeah, why not? Have fun with this thing.
Yeah.
Here's the view from inside the NLS machine. So again, as yesterday, the in-car cameras aren't performing very well because the bandwidth at the track is really awful. Still got some. Actually, the track cameras are a little even better today than they were yesterday, so that's surprising. But yeah,
look at that pretty clear view.
Get it pretty
So
clear.
Having
is-
to build it a little cleanup job this morning.
There is a Miata out here just making people look silly. Other than the 352, as he makes a pass on the NLS Racing, they've put a lap down on those guys. Where's this little Miata? Let me see where he is. He was on the back straight and just passed like 5 cars within, I don't know, 100 yards.
Yeah, flat out's up to 7th.
Here he is right here. It is the 647. Who are those guys?
647 is, I got the wrong one. Love Racing.
Yeah, Love Racing. Man, that car was just hauling the beans. Is that it?
No, I think it's
Hauling the mail.
Hauling the mail.
Hauling the mail. Full beans. I'll get you a list of all the
All right, you sayings.
euphemisms and yeah. So yeah, Love Racing. They did send in one of their team bios. And it's a VW Golf with a 1.8. No, that's Turbo Tater. Excuse me. It's a Miata, of course.
That's what's coming out of the Golf.
Love Racing. He said, "This is our first race of the year. We won our class and got podium at AMP late last year, but hydroplaned a few times at Barber, then overheated the engine on Sunday. 2 of the Love Racing team members are building their own Champ cars. So a turbo NA Miata. So we may have a turbo Miata in our future, and a K-swap Miata. So it's Nick Love, Charles Kowalczyk, and Sean Supertra drivers.
He just put a spanking on the Bliss Racing. The Love Racing guy put a spanking on the Bliss Racing Camaro coming down the straightaway. But it was weird. As he came down, there was a little bit of black coming out of the right rear of the car. I don't know if it was maybe debris from the track or from the car.
Fuel
I
smoke,
don't see it coming from other cars.
Well, we reached the top of the hour. We'll go ahead and take a station break here for commercial, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Cone Crushers, your leader here at CMP. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone at the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. I suppose when you're running 6 to 7 seconds a lap faster than everybody else, it doesn't take long to get to third place. Flat Out Nemesis has moved into third, about 13 seconds back from Six Bangers in second. We got, of course, Chrome Crusher still leading here at 20 laps. Prefect Racing in fourth. Freddie Mercury in fifth, leading the D-Class. We've got Turbo Tater there in sixth. Simon Says is in seventh place. And RBA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 is in eighth. Now, all three of those last teams that I just mentioned just set their fastest lap times of the day, and they all ran 150s. So,
the
tightly bunched.
Yeah, the flat out Nemesis is just about ready to pounce on the Huggins swap car. As they come down the front straightaway, he is about 6 cars behind. Huggins on the brake at about the 300 mark and about the 150 mark. The flat out Nemesis gains about 4 car lengths under braking, still behind the Aero car, as they are just, both of those guys are just tossing those cars around the track.
And most men's telling us they knew nothing of trail braking before iRacing, so there's some real benefit to be found in that iRacing stuff.
The 86 car out there lighting up the tires as he goes around turn 1. Totally under control, though.
Are you talking the number 86? You talking about Brew Crew?
That's it.
The crowd favorite?
Crowd favorite.
Yeah, they're in 20th place right now, but just set their fastest lap time of the day. They have dropped 2 spots since the beginning of the race. So they just turned to 156.1.
So the 19 Infinity V8 car having a hard time trying to get around a Ford Escort out there, which I find kind of funny.
The GT.
That little Escort is just rocking.
Ed is just gonna smack you across the face. Maybe with his glove.
Maybe.
I challenge you to a duel.
Ooh, we got two Miatas, too wide going into turn 1, NB and an NA. And the NB is they're still side by side as they go through 2. He's not giving up that position.
Yeah, this is a fun racetrack out there. I know these guys are having a lot of fun. It was built by the same guy that built Barber Motorsports Park, and he built Gingerman. He built Autobahn, a handful of other racetracks, some tracks in Canada.
Yeah, flat out going into turn 1, about 10 car lengths ahead of 246. 246, not so fast through turn 1 that time. It's like he let off a little bit and allowed Nemesis to get an even further lead.
I just stopped in and talked to Treasure Coast Miata, and they broke a tie rod, but they have some, and they're replacing it, and they expect it.
Can you hear her?
No, I can hear her through your microphone. Looks like Hong North in the Trans Am 2 car just left the pits.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Treasure Coast Miata broke a tie rod. They are replacing it now. They have one, and so they are expecting to get back out shortly.
Yeah, the number 8 car is just pulling behind the wall. That's one of our camera cars.
Oh, boy. Well, that camera wasn't working anyway. We got 2 cameras that are they really got a bad attitude. Just don't want to do anything.
Paulie and I worked on that this morning. We got a whole bunch of new parts ordered and on the way.
Well, I didn't really work on it. You worked on it, and I sat there and watched you work on it.
Spend money. When we think we have it fixed,
you think it's fixed, and then you walk away. It's like, okay, it's working. So they wait till you get away, and then it goes down. It's one of those deals.
Yeah, just throw money at it. It'll fix itself.
The bane of our existence.
That's usually my, answer, but there's sometimes that doesn't work either. That really perturbs me because y'all are more technologically savvy than me. So checkbook solution is my go.
Well, there's room for that too.
Oh, yeah. The number 20 Miata.
We do the same thing, Tiffany.
Can't get the number. It was a black Miata. Did you see that?
I did.
He hit a hole here on driver's left at turn 1 right after the curbing.
Yeah.
And it shot that car, the left side of that car, way up into the air.
Oh boy.
Got off into the grass there and hit a rabbit hole, maybe. I don't know.
Thinking like that old saying, if you're going to be stupid, you have to be tough. So I was thinking, you got to be.
I'll fight.
You got to be handy or have deep pockets. It's one or the other.
I think it's if they don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. That's
red green.
Yes.
That's red green. So you gotta. Cone Crusher's in the lead here with Flat Out Nemesis now in second place, back 20 seconds. So they're going to be chasing down the lead here shortly. Six Bangers in third. Again, Flat Out just turned into 147 against Cone Crusher's 150. So
two
still
Toyotas
crushing them out there. Love Racing just set their FTD in 11th place, so they're trying to get up the field. RVA has dropped to 8th.
The Hong North and the Hong North Toyota Supra and the Prancing Burro Racing's Toyota MR2 are just bumper to bumper the last couple of laps going into one. That MR2 trying to get around and get a position on the Celica, but not doing it. Celica staying wide. Yeah. How long before Flat Out catches Cone Crushers? Because Cone Crushers really pulled out big time.
Yeah, it looks like Cone Crushers has turned up the wick. They're feeling the heat. They just cranked out a 149 against Flat Out's 147 on that last lap. So I just don't think they have the steam to stay ahead of that Flat Out Nemesis Miata that's got the fastest lap time of the day with a 143.7.
Let's see when the last time that Cone Crushers actually won a race. It's been a while.
Road Atlanta.
This year?
This year, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Under the snow. Yeah, sorry. I was focused on the staying alive part of the snow.
Oh, yeah. It was a mess. Absolutely. And 2 years in a row. That's just unheard of.
Who knew that Porsche could win a snow race?
Yeah, I can't imagine they set up the car for snow.
I'll see
They are
your
from Atlanta, so maybe.
I will see you for your decent finish in regular conditions and race you in the snow. 7 hours and 15 minutes remain in the event. The race has been cut down to a 7-hour race. Love seeing that BMW float through the corner there to the exit. Let that car just wash out there, staying in the power.
I had some
Nice
notifications. Some cars are not using the black part of the track to race, and car just went off driver's right somewhere on track and re-entered and rejoined the race. Flat out making a pass on the outside of the Bliss Racing Camaro.
Wow.
Bliss had to really hit the binders there as they came around the corner. They couldn't just float out to keep speed up. They had to keep tied up against that apex, and it allowed the flat out Nemesis to just swing around the outside of them.
12 cent. Never mind. I picked up the wrong set of lips this morning. 12 seconds, the gap from flat out to Cone Crushers now. Looking for that first place. Trophy Wife Racing in 20th place. They've climbed 16 positions since the start of the race. Prefect has jumped 29 positions since the start, shown in 4th place right now. So it's a C class, B class, CC, and then D class cars, your top 5. Your lead A class car is Love Racing once again. And they were in a similar position yesterday with that Miata.
I didn't check with Brooke at the end of the day what their fix was, but the car is back out today after being towed in yesterday.
Yeah, they were having some temperature issues with that car.
Ended with a flat tow yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, they were even racing with the hood off for a little while. They just jumped one position with Trophy Wife. They're up in 19th. Trophy Wife's right behind them, about 22 seconds back.
So the Love Racing pulled up into 10th spot in between the Toyota MR2 and the Hong North Toyota Supra, which caused the MR2 to pull back. They have to pull back a bit because of the racing going on in front of them.
So cars not turning laps right now. Hong North in 35th. Then you've got HJT Motorsports in 41st. Tech Motorsports Treasure Coast, and Stedman Family Racing in last place.
That's the Hong North Mazda MX-3.
Yeah, this is the Trans Am number 8 car. Trans Am 2. If I read that right, which I probably don't.
No, you got it right.
Okay. Usually I say things wrong for 2 years, and then somebody from the team realizes it and says something to me about it.
You're pronouncing our name wrong.
The 352 Nemesis that won yesterday started with a lap down today, and they're up to 2nd already?
Uh-huh.
Wow. That's impressive.
Well, again, those guys are all, top shelf drivers, top shelf car prep, really good in pit lane. Of course, we haven't had pit stops yet, but and that car is quick, well prepared, lightweight, nothing wasted to slow it. Nothing wasted on the car to slow it down. No cool shirts, nothing. They're just out there. They don't need it. They have no window. They have no roof.
So the top shelf margaritas, but no.
The A pillars they said was 20 pounds. The window was added to that, and then the roof was on that Miata was pretty heavy as well. They cut out all the doors. They pulled out 20 pounds of sheet metal from the footwell, where they put the roll cage in there instead, but they pulled out 20 pounds of sheet metal just from that, and the doors are all hollowed out. There's nothing in those doors. They're bolted on, no hinges. They get out through the top of the cage.
Right.
They don't have to open a door. Yeah. Again, a super well prepared car, clean as can be. They're lights. They don't have lights on the car. They just have duct tape going across the openings
Yeah, I saw
to
that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
to help with aero across it. And duct tape's a lot lighter than glass or Lexan that you use for the
Maybe.
For the lights. No, it is. It is.
Well, the whole light unit.
Yeah, the whole light unit.
Yeah.
So there's no wasted weight on that car. Oh, we have the 442 just slices through.
Mrs. Turn 1.
Yeah, Mrs. Go to turn 1 camera. You might catch it.
That's Turbo Tater.
Turbo Tater.
They're in the sand.
He's in the sand pit.
Just digging in the sand.
Oh, he's stuck. He came in too hot into one.
Missed the turn altogether.
Missed the turn altogether. Almost took out 2 cars as he apexed.
He apexed about 3 feet too far inward.
Inward, yeah, and almost took out 2 cars, and then just continued on into the sand pit. Sorry.
No, from we don't see it from our vantage point, so I don't know. What you're seeing there is the sand pit.
Turn 1.
Yeah. Turn all the way.
No, turn 1.
Well, that's what I got the camera on, right?
No, you got it in NLS.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in preview. I'm not seeing it. I don't see anything stuck there.
Well,
right
yeah,
on the left,
yeah,
to the left of that. He went.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Here, and then shot through the turn while 2 other cars were coming through turn 1. Missed those and
yeah, if you can get a replay on that, which I don't think you can on that, can you? Probably.
Well, no, we didn't see it. I mean, it never.
Yeah,
it wasn't
now
there.
You've got smoke coming out of the. That's actually. Oh, that's steam.
Steam. I mean, he could have got the radiator. I mean, he was deep in that sand.
Well, that sand did its job and stopped him.
Yeah. So he didn't go towards the trees.
So we got a flag at turn 1, waving flag. But yeah, he was a good probably 20 or 25 miles an hour faster than everybody else going through that corner. Unfortunately, he couldn't stick it.
Hey, the pylon's moving. GMS 29th. Yeah, Red Kite 7 over there in 36th.
Flat out just took the lead.
Yeah.
Here comes the flatbed.
So we have a EV on course. The flatbed is coming up on our incident turn 1. Actually, it's turn 2. Is it turn 2? No, turn 1. Yeah, that's turn 1.
That's the exit, the track out of turn 1. But he didn't lose it in the track out. He lost it in the entrance to turn 1 and went through the grass on the inside, crossed back over the track, and ended up on the outside.
That was that was a pretty good save, though. And nobody hit him. And he didn't hit anybody because it was close.
Yeah, there was 3 cars at once going through turn 1.
If those guys that were going through the corner did not, you could see them slow down. So they saw him, as he went through. If they were just focused on their making that apex and turning, it would have not been pretty.
Right.
Yeah, and you could see the RVA driver kind of giving that universal wave signal as he was approaching turn 1, which is, hey, we got a caution here. Let's not be passing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that wave means.
Kind of let your driver or everybody around you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and then when I used to race in the SCCA, we would put a fist up if we were heading into the pits. I don't see too many guys doing that in Champ Car. It's something I try to do, but I don't think most Champ Car drivers know what that is.
When they put a fist up, that usually means something else.
Yeah.
It usually is followed by, that usually comes after the number 1 signal.
Oh, you mean the unicorn salute?
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just putting your fist up so that people can see you're heading in.
Yeah.
So Cone Crushers was leading the race earlier. We started out with the Stug leading. Pinky's out, took a quick lead on that first lap, led for a couple of laps, then pitted, and came out behind the field after that. Cone Crushers took over the lead as Flat Out Nemesis was working their way up the field. They were up to 3rd place by 9 o'clock and took over the lead at 9:23.
Tow truck hooking up to the, what is it, Tater?
Yeah,
Turbotator. As, to the back of the car to try and pull him out of that sand pit. I'm willing to bet that the whole front of the car is kind of buried down in there.
That's the Class B Volkswagen Golf with the 1.8 T swap, whatever that is.
Oh, the 1.8 turbo.
Okay. So this is the team that said we always seem to start dead last. It's a Triangle Auto and Truck Repair, American Landscape Supply Company, usually Sideways Rally Team, and Tektronix Tuning are their team sponsors. So there's a team out there called Usually Sideways Rally Team. So it's Adam Johnson, William Johnson, Chris Barefoot, Justin Garvin, and Tyler James. All names that I know how to pronounce. So we thank you for that, guys. The team is from Cary, North Carolina. That's Cary.
Isn't that the home of racing?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of racers up there in
Cary?
There's a lot of places aiming to be the home of racing these days.
Piney River, Virginia.
I thought Charlotte was the home of NASCAR.
No, it's Daytona, isn't it?
No, not the beginnings.
Oh. We got Bliss Racing making laps. That Camaro doing pretty well out there because they're out there. I think I'm going to be racing with them at AMP.
Oh, Bliss. Yeah.
We'll install all the cameras for Paulie and stuff. Tiffany and I were talking about AMP, Paulie. We've done races there every year, right?
No.
Joe?
We didn't do the one last year. I can't remember because we were at Road America.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, yeah. We did a shoot for Road America instead, and did just the highlights on what was going on in AMP.
But we've done it there before. It's just the coverage is the coverage is similar to the one here where you have a lot of skipping and it's a little difficult.
To put another tower out there.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Because of Chase Elliott lives next door, so he needed better internet.
Never worked.
We had a great talk yesterday with the track owner out here. Tiffany interviewed him. That was great. He had a lot of really exciting things to talk about. They just bought the track, didn't they, Tiffany, right before the pandemic hit?
They've owned it for a little over a year, I guess. Well, a year and a half. They repaved it last year, and the surface is phenomenal.
Yeah.
For those, who haven't been here in a while, which was including me until yesterday. It's fantastic.
He's got a lot of plans for the future for this track, so I think it's going to be a place that we're going to enjoy coming back to again and again. So look forward to that.
Well, one of the first things we noticed was that they trimmed up all the trees. There's room to put your motorhomes underneath them and your tents, and you've got shade, and it's just really
one of the things
nice.
he said is they're putting in one of their next big things they're putting in is 50 amp plugs for the motorhomes. So those should be in by the next time we
cool.
Yeah,
that's right, he did say that.
Yeah.
So I can weld with a 50 amp.
Okay.
Hopefully you won't need to be welding. You'll be out there racing.
Bring the welder with you so you won't need it.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like drag that spare engine around with you all over the country.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what NLS did. Unfortunately, they ended up having to use it. And the car is out there, although this is not our camera, it's their camera, but it's pinwheeling right now. But we can get some idea on standings here. Let me scroll and see where they're at. Now, we got quite a few cars that aren't turning laps. Turbotator, of course, one of the CCR cars, the number 863, Prancing Donkey, Grim Creepers, Salty Crackers, the Hong North car, of course, also not turning laps. Top 30 teams, though, are all out there. Let's see if we can catch up with NLS. They're in 21st, so they've moved up significantly since the beginning of the race, starting them down a little bit with their penalty laps they had to add, their penny laps. Let's see, Team Infinity is in 19th place right now. Brew Crew is up to 17th, the crowd favorite. Trophy Wife is with them in 18th, and they just turned a 1:54, their fastest lap time of the day. Let's see.
They're having a hard time getting the tater up on the flatbed. So whenever he pulls them up, the back of his splitter underneath the car just digs into the dirt and is pulling up half the sand pit. So it's having a hard time getting that guy up there. Plus, it's pretty low, too.
Deadbrook Motorsports, we're on board right now with them. They're in 16th. The Stug is in 15th. Grit and Grind is 14th. Frantic Antic is 13th. 12th is Running Bulls Racing. Bailey Racing in the EC car is in 11th. Level 1 Racing in their Miata is 10th. The Prancing Burrow Racing Team, who's an EC car, is in 9th. Love Racing is up to 8th. Hong North GB2 and their Super up to 7th. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 111 car is in 6th place. Simon Says is up to 5th. In front of them, it's Freddie Mercury about 20 seconds out in that Capri. Then it's Prefect Racing up about 22 seconds from them. Back a lap from Cone Crushers in 2nd place with Flat Out Nemesis leading here. After 33 laps of racing, Tiffany. I think she.
Yes.
Oh, would you like to take us out to commercial?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, we're just getting this one started. We've got about an hour in, so we got 7 hours to go. This is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at beautiful Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina. And you're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last night.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
So 36 laps into the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix here at Carolina Motorsports Park. We got Flat Out Nemesis leading over Cone Crushers with Prefect Racing in third. Freddie Mercury fourth. Simon Says fifth. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I'm Paulie. We've got Bill and Tiffany here for a little bit until Tiffany goes off to go drive her race car. Well, it's not her car. It's a stint with the Trophy Wife team.
Yeah, so I'm getting in shortly. I'm going to drive it till the red flag, the quiet hour. And then I'm not sure after that. We'll have to see how the afternoon shakes out.
Yeah, Trophy Wife gradually catching up with Brew Crew here. They're about a 6-second gap now. Brew Crew just turned to 158 on that last lap. So got some big changes in lap times there for Brew Crew. There might be a caution out there. Did they pick up that car yet?
Yep, they got it off here during the break, and we're back to green all along the areas that we can see.
Perfect.
You don't see any
There
yellows
must
out
have
there.
been 15 pounds of sand came out of that car as he finally got it all the way up and out of the sand.
Yeah, the tow in his hand inside the front nose of that car, above the splitter and the intake, and just pulling out enough sand there to make a whole walkway.
A walkway.
A walkway, for with concrete. There was so much sand coming out. It was pretty funny. 863 on pit lane, getting a cursory check as he gets ready to rejoin the field at pit out. Jackie looking over the car, making sure he has his driver band on. Helmet sticker, super important. You don't have those 2021 helmet stickers on. We're not going to let you out. That means your equipment hasn't been checked, inspected.
So Pinky's out after leading the race at the beginning of this event. They're now up to 21st with that pit stop that they had to make after a few laps.
So the 163 Hong North, he is going really, really slow out there, and he looks a little lost. He went through one. There was a pack of about 10 cars. He went wide into one, allowed those 10 cars to pass him, and then kind of was riding the brakes in places that you wouldn't normally ride the brakes in. So I don't know what's going on with him.
Kind of mechanical issue.
Yeah.
The Chevy Nova didn't start the race today. That doesn't mean they won't be coming back here later.
701 just put a new driver in their car, did a fuel top up, and that C-Class BMW is about ready to go back out after it gets checked over by
RVA. Really getting that BMW run. I like it. Trying to get that camera back up so we can get in that car, but
so that
it's not coming up.
So they had not completed their 5-minute stop, so Jackie made them wait. The 977 not sporting the huge splitter that he had yesterday. I think that's what he cut off even with his spoiler to reduce the points on his car.
Oh, yeah.
Technically, he still has a splitter on it, but it's behind the spoiler. So you just take the points with the spoiler then. You don't have to take the splitter, the one that sticks straight out there.
Mm-hmm.
So who's that?
That was the Stug. Yeah, that was the Stug. That.
Oh, so the camera had
loose.
the camera. He said the camera had come loose. They tightened it back and put it back, and it looks like it's gone back again.
Yeah, it's all right. Gives us some different viewpoints.
Hopefully we don't.
It's like the Super, like you said, running really slow out there. The Celica Super running really slow. So I'm not sure what's going on with the.
He's coming down the back
North
straight into
guys.
14 now. Let's see if he goes in.
Yeah, we got a number of cameras going down. They just, if you weren't with us yesterday, we found out very early on Friday that the bandwidth out here is pretty spotty. So for whatever reason, it's pretty difficult to keep these cameras going. So we're just glad to have anything working right now. And we'll just roll with it, folks. We got 2 people at the racetrack, so we'll give you as much information as we can about what's going on in the race. Hung North in the Super. Looks like they've decided to. No, they may be in the pits.
Yeah, they've gone behind the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, they've gone behind the wall. They're taking that back to their trailer, which is on the south side of the garages, and looks like he's taking the counterclock or the clock counterclockwise route around the garage like you're supposed to, headed down that way. Shark car goes hard, braking into one, gets that car under control, makes the turn. GMS right behind them in their yesterday's second place finisher. Doesn't seem as fast today, but again, it could be a different. Oh, that's why. So GMS is allowing their crew to race today. They're not the fast drivers, but all the guys that make it possible for them to race. The crew is driving today.
So it's a totally different driver.
Totally different
today.
driver. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he did mention during the interviews last night that which I haven't put public yet. I'll put them live either tomorrow or Tuesday. That the car was going to be a different speed. He didn't know if it was going to be faster or slower, but it was going to be a different crew of drivers today.
That sounds like fun. NLS is up to 19th. Team Infinity's behind them in 20th, back about 15 seconds. Pinky's out still in 21st. But they're turning very fast lap times. He turned to 147 on that last lap. Pinky's out. 7 seconds the gap to Team Infinity, so they're trying to work that BMW up to the front. The RVA
666. The 666 is on pit lane in their EC car. Doing a fuel and a driver change.
Yeah, it looks like the Bliss Racing Camaro's there. There's a couple other cars in the back there that I can't see.
They're putting or they've got the hood going up on the Bliss. They are putting a new driver in. They're not showing any urgency on that car, though they just looked at the timer.
Oh, yeah, that brings up a point, Bill. I just wanted to remind people, when it comes to the timer on the car, please don't touch it. Don't pick it up and look at it. Just look at it, but don't touch it. What happens is you pick it up and look at it, other people see you picking it up, and then they get suspicious. And if you bump a button, then the guy at pit out has no idea what to do with you. So please don't touch the timer. It's tempting, but if you want to look at it, just lean over and look at it, please.
Well, the other issue, too, is that pit out will actually call up here timing and scoring and say, hey, how long have these guys been in the pit?
Exactly. We got to sit there and wait, and you got to sit there and wait, and it's just a bad scene. So just please don't touch the timer.
Yeah. It looks like the 434 is in pit as well. They're sending their car out as the Bliss Racing pulled out. The 434 also pulled out. And there's a line of cars there. 2 cars. Is 2 cars a line?
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of teams coming in now. The 798, I think it is.
Interesting.
798.
I'm sorry. Let me get my notes out of the way here. 798?
Or maybe 790.
Yep. Well, 798 is the Escort. The
666 is going behind the wall.
Fat Boy Racing is 790 in a Nissan 240SX.
That might be them. I can't tell. There's a lot of tents in the way. But they just pulled in, and where'd they go? Yeah, my sight line's being blocked by toolboxes now.
Level
So
one.
yeah, as guys come across pit lane here, they're turning on their cell phones, doing live feeds for their wives and kids, and using their telemetry in their cars. It's cellular operated, and it just overwhelms these little tiny towns' internet or cell towers, and that's one of the reasons why our cameras work like they are.
All right. So Brew Crew is in 16th right now. Trophy Wife got by them. NLS is up to 17th.
15 just left. She's on her way to go get ready to do her stint. Yeah, it was 798. The escort in their pit lane.
Pinky's Out is in 18th. They just turned a 146 against NLS's 152, who's ahead of them by 13 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on Pinky's Out. They are really climbing up through the field. Freddie Mercury has pitted, apparently, in 7th place. It doesn't show they crossed the pit loop, but it shows they're not turning laps, which is another signal they may be in the pits. They just haven't crossed the pit loop.
Well, that's an hour and 15 minutes. So usually those V8, that's about the time, right? 115, 130.
Right.
And with the humidity being pretty high, maybe they're using a bit more fuel.
For whatever reason, it seems like this track uses a lot of fuel. So it's something to be aware of there. I'll try to get the Infinity camera to come back up, but the cameras are being disagreeable. All right. It's a no-go on that one. We'll try the RVA camera again. Yeah, Freddie Mercury drops to 9th now, as it looks like they are not turning laps. They are the lead D-class car. There's actually more EC cars out here this weekend than D-class cars, which is kind of unusual. It seems like we had a big trend a few years back of the growth of EC, and then a very rapid decrease as more and more teams want to be in those regular classed cars, which is good. Here comes Brew Crew Racing into the pits. So they've decided to bring that machine in. And again, this is pretty early for them, but their lap times aren't quite what they were yesterday, so they may be having some issues with that car.
Which car?
Brew Crew Racing. The crowd favorite, Absolutely.
So these cars are just spread out all over the track right now. As the 74 comes out from their pit lane spot, as Jackie does a once over on their helmet sticker, armband, pulls on the window net, kind of make sure their seatbelts over the Hans. A lot of guys, you remember, a lot of these guys don't do this all the time. So they get in their car, they're so focused on making sure they leave pit lane properly and don't wreck the car down pit lane that they've got single focus, and they're those little things like making sure your belts are over the Hans. They tend to forget sometimes. So we tend to give them a once over. Jackie's really good about doing that. She's also our pace car driver here this weekend. You were the pace car driver last weekend at Autobahn. How was that, Paulie?
I had a blast. I had a lot of fun doing that. Working in the Champ Car series is fun. It really is. It's just a different perspective. You learn a lot, and they're good people to work with. The people in the series, like Jackie, it's a lot of fun. So if you haven't done it, I encourage you to do it. You will earn some cash credits towards racing. They feed you, and it's fun. So I hope you'll do that.
So our flagger here this weekend, I don't know his name, but he's been involved in racing since he was 8 years old. He's a little older fella now, I would say in his 40s.
That is old.
He could be in his 30s, who knows. But he's worked here since he was a kid. Supposedly this guy, you can say, hey, who won the Richmond NASCAR race in 1974 or whatever?
He's a stats guy.
Yeah, stats guy. He would tell you who the top 10 were type guy,
Yeah.
He knows everything about racing, supposedly, and yesterday was the first time he actually got to flag a race, and he had been practicing his little flag, his checker flag movement.
Yeah.
Awesome job. He,
awesome.
When all the cars are done, he just lifted his hand in the air and said, yes! It was pretty awesome watching him. He'd been waiting a a long time in life to get that to do that. So that was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, I saw him throw that checkered flag. It looked really good. So good for him. That's cool. That's cool.
He even had the wrist action down as he, did the little flick, and it didn't wad up on him. Like, when I did it that one time, I think that was the hardest thing to do, is not to get it to wad up.
Right. I don't know what the tricks are for that, but yeah, there's a technique that these people just seem to have a talent for it. So Prancing Burro in 17th, Running Bulls in 19th, and Frantic Antic, is in 19th. Running Bulls in 18th. All three of those show not turning laps. Freddie Mercury has just crossed the pit loop, so they're probably heading out of the pits now, or have, and we're waiting for them to come around and hit the loop that's out on the track to show that they've rejoined the track.
What's the loop, Paulie?
So the loop is this wire that runs from the control tower. There's a loop that runs across the racetrack, and it's just a wire.
Yep, it's one wire that goes up to the track, and then it moves around. It's about 1.5 foot apart, so that when your transponder runs across it, it sees the two wires and knows that, hey, I've just done a lap. So if it only sees one, it won't signal, but if it sees two signals, it says beep and done. We got the MR2 just left pit lane, along with 256, and the 666 is back headed back out. Another car, here it comes. It's an E30 with a wing. I can't see the number yet. Oh, 256 is going behind. Oh, I think that, he's just coming here. Why is he coming here?
Salty Crackers.
Yeah, 160 is now headed back out.
Okay, 160's Running Bulls. So they looks like it's probably just a standard pit stop for them, but Brew Crew still looks to be in the pits. So they might be going through a standard pit stop routine, but it's pretty early for them to be in the pits.
So 933 is on pit lane as well.
All right, 933 is Frantic Antic Motorsports. Looks like the sun's coming out.
Yeah, it's getting. We've got some low dark clouds, but it's starting to break up a bit. I think these cars doing 100 miles an hour around this track is creating an air circulation, which is helping to clear away the cloud cover over us. What they call that, the vortex
of speed. Yes.
Yeah.
Some of these you can really see the skyline there from this camera, looking at the start-finish line flag stand thing.
Yep. So 256 is headed back out. They pulled off to the side because they weren't complete with their 5-minute pit stop. So they had to wait a minute or so. So Jackie just moved him out of the way so that the others that had planned their pit stop a little better. Basically, you want to get up to her with 5 minutes left.
So Multi Crazy Car over on our YouTube feed says Lewis is out, Ed is in. I'm going to guess that that's the Team Infinity.
Correct.
I know there's an Ed. Okay. That's what I'm going to go with, too. Sounds good. Sounds good. Should be a lot of fun. 45 laps into the race so far. Flat Out Nemesis up 44 seconds now over Cone Crushers. Actually, Cone Crushers had a little bit faster lap time, 148 to the 151 of the leader. Prefect Racing in third place, 39 seconds back. Just turned to 150 on their last lap. What else we got? Simon Says is in fourth. They just turned to 153. Their fastest lap time at 150. They're in fourth place, shown about a lap back. RVA Graphics and Wraps in fifth place. They're shown 14 seconds behind Simon Says. Love Racing in sixth, shown about 2 seconds back. Then it's Level 1 Racing, shown 32 seconds back from Love Racing in seventh. Then we got Bailey Racing, but that's an EC car. Still then the ninth place, which is actually going to be eighth, is the Stug. And Rodney Earwood probably still behind the wheel of that car. Pinky's Out Swap now up to ninth, and Dead Broke Motorsports up to 10th.
750 just leaving pit lane after a fuel and driver change. So talking to a team last night, they've got some, they also run in the NASCAR Truck Series. I guess the trucks are going to Watkins Glen later this year. Unfortunately, I got asked to. I said, "Hey, I'd like to volunteer with you guys, do something. Scrub tires, do whatever." And he says, "There's a few teams that are always looking for spotters." I'm like, "Huh, I could probably do that."
Yeah.
I think.
So
And,
there's.
yeah, that'd be kind of fun. So there's something that you can do when you come to a Champ Car race is get to know some of the teams around here, and maybe get involved in other things other than racing at Champ Car.
There you saw the fist in the air from the NLS driver as they were heading in. And actually, not only have they come to the pits, NLS has gone behind the wall. So there must be some mechanical concerns there for the 240 continuing to concern them about that car. They just put an engine in last night.
And you don't know, some of these junkyard engines, you just honestly don't know how good they are, or, how much is left in them.
Well, that engine, actually, they had run at other tracks, so they are familiar with it. But you know how it is when it's 2 in the morning and you're working on something like that.
Yeah.
You're hot, you're sweaty, you're tired, and you really don't want to be there.
And that clamp may not have got clamped down well enough.
Right. Anything can happen. Now, I think the Stug just came into the pits. I think I saw it just flash by our pit in camera, which is working really good, by the way.
Yay!
So,
oh yeah, it is.
Rodney might be in the pits.
So the lovely thing about being down here in the south are the amps. So all my camera boxes this morning had amps. Yay!
Hopefully they don't go home with you.
I hope not.
So Ed, the team owner, going into the Team Infinity car. That's an automatic transmission car.
Oh yeah. We were talking about that yesterday. He's driven some other cars, and he's when he gets out here with Champ Car, it's like, oh, 6 shift. Yeah, I know how to. He knows how to drive 6 shift, but you're just so used to doing lap after lap with an automatic that sometimes it's like, I got to shift.
Yeah,
That car got good, man. It lasts. A lot of guys try automatics; they just don't last. But it comes down to cooling. And as the 19 car comes out to pit in or pit out, and getting ready to head back out there. He's got 1, 2, 3 scoops on the side of the car feeding cool air to probably the differential. There's one feeding cool air to the boxed-in fuel cell area or fuel tank area, and maybe another vent for the transmission. So he got there a bit early, so Jackie's going to move him off to the side a bit to complete his stop. There's not much room on this pit lane. We had 65 spots for 65 cars this weekend, so we're using every square inch of this. We even have some teams 4 deep on pit lane.
So if you're new to racing, when you leave the pits, it's good for you to know, because we talk about it a little bit in the driver's meeting. I know Chelsea tends to bring it up. It doesn't get talked about a lot, and it's this thing called a blend line. So there's a blend line as you leave the pits. There's just a line. You might think of it like a lane that's marked off with paint. You stay there as you drive out all the way till that line disappears, till it stops. And the idea, especially at this track, is to keep you to the inside of the track as you roll out. You don't want to cross over that line. If you do, you'll actually get penalized. You'll be brought in for a penalty, usually. But it's also very dangerous because you got cars whistling into that corner. And if you cross over that blend line, you might get yourself hit. So the idea is to make sure you stay in that blend, in that lane, all the way till that line disappears. And you'll see that at every racetrack. So just keep that in mind. All right, well, we've reached the top of the hour, so we're going to take a break for commercial and be back in a few minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Carolina Motorsports Park, and it's Flat Out Nemesis leading this race in their Miata. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due.
All right, sorry about that, folks. We got our commercials cut a little bit short, but we're back here at CMP for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. at Carolina Motorsports Park. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paulie. Bill's in the tower. We're calling the race for you. Tiffany's going to be going out here shortly onto the racetrack and getting into this event. Should be a lot of fun for the Trophy Wife team. NLS has just pulled their car behind the wall before the break. They've got the hood up right now. They're looking at that car. And typically, Corey will send me a little bit of information about what's going on once they know more about what's going on. So I'll let you know as soon as I see or hear anything about that.
What?
NLS behind the wall. Flat out leads. Excuse me. Flat out leads over Cone Crushers. Prefect Racing in third. Simon Says in fourth. And Love Racing is in fifth. So we want to say thank you to RVA Graphics and Wraps for sponsoring the race this weekend, being our race sponsor.
All right, I went down there and worked on the Stug Racing's camera.
Oh.
Spun that thing around. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to last. It looks like the power plug-in was broke on that. So.
Oh, okay.
But it's still working. We'll run it till it dies.
It's working for now.
Put a new driver in. Did a fuel stop. They left with 20 seconds to spare. When they got up there, it was just basically just wait. There was a car in front of them. That car took off. They were able to take off. So it was perfect timing by those guys.
I think it's usually best if you're rolling to the exit of the pits and you're getting ready to go out there, to pull not directly behind somebody. If they have to be parked there for a while, you're going to be kind of stuck there. You want to be able to get around them at least if the official waves you on.
It's a single lane pit exit, so there is no place to wait.
Not much room.
But we would, like if it was me, I would plan. I know how long it's going to take my car to get at 20 miles an hour or whatever the pit lane speed is at the track.
20
from my pit lane up, and then you kind of plan. Well, there's a car sitting there. He's going to not be there, X amount of time. And hey, I got James up here with me again. James Ballinger from Ballinger Motorsports and Flagtronics. How you doing, James?
Pretty good.
What do you think of this race so far?
Oh, it's interesting. It started out overcast. I thought the track temps were going to be a little bit lower, but we got the sun out now, so it's warming up, and the times are faster than yesterday for some of the cars. Flat Out is just going crazy again, and I see Prefect got back out there. They had trouble with their taillights yesterday, and walked by, and they were working on it, and trying to figure out the switch. The switch turned out was fine electrically. It toned out for continuity and everything. And it was just the mechanical mounting. It had just backed off a little bit. So they had to, screw it back in there, get it tight. And
well, I thought they said that because the Toyota switches have this little black, what is it? It's like a bushing that allows it to push in. And when that bushing wears, it falls out into your floor. So when you see black in your carpet, and your brake lights are on all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought they said that was why it is on. They just had to figure out a way. But if it was something else and it just backed off, then
that may have been it. It was mechanical, not electrical.
The fix is to tape a dime up in there, and you can make it work.
Yeah.
So
so let me just mention this here as we get into that Pinky's Out swap is really been on the move here. They have jumped up into 8th spot, and they are the team on the charge. And really, our leader has actually backed it down just a little bit, the Pinky's Out car really hasn't. They're still sub 150s as they're moving that car up towards the top of the field. Also, NLS Racing, as I said, went behind the wall, and Brew Crew Racing has also shown not turning laps. They've dropped into 33rd. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so Pinky's Out, they apparently had a throttle position sensor problem. So they had to come in, swap the part out, and go right back out. So they were turning great laps, and just looking at timing and scoring, they had that sort of long break there, where they had to affect the repair and immediately get back out and turn good laps again.
So the Miata has a capacity of 50 liters, which is 13.2 gallons, and they may have to back it off a bit to make the 2-hour mark. remember yesterday they had to. They're trying to reduce their stops because yesterday they couldn't, and they had to make a stop right at the end, and they almost lost the race because of that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that would make sense based on their lap times.
Yeah.
We just saw Ed go by in the shark car in the stud camera. So, yeah, he's moving. Trophy wife looks like they're pitting. That means Tiffany's going to be getting in the car.
Yeah, I walked by her, and she was getting instruction from the team captain about what the car's doing, what traffic's doing out there, and she was agreeing and listening to the notes being given, and hopefully she'll be in there pretty soon.
Cool.
Should have mic'd her up.
It's good to see Cone Crushers back out today.
Yeah.
They were really out. I don't know what the problem with the car was from yesterday, but
maybe they forgot to put the switch on that put it out of dyno mode and put it into race mode.
Well, I saw them walking through the pits or in the paddock. I saw them up on jack stands, and they were working on it. I didn't talk to them to see what was actually going on, but they were up on stands for a lot of the day.
As a competitor, was that where you really like to see some of them really fast cars?
No, Cone Crushers, we went back and forth with them a lot, and one of the sort of like famous interchanges is had Justin Lipson in our car in the Not Banned Yet car at Road Atlanta, and they were trading positions back and forth continuously, kind of slowing each other down doing that. But our car was stronger in a few places. They were stronger. They had a lot more power. We had better corner speed and corner entry, corner exit.
Sounds like you had fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like you had a lot of fun. I mean, without them there, you don't want your competitors in the paddock. Without them there, you don't have any fun.
Yeah, exactly. And so we had a camera ahead and a camera behind, and they came down the hill at Road Atlanta, and I guess Justin checked up just a little bit, but also he was carrying more speed. And we were watching the video. We watched it lap after lap. And they said that our arrow washed them out, and they came and went next to the wall, and was just an inch away. We looked at the camera later, just barely missed it. And it was a great video, but when we looked at the speed that our car was doing and what they were doing, we think they came in just about 3 to 5 miles per hour too hot, trying to follow our line through that corner, which is the arrow car line. Right. But that's not where their car was strong. They were stronger on power, so. They just were following us a little too much and not following their own line in that moment, and really almost lost the race right there.
Leader in the pits. So Cone Crushers takes over the lead at 10:10.
So that's why he was slowing down. Just try to get those extra laps in.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13 gallons with that kind of lap times they're doing is not very much fuel. 86 back out onto the track.
Yay.
Well, this is really fuel intensive track either.
Go Brew Crew.
I don't know, man. It's an hour 42, not counting the out. Yeah, an hour 42 plus 2 laps out there under yellow. So yeah, you kind of wish you had more fuel. 17 gallons would take them out to 2 hours.
I mean, you always want enough fuel to make the 2 hour.
So let's see.
Yeah, it gives you the longest strategic window for your pits.
Strategy.
Looks like Treasure Coast has moved back out onto the track. So cars not turning laps right now. We got Stedman, HJT, Hong North in the Trans Am 2, Grim Creepers, Turbo Tater. Remember that was the car that got off into the sand earlier. Hong North, GB2. Let's see, Infinity Loop, Trophy Wife, and Dead Broke. Now we know Dead Broke's in the pits right now. They're just getting ready to go back out.
Yeah, coming back to that point, Bill, about seeing your competitor on the, up on the stands in the paddock. I really like to see the other cars that we're competing with out there. It's just a lot more fun, and when you win, you feel better about it, having beaten your competitors fair and square, not because of someone
Prep.
else's.
It's more justified.
Everything, prep, strategy, driving, just getting the right pit stops. You don't want to see him go out for a technical failure. You want to beat him on the track.
Absolutely. I mean, it's more satisfying that way anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
If you can outdrive them, whatever the case may be out there, that's fun.
That was going to lead into something funny, but it didn't go there.
Okay.
That's all right. We'll save that for another one.
All right, so almost 10:15 here. We're going to be going to a quiet hour here at 11 o'clock. So they'll close the pits and bring all the cars in order, and they'll have all the drivers step out of the cars. They won't be allowed to work on the cars during that time, but then they'll get them back in the cars, roll back out, go green at noon.
352 at pit out.
All right, 352. That is all those tire squeals. Yeah. Flat Out Nemesis, your previous leader, going back onto the racetrack. So it's Cone Crushers, Prefect Racing, Simon Says, Love Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps in 5th. That's the standings right now, as these teams are really looking to stretch things out just a little bit. We didn't have really any full course cautions yesterday. The track is doing really good at these hot poles, so I'm not sure there's much hope for too much of the full course cautions. But yeah, with 7 hours of racing, that's going to change the strategy around a little bit. Pinky's Out is up to 8th place. Just turned a 147 on that last lap, so still turning really the fastest lap times on the track night right now is Pinky's Out. They've got about a 47-second gap to 7th.
The E30 looks like it has a 16.9 17-gallon fuel tank, which in Champ Car you can run a fuel cell, and I think Pinky's Out runs fuel cells, so they can add 2 gallons onto that. Mm-hmm. They've got a huge amount of fuel in that little car.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and the Danger car they were running yesterday has even more fuel. Yeah. The 352 got held at pit out. You know, you called their position at pit out, but they were held for a little while, presumably because of the timer.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, when they got out, they were immediately on it, and that's one thing that
that was the Nemesis car.
Out. Right, exactly. Them and the Pinky's car, leading the race at the starting at the outset, they just got on it so quickly and came up to speed so quickly. That it makes a big difference when you see those cars just from pit out immediately get to 98% of race pace and deal with the cold tires.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Drivers, yeah, absolutely. Most drivers, you got to kind of get into a groove and
you do
get warmed up and start to feel confident with everything. But some of these hyper competitive teams, they're just immediately there
on it.
Yeah.
You want to get up to speed by the time you blend into traffic, but you, like you said, James, you got to be careful with tires and brakes and yourself. You're coming onto a racetrack where everybody's in the groove and up to speed, and you're definitely not. So you need a little bit of time to get acclimated and get the car up to temp.
Did you have issues with tire temperatures? We never had an issue with the tire temps. Once we came into pit, they pretty much stayed where they were, right, because of the brake heat.
Yeah, so we would lose temperature in the brakes. We had a IR sensor on the brakes, and we'd be able to see that. And then we were doing the pyrometer across the 3 points on the tire, and yeah, we would cool 40 plus degrees in the pits.
C,
F.
So we were making fun of you earlier for that.
Was I saying C yesterday?
F. No, you're saying F.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I just remember going out. We never really had to pay the out lap. For the first stint, you had to watch your tire pressures because we had a pretty darn low. But once we got circulating, came in, and as long as we didn't stay in the pit long, a normal pit stop, we never really had concerns about tire pressures.
Well, it's temperature. So the thing is, when you're going out cold on your first lap of the day, you're going out at ambient, and whatever it was. So here it was, 80 some degrees is what you go out at. When you pit. You might be coming in with tire temps, let's say 150, and if you drop 40 degrees during your pit stop, maybe a little bit less, you might be going back out at 120 degrees. So you're not nearly as bad as that first lap of the race.
Right.
You did drop quite a bit, but you're not in that sort of danger zone anymore, and you've got the temperature close to full temp.
So Pinky's Out shows past Flat Out Nemesis in 8th. Nemesis, we're still waiting for them to either come across the racing loop or they've come back into the pits. I'm not sure which. When they exited, Pinky's Out was behind them.
Nope, there they go, right across the start-finish line.
Okay, there they just cleared that. So they come out in 8th place. That's Flat Out Nemesis, yesterday's winner. with pinkies out ahead of them, and they crank out a 145 on that first lap. So immediately they are on the attack to get that car back up to the front. We got a car coming into the pits there. Can't quite make it out.
And one of the tricks with the tires, if you have to swap an individual tire, you can have the other one sitting there at that 120, the other one sitting at ambient temperature, and you have to adjust your pressure based on the temperature that you're releasing it at too, so you don't come in and you've got the wrong pressure on the wrong corner, and you have to bring that corner up to temp. So
one thing that I learned from working with Riley was check your tire pressures like at 4 in the morning, at 3 or 4 in the morning.
Right.
It's still dark. It's still probably the coldest it's going to be that night. Every tire is checked. Everything should be exactly set the same. So when you come in, because we never, some teams will set their tire pressure, like the left front will be a certain tire pressure, right front will be a certain. We just had them all the same, and it worked for us.
Yeah.
So we would just check them early. Usually when I got up in the morning at like 5, because you're up super early race morning as a team owner, as you know.
Right.
And check it, and then everything is set to where I needed them at, and including the ones on the car. And so if we had to change a tire, one of our drivers flat spotted it or put a hole in it or whatever, then the other tires were already set to the exact same as the others. It just took a lap or two to get it up to the temp as all the others as well.
Well, so we would be changing tire pressures per corner and per stent potentially.
See, we never did
so
that.
I would set the pressures relatively high the night before, well above what I would need in the morning.
So you can pull it down if you need.
Right. So through the course of the race.
Oh, we got a car off track here coming through 10, but he just eases it back onto the racetrack. No harm, no foul. Shoo. That's a fast part of the racetrack to lose it, too.
Is that Fred Mercury?
I didn't quite catch what the car was. Let's see as it comes through 11 here, if we can identify it. It was a light-colored car, and it had a nice big wing on the back.
You said turn 11, right?
Well, we're looking at 11 now. It was coming out of 10 through that fast kink there. This might be them here coming around. Yep.
That's GMS there.
I don't know. We're not getting enough frames to really see very well, but that was a moment and a half. I mean, he was way out there in the grass. He really slid off the racetrack. Probably just didn't get that entry quite right, and found him with a short, he just didn't have a late apex, so ran out of racetrack. And off into the grass he went.
Headed out now. Now, James, there's always been this complaint about speed creep and the cost of racing being escalated by some of these top teams that do all this data collection, and they buy all this stuff to do that stuff. But you don't need all that to go racing.
No, you absolutely don't. There are teams out here that aren't doing that, and they're concentrating on their drivers and the logistics, the strategy.
Brew crew back in the pits.
The cars don't have to be the fastest car out here. It doesn't have to be a perfect car. It doesn't have to have some insane budget. And we see it with teams that have, they come with the toter homes, and they come with amazing budgets and all the equipment. And they're not necessarily the ones that are on the podium.
Yeah.
Which that's pretty cool as a grassroots racer to go out there with your, home built car and compete against some builds that are really close to pro built.
We have Ed that drives his car to the track sometimes from his house. So when we race in South Florida, we got teams that bring their cars out on rented U-Hauls.
I love Ed's car. He's just, that has that grassroots spirit just through and through, and comes out here and does well and is reliable and competes.
Doesn't buy anything new for that car. All the parts, he has a pick-a-pull that he used for a sponsor, and the guy lets him go and get parts, and they're all high mileage.
Yeah, and he's got
parts.
An automatic in there. He's been running for years without any maintenance, and his brakes, he's able to run those for a while with that kind of heavy car. And he's making good power. The engine's been reliable. Just he's got the formula down.
So we're seeing level 1 racing and Love Racing not turning left. Level 1's crossed the pit loop, so they're heading back out. So we've got cars coming into the pits here. They've decided they're close enough to their pit window. They're going to jump in here and get their service here coming up on 10:30.
Yeah, coming back to the tire thing, our spare tires, Bill, we would drop the pressure through the day on those if we were going to use them. So if it was going to go onto a car, we would adjust it to the pressure that the tire was replacing was set to based on the temperature compensation.
It just seems like too much science for me.
Yeah, there's math.
And math.
There's math involved.
Pinky's out, up to 5th. They're shown back about a lap from RVA Graphics and Wraps in 4th, who really hasn't moved position since the start of the race. They started in 4th, and they're currently in 4th, with Simon Says ahead of them. That's Prefect Racing in their Lexus. And your leader, Cone Crushers, right now out about 29 seconds over Prefect.
You know, kind of had the same thing happen in NASCAR, where you had all the engineers starting to come into the series and bringing all this math and science and stuff, competing against the guys that just had experience and knew what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I was coming out of college, and they were recruiting from the college I was graduating from, and sort of not at the beginning of that era, but definitely when they were realizing that the teams who were picking up some of the engineers were improving the cars in ways they didn't expect.
Right.
You're on board with Dead Broke, as Tau Racing's also coming into the pits. GMS is in 15th place right now in that RX-7. They've moved 13 positions this morning to get there. Let's see. Big movers, probably Prefect Racing. 31 positions passed to get into 2nd place. As I said, Brew Crew is pitted.
I think the biggest thing there and in most series is just reading and understanding every nuance in the rule book for the series you're running in. And you know, there are a lot of people who spend a fair bit of time reading and clarifying and understanding everything in the rule book they're racing the series for. And there are some who just sort of take a more laid back approach.
You mean we have a rule book?
And they might race in multiple series, and so they're getting compliance.
Oh, we got a car smoking through turn 10.
Oh, that's a Virginia Tech car.
Oh boy. So as they tell you, if you think you're, you know, losing oil, to go ahead and get off the racetrack.
Yeah, once you make that slick line, then you can get a whole, you know, cascading effect with cars going off track behind you, and that's a real problem.
It's a real problem that has to be cleaned up. It's expensive, and you're probably going to get the bill.
They're still out there. They're not smoking, so I'm wondering if it was maybe tire rub or something. Those tend to fix themselves.
Yeah.
Was it NLS or was it the
Brew Crew's back out on track?
The smoke coming from them.
Yeah, I see smoke from. Yeah,
it was an LS, I believe.
Yeah, it might have been an LS.
Yeah.
Because the tech team was in front of them. They weren't.
Yeah.
Nothing was coming out of that car.
Yeah, look, when it went by on the camera, that's
kind of looked like NLS. Sure. Yeah, Love Racing has crossed the pit loop. They're heading out.
I imagine they're watching them from the corner stations too at this point. The
they'll let
crew here has really been on point. The hot poles here have been amazing. We haven't had many full track flag state changes, just because they've been able to do local polls so well. It's really, I haven't seen this kind of local polling as effectively as they've done here at many other tracks.
Yeah, VIR is really good on the North Course, I think it is. With that, just really, they do those purple 35s just to slow people down enough, and then they get the guys out there. Just the way they've got it organized, the way they can get in, get somebody, and pull them off. And Dana said usually that purple 35 is enough to where they've got that guy hooked up and off the track within a lap anyway. It's pretty impressive.
Nelson Ledges is pretty cool too, where that tow truck driver will actually race you down the back straight.
It seemed like they were doing that here yesterday too.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at the bottom of that second hour, so we're seeing all these cars up at the front, especially pitting. RVA shown pitting, Chrome Crushers shown pitting out of first place. We just saw Bliss coming in; they're pitting. So we're going to see a lot of cycling going on right now. that'll shake up the standings, and then give it about 5-10 minutes, and then
No, it's still smoking. I can still see some coming out of the back there. Looks like every time they're getting on throttle.
Oh boy. So tell you what, folks, we're going to go ahead and break for commercial here as we reach the bottom of the hour, and then we'll be back here in just a few minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You are watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. After 64 laps, Prefect Racing is your leader. But we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you can't say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park. This morning it was the Stug that led us from the start with Pinkies out, taking an early lead there, but only for a few laps when they had to pit for I guess it was a throttle position sensor. Then we had Cone Crushers taking over the lead at that point, with Flat Out Nemesis working their way up the field, who eventually took over the lead at 9:23, but pitted early and came out fast as ever. And looks like they're about ready to reclaim the lead here as Prefect Racing has come into the pits. As in Champ Car, you can only run your drivers a maximum of 2 hours before you have to get them out and give them a 1 hour rest, which is just about right. If the car's about out of fuel, you can put fuel in at the same time and send out the next driver, hopefully for 2 hours. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on Champ Car Live. I'm Paul Veltum. We've got Bill Strong and I think James Ballinger occasionally on the mic to help call the race. Tiffany Alexander in the car right now in the Trophy Wife machine. That's a BMW. I think it's an E36. Let's see if I can find where they are. Meanwhile, Brew Crew Racing has been in and out of the pits with issues, but they are currently back out on track right now. Brew Crew currently in 33rd position overall, including the EC cars. GMS shown in the pits right now as cars are coming in for those required pit stops and sending out fresh drivers. Trophy Wife up in 24th spot with Tiffany at the wheel. And we'll see, looks like she's up to speed right now in that car. They had some issues with brake pads that wore out yesterday that put them behind the wall. So I guess this morning the report is new brakes and tires. At least one of the tires was changed to start the race today. 7 hours of racing. They'll go quiet at 11 a.m. about 25 minutes from now for 1 hour, and then they'll go back out on track to finish up the day's racing, going checker at 4:30.
We had Castrol Prefect in for their pit stop, and they had a lot of trouble. They had a pretty big fuel spill, and their left front tire had something going on. They changed it out, but they had some trouble getting it off, and I'm not sure how far they went over on their pit stop, but fortunately the fire crew here came down and helped out and got everything off the track very quickly. So looks like everything's cleaned up and they're back out on track, but we'll see when they cross again to see how much time they lost. They were in the lead briefly.
Right, they were in the lead just for a moment there, like you said, as Flat Out was trying to get back to the lead, but Cone Crushers had pitted from the lead. Cone Crushers shown in second place right now as they've resumed the race behind Flat Out. We don't have a time there. They're shown down a lap, but once they cross that start-finish line, we should get an actual time stamp to see what the distance is between them. And we got a car spinning, coming out of that very fast turn 10. The back end of the car just came around. It was kind of a slow spin at a high rate of speed there. It's like cars. You can see a little bit of nosedive there as the cars are braking to avoid that car and make sure that there's no passing when the caution's out. Looks like the caution is cleared from that corner, and so that car must be back on its way. If you'd like to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so at racehero.io on the web, or you can pick up that Race Hero app in the App Store. So it's a 7-hour race today here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Been a while since we've been to this track. It's been repaved, refitted. Things are looking pretty good. Everybody's having a lot of fun out here today. And then we're at Nelson Ledges, the 17th for an 8+7 in July. So that's the next race on the schedule for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Looking at the back of the field cars not turning laps, HJT, Grim Creepers, Tech Motorsports, Hong North in the GB2 Supra. They've pulled the camera out of the other Hong North car, which is the Trans Am 2 car. Bill's got that in his hands. I think he's might be looking for a car to plug that into for us. Brew Crew in 35th, still turning laps. NLS is back out on the racetrack in 30th place. We've been keeping an eye on them. We've seen some smoke coming out of the back of that car, so hopefully nothing serious. It would be the first time we've seen a car go all the way to the end with smoke coming out of the back of it.
Yeah, they're saying now it looks like there may be a head gasket issue.
Oh boy.
So Castrol Prefect made it back out, and they're down in 5th now. It looks like they lost a little over 2 minutes on that pit stop, just in the exchange and trying to get that tire off in the fuel spill. So they definitely lost some time in the pits. They'll have to make up on track if they want to get back up there.
Yeah, they're showing a 2-minute lap and an 8-minute lap with some change, so that hurt them there a little bit, but we'll see. Fortunately, they didn't lose too much. They are still in 5th place, and it's a 2.27 mile racetrack. It's not that big, so hopefully it didn't seem to hurt them too much.
They're turning pretty good times too, so they're definitely still in the running. They just if they have more stops like that, it'll be a problem. They gotta keep them down towards the 5-minute mark in the pits.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. They've passed 28 cars for position to get to where they are right now. We're on board with the Stug right now. Looks like he's rolling kind of slowly through that part of the track, going around another competitor there. And just looking down through the field here. Keeping an eye on Pinky's out. He's turned to 151 on that last lap. They're shown in 9th place now after that round of pit stops. They were one of the cars that came in at the bottom of the hour to make their driver change and take fuel. I'm sure they took fuel. So keep an eye on them. We got more cars coming into the pits right now.
And I'll say just watching Nemesis and Cone Crushers going through and executing passes in turn 1. Nemesis is one of the things they're doing very well is executing clean, consistent passes and just getting around the car with some ease. They're not having to drop as much speed to get around compared to the Cone Crushers. It seems like they're a little better able to choose their line when and where they want to.
When a car is working really well like that, you've got the handling working really well. You've got the power, but the handling is so important. When a car's working really well like that, brakes are great. It just seems like there's almost nothing you can't do, and it's really a lot of fun, and it's pretty amazing too, what it is that you can do with that car. It seems like they've got things that car working really well out here this weekend.
A lot of that is driver too. We've had Randy Popst in our car, and then Wyatt drove for us several times in the not yet car. And when we went through the video, reviewed the data, they're doing a lot of things that, of course, a pro level driver is going to do better than the amateur drivers. So there's a lot of time there, but probably the biggest thing that stood out was their ability to pass cars and set up the passes to just get by so smoothly, and they make it look so easy on the video, and our amateur guys are just struggling to execute the same pass. So it's a great lesson to watch some of that video and try to figure out how and what they're doing to set those passes up and just make it look like it's a walk in the park for them as drivers.
Of course, those guys got an incredible amount of seat time and experience behind the wheel, and that makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got a great feel for what different cars are capable of and where they're going to end up.
So Brew Crew Racing still turning laps out there in 33rd spot. They just turned to 158. Not a bad lap time for the car. In fact, those last 7 laps that they've clicked off since they left the pits have been good. 57s, 58s, pretty consistently. There's a 56 in there, so pretty consistent lines out of the Brew Crew team in the number 86. This is the Gym car, the 2nd gen Brew Crew car that they debuted. I think they debuted it last year. So, we'll see how they do today. Yesterday they had some overheat issues. So they're hoping for some better luck today.
Oh, we've got Huggins coming up on 352. Pinky's Out coming up on the flat out car. Looks like they're pretty close to each other. It'll be interesting to see where they end up the next time around.
Yeah, of course, Huggins scored down in 9th place right now, so probably a lap down. Let's see, I'm showing actually they're 3 laps down from the leader.
Yeah, they're about 2 seconds apart on the last lap in terms of just raw lap time.
Position on the track, you mean? Oh, you mean the time difference? Yeah.
Yeah, 149 versus 151.
Yeah, see, looking at flat out here, they're turning 48s, 50s. There's some 46s in there. So some pretty significantly different lap times. Taking a look at our Pinky's Out. They just left the pits. 152, 151, 152, 151. So those consistent lap times will definitely pay off for them. We'll see if they can get those times down a little bit. They're going to need to get down there.
Driver variation there too.
They're going to need to get those lap times down a little bit if they want to get closer to the front of the field. But they're still turning laps faster than the 2-3 guys that are ahead of them. Let's see. Pinky's Out. We don't have a time spread between 8th and 9th right now, but maybe when they cross the start-finish line again, we might get something. Right now, it shows 1 lap between Pinky's Out and level 1. So if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park. Day 2, 7 hours of endurance racing today, split by a 1-hour quiet hour. 72 laps completed. Flat Out Nemesis back in the lead. This is the team that won the race yesterday with Cone Crushers way up at the front here. Yesterday, it's a complete flip from where they were yesterday. Just seemed to get nowhere with the car yesterday. Spent a lot of time behind the wall today. Find themselves in 2nd place. Simon Says in 3rd in that very familiar Acura Integra. Freddie Mercury in 4th. Another fast competitor in the series. And then there's Love Racing that's been with the series for a while as well in 5th place in that blue Miata.
It looks like when Flat Out and Pinky's Out came by, Flat Out had gained a little bit of track position on them. They're turning a little faster lap. And NLS looks like they're not smoking as heavily right now. I'm not sure if they addressed it or just it's not as much of an issue right now.
We had somebody that had taken our car out. They had some side-to-side contact and just watched, but they didn't report it. I'm just watching the car going through the bus stop there at NCM, and I'm seeing some smoke coming off the front of the car as they go through one of the corners. I'm like, that's interesting. I'm going to watch that the next time it comes through. It's doing that every time. Come to find out, the fender had been pushed down into the tire as they'd go through the corner, and it was carving a groove into the sidewall. So at the end of the race, she comes in, and I'm like, wow, we almost had a puncture. It was so bad. So got to watch for things like that.
Yeah, we've had that happen, and we've had to effect emergency repairs with a baseball bat or crowbar on a fender well to get it pulled back out again.
Right.
It looks like Flat Out is still turning out some great times, and Cone Crushers is pushing. They're going the inside line, trying to pass here in turn 1 this last lap, and had a solid pass, but losing time here and there.
They're definitely pushing and trying to get closer to those lap times. They just seem to be about a second to 2 seconds behind, depending on the lap. Trying not to lose distance. You want to try and keep them not lose any more than you have to, but just a little bit too much pace coming out of that Miata in the lead right now. Simon Says back there in 3rd spot. They're turning a lot of 53s and 52s. And we got Freddie Mercury there turning very similar lap times. Got some 51s interspersed there.
one of the strategic differences here too, if cone crushers can make the full 2-hour stint and flat out can't, you can go a fair bit slower and still win at the end if you've got an extra stop or two for your competition.
Exactly, and we know those Porsche 944s with those larger fuel tanks, you know, they're going to be fine. Looks like he stopped on lap 64. So that driver's been out there for 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps now.
So flat out really does need to push it with those quicker laps to be able to stay ahead just on the stop count.
It's a give and take game, isn't it? You know, I mean, you got to decide what your strategy's going to be, and then you got to play it for all that it's worth. You know, they can't go out today and think, well, we won the race yesterday, we're going to start at least a lap down, and we'll make up for our fuel stop strategy issues with full course cautions. Because we just saw 0 yesterday, so chances are you're not going to see too many today. So you got that 7-hour. Well, they got the 7-hour advantage, right?
Yeah, they do. So you've got a little more room in your strategy there. And I know, you know, for our part, we planned out in looking at the builds that we've done over time and changes we've done over time. We had an active choice, at least at one point, where we could do some hand porting within the rules and possibly get a little more power. But, you know, it wasn't worth the fuel difference. If we get another 5-10 horse, we didn't have the fuel to make it. So just looking at, you know, what would 10 more horsepower do for us in terms of lap times compared to, you know, the fuel stop strategy we'd have to abide by at that point. And,
sure.
We actively chose not to do the, you know, those little tweaks that you can do along the way.
Right. Because you know you need the fuel anyway. You're gonna lose a lot more having to take that extra pit stop, right?
Yeah.
That's the math.
Absolutely. You lose a lot just sitting there in the pit. So we were fuel limited, and you know, a lot of the cars had more power than we did, but we'd have to make it up in strategy using that full 2 hours and try to pass where we could and use the strengths of our car, because these different cars, they're such a wide mix of vehicles that have different strengths.
Right, and that's one of the things that's really interesting about the way the rules are structured to produce some parity. When you get to the top of the field, like we're seeing right now, we got a Miata, a Nissan 240, an Integra, and an RX-7, and a Ford that are leading this. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong portion of the field. So it's a Miata, Porsche, Integra, a Mercury, and another Miata in the top 5. It's such a interesting, very diverse, you know, and we see that all the time. There's a lot of diversity in the series, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love that part, the creativity and the mix of cars, and you don't. It's not a spec series. You're not sitting here trying to figure out the same thing everybody else is. You're trying to figure out how to make your own platform the best, how to play to the strengths of your vehicle, your drivers, and what you have, because the teams have a big lockup in one, slowing down. A bobble there. Car just ahead of Brew Crew.
Yeah. Hey, David. Welcome, my friend. It's myself, Paulie, and James Ballinger's at the track with Bill Strong. Looks like we are going to go full course caution, though, here, James. And
we did, absolutely. We've got, I think that's the first caution we've had for the full track.
Yeah. Full course caution here at Carolina Motorsports Park. And I'm looking to see if I can find, I know we're full course caution, but of the track cameras I have that are running right now, I don't see the cause. So maybe if we ride around in the dead broke car, we might see something.
Yeah, it looks like the pace car just picked up the leader. So they managed to do that just barely. They had to let another car go by to be able to pick up the leader specifically.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of normal. Driving pace car, that's what they typically, they'd rather get you out ahead of somebody and just wave them by than have you chase somebody down. And
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're leading and you go to that full course caution, we always ask, hey, gap yourself to the car ahead of you so that way that pace car can get in there if they want to. So,
yeah, and don't be your own brake on track under a full yellow. Make sure you're staying up with the pack there, because otherwise you end up with multiple clusters of cars, and that can be problematic.
Yeah, they call that a second pace car. The whole idea of the pace car being put out is to bunch up the field, so that way there's this big gap of nobody. This gives the corner workers some more freedom and safety to work out there with no cars going by for that moment. So under full course caution here. So as Dana has said so many times, when we're under full course caution, you should see somebody outside your window. It's either a pace car or the guy ahead of you. If you don't see anything, you need to catch up to the pack.
Yeah, there's a car that just slowed down coming on next to the front straight flag station, and Jimmy's standing there waving him by, trying to coax him forward.
Yeah. So don't know what the major malfunction is here. I think Bill got into the pace car with this camera that he was getting ready to mount. He's going to go out in the pace car with Jackie. He's just standing out there. I don't know. I thought he was going to put that camera in one of our cars, but instead he just got into the pace car with it. So there's a lot of delay here. Wow. That car's already on the racetrack. So there's Jackie heading out.
So this is just the yellow flag to get everybody together to bring him in for the red flag stop for the day.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yep.
Right, because we're near that 11 o'clock hour, so.
Yeah. This is just to bunch them all up and bring them in together.
Mm-hmm. So they'll bring them into the pits, nose to tail, in order as they've pulled them off the track. There will be no shuffling for position. So they just pick up the leader, as you can see there. They'll bring them into the pits in order, line up on the right side of the pit lane, and shut them down, have them get out. And they're not allowed to work on the car. They can service the cool boxes, I think. Usually that's afterwards, right before they get in the car. They're allowed to pull that stuff out and service the camera, maybe. But that's about it. That's going to be it.
Yeah, there's always something going on with the car at this point in the race, so it's really, if you're on the pit wall, to try to go out there with your tools and fix some little thing, but it's just not allowed. That's not when we have these quiet hours, they are hands off.
Yep. There are some teams that try to play the strategy before they close pit lane. They usually close that pit lane about 5 minutes early, and all this is announced in the morning of the race. They'll tell the drivers this is what we're going to do, and I think this was actually the surprise race. So I think this was the one where Dana said, "I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do it. So you just need to be ready, but I'm not going to give you the exact minutes of when I'm going to close pit lane and things like that."
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get rid of that graphic because that's not right. There we go. So with that, it looks like at 76 laps, we've got Flat Out Nemesis shown as the leader with Cone Crushers in second. Simon Says is third. Freddie Mercury in fourth. Love Racing in fifth. RVA Graphics and Wraps in sixth. Prefect Racing in seventh. Level 1 Racing is in eighth. Then we've got Pinky's Out Swap in ninth. Prancing Burrow Racing is 10th. Running Bulls 11th. Bailey Racing 12th. Frantic Antic 13th. Team Infinity in 14th. Moe's Racing is going to be shown in 15th. Six Bangers, who was way up at the front of the field this morning, is in 16th. And then we've got the Stug in 17th. Dead Broke Motorsports behind them. 19th, it's Clear Motorworks. In 20th, it's Tau Racing. GMS behind them in 21st. Then it's Infinity Loop Trophy Wife Racing. Grit and Grind. In 25th, it's Team Phillips. CCR is in 26th. Then it's Red Kites. Then it's Bliss Racing in the Camaro. Team Achy Breaky, NLS Racing in 30th. Curvy Road Racing in 31st. Prancing Donkey in 32nd. Brew Crew in 33rd. Overrated in 34th. PQ Racing in 35th. Salty Crackers in 36th. And I think the remainder of the field is, working on their cars, maybe back in the paddock area there. So looks like we're going to show 77 laps completed out here.
Yeah, it's definitely warming up through the day here. It's a bit warmer today than yesterday and Friday practice.
Yeah, it's gonna be toasty.
Yeah, it's we had some rain in the morning too, so it's pretty humid. It's not oppressive. It's not as bad as some of the other events out there, but I know people need to be drinking water and stay hydrated and be careful out there.
Yeah, so we're under that quiet hour. It's shown as a red flag, but no emergencies. That just means the track has been shut down. So there was no cars on racetrack competing. And we'll resume racing at noon. So we are going to take a commercial break, and we will be right back here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So stay with us, everyone. We will be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the quiet hour right now here at Carolina Motorsports Park for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, James Ballinger, occasionally taking over the headphones to give us some time to talk. And so right now we've got about an hour before we go back to green flag racing. Welcome, everyone. We can see they've brought those cars in, and actually they didn't bring them out. They didn't bring them into the pits at all. They left them out on the racetrack and stopped them out there. Now we got a camera that's been moved. Well, it was moved into the Pinky's Out car, but the camera is not working very well, so it doesn't look like it's going to cooperate with us, so we won't really get to use it too much. So again, here's the standings we have at 77 laps, as you can see there. And with a 7-hour race, as we said before, that's going to change those strategies a little bit, and it's going to help out the teams that have some fuel consumption issues where they struggle to make 2 hours on one tank of fuel when they're at full speed like that. Races we got coming up, it's Nelson Ledges on the 17th of July. Then we're VIR 24 next month, the month after that rather, in August on the 7th. And then it's the Calabogie on the 14th. On the 21st, it's Gingerman. On the 28th, it's Thompson 12. So a lot of racing in the month of August. So we started the weekend with 62 cars out here at CMP. And I was just talking over on our feed there to, I believe it was Michael Bowles out there, showing in 11th place. Not a bad start to the race for those guys. So we've got our classes sponsored by, we have class sponsorships by Krispy Kreme Donuts, Money Shift Racing, and DiscoveryParts.com, which, by the way, Discovery Parts is out at the track this weekend. So if you need something, make sure and stop by there. Flat Out Nemesis leading B class and the overall position of the race so far. Cone Crushers leading C class and second overall. D class being led by Freddie Mercury and fourth overall, and A class being again led by Love Racing in that blue Miata, and they are in fifth position overall. Now we have at least 5 EC cars here this weekend, so there will be a trophy awarded for the winner of EC. The EC class, our exception class, is not qualified for a podium position, so they are scored separately, but if there are at least 5 EC cars, we will award a trophy to the winner of that class. And today it looks like Prancing Burrow out ahead in their Toyota, scored 10th overall in the standings. So there's a look at the track. Now, unlike yesterday where we had that threat of rain and even thunder showers, Today, we don't have that. The forecast is a 0% chance of rain with a high of 87 degrees coming in around the 4 o'clock hour. It's going to feel like 96 out there in the afternoon. Not much different than what it feels like right now. It's at 11 o'clock, 79 degrees. Feels like it's 90. So it's hot. It's humid in South Carolina, and I guess that's kind of normal, for them. They're accustomed to that. There you can see the pace car with the cars lined up on the racetrack. The drivers are instructed to get out of the cars. They're not allowed to work on the cars. They're not allowed to do any maintenance on the cars. They can do that, ahead of time before the pits close, or you can do it after they go back to green. You can dive into the pits and work on the car. So, yeah, it's too bad we don't have a parade going here, Mark, right? You can sit on the side and watch them go by. A look from inside the Team Infinity car in their J30. RVA graphics and wraps in the 111 car. They brought the 411 car out here, and yesterday it was up towards the front of the pack early, and then eventually they found themselves back in the garage, and they didn't start the race with that car. So that car, looks like they're going to leave that in the trailer. Here's Dead Broke Motorsports and their 318 Ti. And I believe they still rocking the 4-cylinder, so that would be an A-class car. And there's a look at the pits. Now, this is a really relatively short pit lane for us. 22 pit stalls with 62 teams. So you can imagine most of these stalls were stacked 3 deep. So there's a lot of sharing and a lot of sharing and cooperation going on out here this weekend at CMP. Here's a look at that racetrack. 2.27 miles is the distance, 14 turns. And you can see down there on the left how there's that 12, 13 has 2 different possible paths that you can take there. We're taking the one that's, I believe, that's marked out with the 12 and the 13, but that hard angle right-hander. That's the way I called it on the. That's the way I called it in the track tour because of the design that we have in the supplementals. That's the way it's laid out. One of the things about this series I think that's so attractive to, especially to engineers, is they get to really use that creativity. You look inside these cars and you see so many different designs of the switch panels, what they've decided to choose for their gauges. That gives you that freedom to make it tailored to the way that you would like to see it. There's a lot of information over on the Champ Car forum at ChampCar.Org where you can collaborate with other teams and get suggestions and ideas. You can also share ideas and questions in the Champ Car Garage on Facebook, but it seems like the forum is a little bit more of a popular place to exchange that information. You can also find information there about volunteering over on that ChampCar.Org website. Here's that website here. You can see we've got our rules and forms to fill out there as ChampCar has gone into this electronic form paperwork for car entry. Here's a 3D cage, 3D roll cage sample that you can look at. Other forms of paperwork there. Here you can fill out your tech form electronically. There's some information here on the Mazda Motorsports Contingency Program and the Racer Support Program for Nissan or Nissan. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. I always pronounced it Nissan. Let's see, we got protest sheets. We got the rule book there. So lots of information here. The schedule and the supplementals. So oftentimes I'll get messages that come back asking about if people are allowed to go to the track, or are you allowing spectators and that kind of thing. We don't technically allow spectators, but we allow members. So you can buy a weekend membership at pretty much all the tracks and then get in for the weekend. So you can find out that information in these supplementals here for each event that's coming up. And I always tell people, if they have questions about specific things like camping or whatever, if they don't see the information they want, to find that email address for that event director and just email them directly to get the answers to their questions. And then we've got our live event page, and this is where we ask people to go to fill out. If you scroll down here a little bit, there's a couple of videos that I put up that are about how to use the E-Action camera with a GoPro, how to broadcast and whatnot. But there's a form here that you can fill out, and this gives us some information about your team. You can give us your bio, and also the link, most importantly. If you're live streaming, you can give us a link out to your YouTube channel so that we can add you to the broadcast, which is always pretty cool. So Turbo Tater turned in one, and that's where I got the information from them. Love Racing turned in one. And then I also got one from NLS Racing. It's a 93 Nissan 240SX. It says original engine was a KA24DE 2.4 liter 4-cylinder, and they've done a swap to something called a VQ30DE. It's a 3.0 liter V6 from a Nissan Maxima. And there's some other information like they welded the rear diff. They've got 300ZX rear brakes and 350Z front brakes. They have a 6-speed transmission out of a 350Z and an intake out of a 350Z, which is a G35. And the drivers, they've got Cliff. I think it's Beisler is how it's pronounced. Then it's Corey Brown, Corey Danley, Dan Kohler, and Jeremy Boyce. They're out of Hickory, North Carolina. So this is a pretty close racetrack for that team to go to.
Hey, Polly.
Hey there, Tiffany.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing just fine and dandy. How about yourself? You got a few laps out there before they pulled you in.
Yeah, it went by super quick. But they pulled the double yellows out, and I was like, oh, what happened? I didn't see anybody go off. Just, it didn't occur to me that an hour had passed by almost. So
crazy. So you got right down the middle there, huh? You're kind of cut in half on your stint time. So did you have some fun? How'd that hour go for you?
it was fun. The team went with a different setup with the tires than I had decided to go with. So they put the new tires up front and swapped the rears around, which I asked them to put the new tires on the rear and take the best two and put them up front since it's a rear-wheel drive car. So they did it the other way. So it turns in great, but it's a loose in the rear.
Oh, okay.
From what it was yesterday. So,
gotcha. So how does that feel? Do you notice that going through that fast turn 10?
It feels a dash looser, yeah, through there. And it's got all that body roll to it, too.
Oh, yeah, the E36 lean. Yeah.
That was something I had to get used to.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, we're going to turn over. No, we're not. That's just how it goes.
You're scraping the door handles.
I had a few fun laps with some friends, though. I ran into danger out there, not into them, but saw them, and I gave them a little point tucked in, but I can't quite. I don't have that pace yet in that car. So we played for a minute, and then they were gone. But it was a good session.
Good. So it seems like they got the brakes sorted out for you.
Yeah, we put new brake pads on yesterday. I'm not sure if they're going to last all day today because they're, I think, Hawk Blues. But they felt fine. Yesterday we were starting to get mushy when I was in the car, and then they kind of completely went away. They were only on one side. The left front had worn way down. They were almost to the backing.
Oh boy.
So they were looking at building a caliper last night. And nobody felt like doing it, so we just put the fresh brakes on it because it was driving fine. So.
Yeah, you know,
Caliper's way away, right? And we'll be here tomorrow or something. So just
Yeah.
like, oh, well, hell with that.
yeah, I mean, there is a measure of, okay, I'm tired. I just want to go eat and go home, or to the hotel, get cleaned up, and go to bed. We'll look at it tomorrow. So the PFC08s, those performance friction parts seem to be the best pads for the E36s and E30s. They are expensive, but I think when you pair the PFC08s with a set of frozen rotors, you really can't go wrong with these cars, the E36 and the E30s. But yeah, they're pricey. It's an investment. I think Hawk's probably a better choice for a lighter car like a Miata. But yeah, it's about what you got to work with. And well, I'm really glad you got to get out there.
Yeah.
Have some fun out there. That's great. Now, was it as hot for you today? You only had an hour, so that must have made it a little bit easier on you.
Yeah, and the cool suit was working today because they
Bingo.
brought ice.
Cool.
So I actually brought an extra bag of ice this morning, and we used all the ice, and I had a nice cool suit. I mean, my head's still soaking wet, right? But not coming in like with my cheeks like as red as Christmas,
I'm exhausted today, so I'm sorry, folks. I'm really out of it. But for some reason, I did remember it's called a cool clava. It just popped into my head. A cool clava that sits in there. So it looks like just a sheet of cloth, but it has a pocket path that's kind of I don't know how to describe.
With the cool shirt and works the same kind of way, right?
Yes. So you imagine looking at the cool shirt, you can see the plastic tube woven across, right? The way it weaves back and forth across the chest.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a sewn channel that weaves back and forth across that cloth pad that goes up in your helmet. So once water pumps in there, it pumps through there and they swell a little bit. The only complaint I've heard, I think Rodney Earwood told me about this, he uses it. He said, look, the only thing is that how you hook it up, you can have water coming cold out of the box, first going to your skull and then going to your chest. And that can be uncomfortably cold. Just so you know. I said, well, I'm willing to take that chance. I haven't actually used it. But if it's going to be hot in September at Mid-Ohio and the thing with my ride works out, I might use it.
Okay.
I might use it. I don't know.
Seems like that would be cool on your head. Like get your core first and then have it go through your head. But I guess that depends on driver preference, really.
I would think I would want it to go through, the shirt and then loop up through the head. Yeah. Since it's like right on you. I think I could handle being, you don't pass out. It's just so cold. So how far is the track from your home?
I drove a solid 6 hours.
6 hours. So it's a bit of a trek to get there.
Yeah. I did that on Friday, so I'm not looking forward to doing that today after the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That'll be an endurance all on its own. But all the other Birmingham people have already left, so I'm on my own, which is why I brought my own car.
So it seems that the Brew Crew guys still having some problems with that E30. It set them back in the field. They're scored in 33rd place. NLS also having problems with their 240SX, scored back in 30th spot. So things not working out too well for them. Trophy Wife in 23rd right now with Infinity Loop ahead. So I'm taking it that you'll be back in the car here. And I imagine it's going to be a shorter second part of your stint with only 7 hours of racing. Am I right?
Yeah, only two of us are left to drive. So
Gotcha.
what they're going to do is put the other driver in after the quiet hour and let him finish off what fuel is left from me. And then I'll go back in the car and run a tank out. And then that driver who started is going to run again at the end. I didn't want that much time, but that's the way they wanted to play it. So.
Oh, well. Okay.
I'm going to be tired.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to get your money's worth there. So looking at the field today, I think it was a little over 40 cars, so pretty significant amount of attrition that started the race today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, completely different. Like yesterday, I probably only got a handful of laps that didn't have a car off, and a couple of corner stations yellowed. And today I saw only maybe it was a short stint, but I only had one corner yellow out there, so
The
you got
track,
some good laps, not as crowded.
This track was designed by Alan Wilson. Born back in '46 in South Africa. He's a South African designer of road course racetracks. He's considered one of the most prolific track designers. Wilson has designed and built more than 20 race courses, including Autobahn Country Club, Miller Motorsports Park, Calabogie Motorsports Park, Barber Motorsports Park, Motorsports Park Hastings, someplace called Nigbo International Circuit, Gingerman Raceway, and Pittsburgh International Race Complex, as well as overseeing the 2000 to 2001 redesign of Circuit Mont Tremblant. Wilson specializes in designing courses that have wide runoff areas and few obstacles to hit, making them safe for novice drivers participating in track days with street cars. Wilson also played major roles in a number of motorsports venues, including serving as the director of the Sports Car Club of America's Pro Racing Series between 2000 and 2004, and chief steward for CART in 1985. In 1982, his work as chairman of the Brands Hatch Racing Club from 78 to 82 was honored by the Formula One Constructors Association for orchestrating the best organized Formula One Grand Prix that year. So that was back in 82 at Brands Hatch. I didn't know they were running Formula One at Brands Hatch. And then at 75, he married Desiree Wilson, one of only 5 women to compete in Formula One, and thus far the only woman to win a race in the F1 series.
That's an impressive resume.
Yeah. It seems like he did a nice job on this track. They have this track separated into 2 sections. There's an east track and a west track course. And this weekend we're running the full course, a full 2.27 miles, which is kind of an average size for a lot of the North American racetracks. You're looking at Mid-Ohio and Gingerman and so on. They tend to fall in that range of just a little over 2 miles in length.
Right. Between 2 miles and 2.5. Yeah, a lot of them.
So that's pretty consistent with what we're accustomed to. Pretty good stretch down the backstretch there. Got some pretty good speed going there. Does it feel like a particularly fast racetrack?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of places that you're running at the top of 4th, and even on the back straightaway, a lot of people are saying they're shifting into 5th, and I'm right at the top of 4th gear in the E36. So, and that's probably because I lifted a considerable amount going through the kink. But
gotcha.
It's got some really fast places, and then it's got a couple of off the back straightaway where it's so fast, and that back section is slow to start, but it's really fast in the exit, but then it's another really slow turn coming back on the front straightaway. So you've got 2 really tight turns right after fast places, so it kind of slows you down to start the next straightaway. So probably top of 4th, a few cars in 5th. In a few places, but not for long, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, I noticed in our E36, and we ran 2 different engines. We started out with an M3 power plant, obviously running an EC, and then we finished with a regular E36 engine for that year. Both of them, you get out around 5,500 RPM, and the engine just kind of runs out of gas. So that it's not a particularly high revving.
Right.
You can rev it further, but there's really nothing up there. So you're kind of grabbing fifth. It feels like your gear changes are, they're not late. You can feel that car really nose off at 55, and you just have to go grab the next gear to keep powering up. As a look at Ray, as Bill's taking a look at the camera there. He's our tech official for Champ Car.
So usually when we do one of these quiet hours, we pull the cars onto the pit lane and park them there. This track had us stop them on the course. So they're actually right here on the front straightaway, just going down the front straightaway.
Yeah, I think probably the only thing that comes to my mind, because like you said, we always put them in the pits, is the pit lane is so short by comparison.
For everybody,
they're thinking, well, you still got 40 cars out there or whatever. We're just going to line you up on the track, I guess. I don't know if that might be why.
Might.
When we were at Autobahn that first day, we did quiet hours both days, and so they had me pull the field all the way out past. We were actually parked on the racetrack. I was beyond, a little bit beyond pit out, and stack them in real tight.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. Yeah. The stacking real tight thing, it always, as a driver, it concerns me a little bit, because it's not uncommon for at least one car that they can't get it started. If you're really stacked in tight, you might be kind of caught there for a minute before you can get around them.
Absolutely.
But, oh well. All right, well, we're at the bottom of the hour, so we'll take a commercial break, and we'll come back for the final 25 minutes or so till we get this get these cars rolling again. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we will be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last night.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Carolina Grand Prix, the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina.
So you just got out of the car.
I did. I'm still sweating.
You're all race car'd up.
Yeah, I still got my seat. I'm getting back in the car. So me and one other driver are splitting the 4.5 hours left on the afternoon. So he's going to get in the car after the break and then run the gas out, and then they're going to put me back in. I'm going to run it till we're out, and then we'll fill it up, and then he'll get back in and finish it. Yeah.
Too cool, because you have a limited amount of drivers this weekend, right? One guy was done. He said that
one guy had one.
I'm awesome
one
enough.
sit.
I don't need to get more awesome.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling well. So it's just down to 3, and one guy drove this morning, and then he's done for the day. So now it's just 2 of us.
Cool. Well, I was fixing some cameras. I got I basically have all the in-car cameras working as of when I was out there. Who knows what they're doing now?
They'll come back up after the quiet hour.
I had to remove a track camera. Paulie, if you're listening, sorry about that, but the battery was starting to bulge.
Ooh, yuck.
So I stuffed it in my truck. Just kidding. No. It's the camera still had some oomph in them, but I didn't want to leave that battery out there and end up. It's in a position to where I couldn't just go grab it if it started smoking or something, and I didn't want to stop a race for something.
Right.
That's my fault.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
I'll have it happen in the paddock. Of course, the truck's sitting right next to the bosses, so that's always good.
It catches fire.
Yeah, well,
double
it's
trouble.
just a lithium-ion battery. What could go wrong? In fact, we've had 2 lithium-ion batteries within our series. The LifePo 3, 4, whatever the one that's legal for Champ Car. We've had 2 of them catch or go into overheat mode. The last 2 Willow Springs events. So we had one happen to a car this past weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And last year we had one actually go into meltdown mode to where it was pliable like it was filled with water. That's how
Ew.
you couldn't untighten it.
Weird.
We couldn't get it out of the car because you just couldn't grab a hold of anything. It was wild. I'd never seen anything like that. All the plastic became just this malleable material. And then I did some research. And the battery companies for that supply the lithium batteries for NASCAR, which are the same thing, recommended that we use those quick disconnect that you use for welders and stuff, or for electrical power tools and stuff on rescue vehicles, but they're just big clamps. You don't need a tool to take them apart.
Okay.
Use those for the cables, and then toolless battery hold downs, and put a handle on it. So basically, all you have to, or you don't even need to put a handle on it because you can use the cable. So disconnect the cable, do the toolless connector, and just yank that battery right out of there, and go shove it in a bucket of water to help cool it down. And I don't know if I put that in. Jade kind of knew about it last year, but I don't know where it went after that. So I'm going to put in for that again. I think if you're going to run those batteries, you need to have some sort of precautions. I still don't think they should be allowed in the passenger compartment because of the fumes. That's how we noticed it. When the first year, I smelled purple.
You smelled purple.
How can you smell purple?
I didn't know purple had a
Exactly.
distinct smell.
But when I smelled that, my mind went to purple.
Like grape,
maybe lavender or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
We got
But
some essential oils mixed in there. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not into that stuff, but yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what I sensed, and that's when they found it. And Jay said, "Yeah, when you smell that, that's the battery overheating."
That weird purple smell. Okay.
Purple smell, and but it's poisonous.
Ew.
Yeah. So.
Like
kill you poisonous.
To touch it or to breathe
well,
it?
it's hot, but to breathe it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's
you don't
why.
Want to be breathing that.
Yeah,
then.
that's why the guy that runs the big battery company that supplies NASCAR and IndyCar all their batteries said, "Yeah, you don't want to put them in the passenger compartment."
Gotcha.
So maybe we just don't need a rule for it. We just let people know, hey, don't put these in your passenger compartment
because they can put off the gas if they get hot. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've had, I guess we've had them overheat before at other places, but I just know for a fact I saw 2 batteries at Willow Springs, and this past weekend it was so hot.
Yeah.
So, and that may have contributed. Over voltages from your alternator can do that too. A lot of the new ones have, I guess, voltage regulators in them, so they don't let it get so high. But those can burn out too, I guess. Not a battery expert.
Stuff can happen.
Yeah. But I know that one of our members actually put in a petition for next year concerning those. He doesn't want us to use those type of batteries, and he actually works for.
At all.
He's worked for electric car companies, some of the really big ones. So he kind of knows his stuff. I've talked to him about some things, and for my own personal use, because I actually have one in the MR2. But I actually went through and we put those big connectors on it. And still have to get to it. It's in the trunk, in the firewall trunk. But yeah, it's pretty warm out there. And so what was the track like for you? Did it change any from yesterday?
The track was similar. I mean, obviously it's the same configuration. There wasn't as many cautions on the turns as there was yesterday. Yesterday, there was almost always a car sitting off somewhere, it seemed like. Today, the field is smaller, so we even had less traffic to deal with, less cautions were going on. We swapped the tires around because we kind of ate off a good portion of the left rear. And so the car is handling different today than it did yesterday. This time we had used tires on the front yesterday because they didn't get the right wheel spacers. So the tires that we had, the brand new tires that we were going to use wouldn't turn properly. So now we have new tires on the front because we got the wheel spacers last night, and used tires on the rear. So now it's kind of tail happy. But it turns in great. So it drives kind of like a front wheel drive car a little bit more.
So we have we're about at the 45-minute mark here. I think about 10 minutes to go. They're going to call everybody back to their cars, allow them to put their data back in, fill out. I don't know if they're going to allow them to do their ice. I wasn't at the driver's meeting this morning, so I don't know what they're going to allow. I assume they are because we had some folks walking with ice out there. We had to yell at them to get back. So, Ed, who knows better? But
they'll let you take the cameras out and things like that.
Yep. We walked the line. We had somebody suggesting that we may have had a car out there with too small a roll cage diameter. So we looked at them all. They're all proper roll cage diameter cages.
Okay.
So just to verify. And yep. So we walked all those cars. They were good. We lined them up along the front straightaway there, which is always fun. We had one of the cars there, NLS, leaking a fair amount of oil under the track.
Yeah, I saw a good bit of smoke a couple of times out of the back of that car.
So I got a oil pan from, I think Huggins gave us an oil pan to shove underneath the car, put it underneath it. And then they said, Cliff, right? From NLS, the team principal. So he came over and said, no, we're done. So we let him push it back and they're going to load it up onto their trailer and go home. So,
okay.
Yeah, that's Cliff Beisler, I believe it's pronounced.
Yeah.
You got a Cliff, a couple Corys, a Dan, and a Jeremy.
It might have been Corey. I don't know. Cliff Corey, the boss man. So he said, no, we're taking it home. And so we allowed him get it out before they, 5 quarts of oil were sitting there on the front straightaway, which you don't want.
Yeah, I saw them pushing that down the front straightaway and into the paddock as we were getting out of the car.
Took a look again at our leader, Flat Out Nemesis. That is, I still think that's one of the most nicest. It is one of the nicest prepared champ cars I've seen in a long time. I mean, that car is just, there's no excess weld. I mean, it's perfect.
Precision, huh?
Yes, very precision. It's no excess metal. I guess they've got some sort of computer in it that tells them, where they are on track, where they, what position they're in, their G forces and, just everything. And it's pretty,
wow.
Pretty
That's a lot of data.
setup. Yeah. The driver can look at that and get all kinds of information. So, and we're at the red flag for our quiet hour here at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Give a shout out to Ron Z at Discovery because he got me all fitted with my helmet and got it all wired up and everything.
What kind of helmet you get?
I got the flat black Stilo because every time I race, I have trouble being able to talk to my team. I can't hear them well. Like I can hear them talking to me. I know they're talking to me, but I can't understand what they're saying unless I can come off throttle or whatever. I don't do well with competing sounds, I guess, and trying to understand somebody talking. So I went with the Stilo and it had the ear cups in it. So Ron had it all wired up for me and the right connector. So I'll plug right in and I can talk to the team like I'm standing next to them now. That was awesome. Be able to tell them, hey, the car this or whatever,
Stilo was originally, they started out as a communications company. So that equipment that you're using is like totally their wheelhouse.
It's the clearness of my ability to hear my guys in the pits. It's clear as a bell, and they hear me just fine. And
does the car sound come in, or can you still hear the car?
I can hear the car. Yeah, it's softer because I used it a couple of times before the race just to kind of get a feel for it. And the car sound was much softer, but I can still hear the car. And I was a little worried about that because I haven't had a car that I had to shift in a while.
Right.
And I usually shift by sound. I don't ever look at but I can hear fine the car. It's not super loud car, but I can hear it fine and do my shift. And
of course, the helmet of Champ Car is Bell.
Yeah, the official helmet.
Yeah, the official helmet of Champ Car is Bell.
That was my last helmet.
Different helmet, and they also
Mine
do helmets with that kind of communications gear.
Set them all up. Yep.
Yeah. Ron will do it for you. Yeah, I was trying on different helmets here at Daytona or Charlotte, one of the two, and I've kind of picked out one of two helmets, and one of them is a Bell full carbon fiber helmet.
Fancy.
For the price, I think they do all that stuff. But yeah, none of them are cheap. but
no, they're not. But I mean, when you think about it, you might use it for 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So
well, it's not
might
just
as
that, but
well-
it's who cares how long you use it for. It's if you ever need to use it. Those
you want it
usually
to-
the more expensive helmets are actually going to protect your noggin a little better.
And I've noticed that some of them are quite lighter than others, which
That's
helps
for
with
the
driver
neck.
fatigue in your
Yes.
neck during, when you're racing endurance races.
We're using 180 tread or 180 or higher treadwear tires, but I'll tell you what, some of these cars out here are doing over 2 Gs, and that helmet, the more your head weighs, the more stress it is on your neck and your shoulders, and that's driver fatigue. And towards the end of your stint,
I got a big head, so I'm just kidding, I wear a medium, but it just goes back and forth.
Just got a big head, jeez. And but yeah, there's that lightness helps, but it's what you can afford.
Yeah.
What you think your head's worth too.
I got a flat black one, so I could put stickers
does it
on
show
it.
fingerprints?
I don't know. I don't worry about those. I wanted to put white stickers on it, so I've got the Cheshire Cat. On the whole back of the helmet is the Cheshire Cat with the kind of like a little evil grin. I love it.
Are you a cat lady?
No, not particularly. But I do like the evil grin lady part. It's like it's a little gonna get in trouble, It's got
So
I got something on
so
my
you don't
mind.
have a bunch of cats.
No, I don't have any cats.
Okay.
Yeah, I have convertibles. Convertibles and cats don't go along together.
Oh, right.
You start making bread on the soft top, and then no. Nope.
Another thing that sold me on the Stilo was the profile. It's a shorter profile helmet, so that means it's easier for me to get in and out of these cars. I don't, if you've ever been in that situation where you try to get out and your head hits the door frame or the roll bar because you're too big to get out, you have to kind of crunch down.
You're way taller than me, and I'm getting in and out of this car, and I'm bumping my helmet each time I get in and out of the car, all on my own, at 5'6".
If you don't want to scratch it, you put gaffer's tape over the top of it.
Well, that's already scratched now, but I was gonna put some stickers, and then when the sticker got scratched, I could pull the sticker off and put another one on there.
There you go. Yep. So we're getting ready to put the car drivers back in the cars, and
they're headed out there now.
Race car drivers love stickers.
Yep.
It's kind of a thing.
Make you go faster.
They do.
so they're allowed to get those cool boxes re-energized, reserviced, so that they can get their driver out there. I don't know. I'm kind of liking these refrigeration version of cool suit systems. So,
have you used one?
No.
They're like $2,500 to $3,000, $4,000 for the very latest one. It's pricey, but I used one in Ron's car in Visceral Racing last year. It wasn't the icy cold that you got with an icy cold box of water.
Right.
But it was good.
It didn't warm up.
I wonder what
It
the
didn't get
longevity of the refrigeration pieces in there versus, because the pumps in the cool boxes have to be replaced frequently.
I don't know. I never did.
Killed a few.
Really? Because I ran mine for my cool suit box is almost 8 years old. The only thing we would do, we'd make sure that we pump out all the water before winter.
Oh, okay.
So, because it would get in there and freeze and expand and cause, plastic cracking or whatever. I don't know.
We used to freeze little water bottles and put in there to make it last the full 2 hours. But then they kind of bang around. So
they heat. I actually have a little cage around my pump.
that's what Ballinger was saying too. He put a little cage around the pump to keep them from beating against that, but be able to put bigger pieces of ice in there that'll last the whole.
Well, you get those
stint.
ice chunks that would just you dump it in there, and the ice chunks, sometimes wouldn't break apart, and just bam, bam, bam. The best one was when we was it Gene or Mike Helm? It was Gene. Sent Gene out in the car. Was it Sebring? I don't know where it was, but let's just say he wasn't happy after the first turn. We forgot to latch it down. He got like this. He said he went around the corner and the whole cool shirt, the whole top opened up and the our whole cooler is actually bolted down. So the cooler didn't go anywhere, but everything inside of it went on to
just the top wasn't. Gotcha.
Yeah, and all of the top just flew off too, because one of those cheap dollar store coolers that we modified and filled with more foam, and it would keep ice for 2 hours, no issues. And it was big. You know, it's one of those
the
ones
bigger
you could put
I have the smaller
you could put
cool
like
suit
2.5
one.
6-packs in it. Yeah, it's one of those
yeah.
big ones. And he turned that corner. I heard a lot of cussing over the radio. Yeah, he was not a happy camper. All we did, you know, we fixed it, sent him back out, and just laughed. Because I mean, it was funny. It was a good 3 gallons of water and ice and everything else. Yeah,
I've seen that splashing around in a car before where they were leaking or whatever, and the car actually get called in for their leaking fluid, and it was out of the drip holes in the car. You know, it was coming out.
Yeah, we try to put a drain hole so it all does, you know, when you're in pit, it all drains right there.
Right.
There's no way it's gonna, by the time you get out to pit out, it's done.
Mm-hmm. Unless there's a whole box in there sloshing around, spilling on it.
It's in a seat.
Oh.
He's sitting in it.
I mean, it felt good though, if it was warm.
Until it gets, hot.
Yeah.
But we were lucky because the Toyota engine's in the back of our car, and there was nothing really heat-wise except the radiator up front. So, and
gotcha.
the braking system.
Does the MRG not put a lot of heat in the cabin?
Yes. So we have, and that's by choice because we run most of us run the vented hood. So it's really aerodynamic and it works awesome, except it just puts, just like the Lotus Elise with their vented hoods, it puts all that heat into the car itself. Because we have our windows down, whoosh, right in the car. So we would see 130-degree temps, which was pretty hot, 125, 130.
Yeah, the inside of my Boxster will get so hot that it'll actually burn your butt.
Yep.
It's
so
smoking hot.
Yeah.
I've got I set the cool strut up in that car in the front trunk and then just ran it through. And
right.
Through the fire, it didn't have to have a firewall. There's no engine up there, right? So just ran it right through there. Works great.
The only thing I saw about that was when you do that, that's an extra step. Somebody has to open the hood to do that stuff. And that extra step could mean, I forgot to put the hood pin in or they break something. And, it's those little things.
But
so
it's easy to get to, though.
It is.
Versus the side of the car.
It is.
Yeah.
But it's less chance of doing that. Because we would.
A hood pin is a big deal.
Yeah. Once we start the race, we don't ever want to get up front. We don't ever open the hoods. The engines, we don't check oil because we have 8 quarts of oil in the darn plate thing. So we can operate with 4 quarts of oil. So
mine uses 11.5 quarts.
Yeah. If we could put 11, I could put 11.5 quarts if I use the right size hose, but 8 quarts of oil and we never touch it. Never touch it.
It doesn't use any oil.
No.
That's awesome.
I mean, it might. Usually with our car, if you saw smoke coming out of the catch can or started smoking, I forgot to empty the catch can.
Oops.
Because it's got some oil and water and stuff in it. And
yeah.
About every 6 months, I'd have to empty that out, or every 6 or 7 races, and I'd always forget halfway through the race. It's like black flag. Oh shoot! Get under there.
Didn't empty that.
It made a mess. So
it's hard to remember all the things when you're fielding your own car. Sometimes
checklist. Everybody says, right, Paul?
Yeah, that's what they say. Checklist everything so you can check it off. That's why you need a good crew chief to keep track of all that stuff.
He was in high school.
Yeah. The person keeping up with it was in high school.
Yeah, Ian. Yeah, or middle school and high school. He was good though.
Need some good free child labor.
He's a grown up now.
So if anybody's interested in ChampCar, they can always come out and volunteer to work at ChampCar or to crew for somebody because we always need people. Can learn a lot.
So Flat Out got a lap for their MOV. So they were one lap. They were, I think, half a lap ahead at the end of the race yesterday. So they get 1 lap to answer your question about Flat Out and where they started this morning. So they started a lap down, gained that back pretty quickly. They were at full bore from before from the green flag drop, and they were pretty far back there. So, and I would say, what was it? Maybe a little over an hour, and they gained their lap back.
Yeah, probably about that. Ron saying, I'm on vacation in California and watching Champ Car. I might need an intervention. No, that just makes you cool. That's all the cool kids do.
All right, guys, top of the hour here. We'll take a break and get back here for the start of the race. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, as we're calling the race here for you this weekend. And we're getting ready to go back to green. Cars have re-entered the racetrack under full course caution, as usual.
Tater Racing is at pit out, ready to head back out on track. But we do have a car that's being towed off the front straight. He could not get that car started. It is car number, it's a red car. Come on, Paul. 447.
All right, 447. Let's see who that is. 447 is Trophy Wife Racing.
Yeah.
So Tiffany's not going to be happy.
Nope. You hear her in the background. Whoa, what's going on? Well, it just, sometimes things get overheated, like the starter, or
it's always something, isn't it?
The will to live.
The will to live.
Earlier there was something with the idle wasn't set properly, so we were having trouble getting it to crank and stay cranked. But then today he made an adjustment, and today it cranked right up. So I'm kind of surprised to
no, it isn't.
Got that.
Yeah, they don't like it when you try to dump the clutch while they're towing you. I don't know why.
Yeah, they get really upset about that.
It's so cool though when you get the car restarted, but yeah, they don't like that at all.
Yeah,
it's frowned upon.
About one race, the tow truck driver was going to punch the driver.
It is.
Yeah, and if anybody hasn't been flat towed before, don't touch the key if you have a key in your car.
Like turn it off so you lock the steering wheel?
Yes, I did that by accident once. So the steering wheel locked, and they were just pulling me. And so, of course, they stopped. They were like, what the hell? I was like, the steering wheel locked. And I guess I bumped it with my knee or something.
Which will never happen to you in Champ Car because all Champ Cars are required to have the steering wheel lock removed. Since that always gets done, we don't have to worry about that.
Track day?
Yeah, it was just a track day.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah.
I had the steering wheel come off one time while I was on track.
Yeah, Ray actually and Thomas, well, when you do the turning your car on, revving it, and hit your power off button, they'll say, okay, now turn your steering wheel. Turn it all the way to the left and then turn it to the right. And we catch guys that haven't done their steering wheel.
Oh, okay.
So that's how they catch them when that, And then we won't give them a pass. Because that is dangerous. It's
oh, yeah. It is not cool when it happens. And also, what I realized was...
we're back to green flag racing.
After the car sat up for a while...
Impossible.
Green flag, yep. The hub on the steering wheel had seized up, so the wheel went on, but it wouldn't fix. It wouldn't stay on, so it came off. But it came off while I was on course.
Yeah, don't remove your steering wheel while you're going down a straightaway a little over 100 miles an hour to try and center it, because that doesn't work too well either.
Well, I mean, I could pull it off and put it back on, but it wouldn't stay on. That was the problem.
Yeah, not that I know that.
Team Infinity coming in the pits.
Friend told me about that. Yeah, so Team Infinity has a tire with like no rubber on the inside tread in the right rear. He got out of the car and was yelling at me, Bill, is my tire flat? I'm like, looks good to me, man. And I said that the right front looks a little low, it's a little lower, but he has a lot of weight up front. And then he looks around the car and he looks to the back and he goes, oh no, it just has no rubber on it. So it was this metalish looking fiber slash.
Oh, he got it out of the cords. Huh?
Yeah. Cords, air.
I've done that before too.
Yeah, we wore it down to the air.
You know what happens if you keep going?
Yeah, sparks develop and fun stuff.
No, I came into a brake zone and it went pop.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one of my drivers at Laguna Seca, it's bouncing. Never mind, I fixed it. Coming in. Just hit the brakes really hard, locked it up, put a hole the size of your fist in it.
There's the shark car.
Oh, Brew Crew just kind of side by side with Cone Crushers as they're going through the kink, and
they're coming into 11.
Cone Crushers was kind of pushed out a little bit by Brew Crew.
Cone Crushers are up in second place, so you know they got to be careful.
We're
and
playing
not...
careful. Oh, we have rain falling right now.
What?
Yep,
That's
it is raining
impossible.
pretty darn good too.
Where are you at?
In a building.
Because according to the forecast, rain is like a 1% chance.
It's raining.
We got the one.
It is raining, and it's raining good too. We don't have puddles forming yet, but I would suspect in about 32 and a half seconds we're going to get puddles. This track has a nice little shape to it, to where I don't think it's going to puddle in the middle. But we got to watch.
As hot as it is out there, you know.
Remember, we got a cold track, and we're going to look at turn one as they come through.
Yeah, the forecast has changed. They've got a 56% chance of rain at 2 o'clock. It's supposed to be increasing.
Well, it's a 100% chance of rain at 12:11. Let me tell you.
As 4 o'clock, 56% chance. That kind of snuck up on us.
Yeah, it's a heavy sprinkle. The firemen are going out and rolling up the windows on their fire trucks, fire rescue trucks.
That ticker.
The Champ Car drivers, unfortunately, cannot roll up their windows. Now, we're starting to see a little bit of rooster tail from the cars with wings.
We are not seeing roosters.
No, down there we do. Look down there. And it may be from the air itself.
Oh, okay.
There's so much condensation in the air right now.
I can hear the rain hitting the cameras out there.
Yeah.
Or it might be the ants. We don't know. Could be fire ants.
It could be sleet.
It could be.
Doesn't it have to be cold for sleep?
Or hail, whichever one you get.
Anything is
like 80
possible.
Yeah. So 632 is on their way out. 863 is waiting to go. They got
RVA lost control of the car in the wet, slid off the racetrack.
Oh, it's fine over there.
Brings it back on.
Where did they go off at?
It's the last turn down there coming on the front straight. Yep. I've already checked that out. That's
there they are.
safe over there.
There's a lot of runoff. Yeah, this track has a lot of runoff. I bet it's hard to hit stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So
there are holes out there though.
Yeah.
So it could tear up some splitters or, maybe a lower control arm.
Yeah, we saw one of the teams in the what do we call it? My brain just went gone at the end of the race. Anyway,
Impound?
checking the top lap. Yes, thank you. And their splitter had a big chunk missing out of the front of it, and a lot of grass attached to it.
We're getting standing water over on the back straight, and also the carousel over in 12 and 13.
Wow, it is coming down. Good.
Yeah. Yep. And there's guys out there with, we walked the length of cars looking at all the cameras and fixing them while we were at lunch, and I was adding, just putting new batteries in and stuff, and kind of looking at some of these cars' tires, kind of getting an idea what they're running. And there's guys out there with not brand new tires.
Oh, well, yeah, they've been running all day on those.
No. I mean, they might be 3 or 4 races old type tires. So,
worn
that's
out.
all right.
Yeah.
We did that at Watkins Glen. It's no problem. The guys were
Was
all
it
upset.
raining?
Yeah. I raced in the rain that way. They were all upset. They're like, oh, my gosh, the tires got so many miles on them, and they're getting worn down. Look at them. They're almost bald. It's like, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's raining really, really well now. We're seeing rooster tails from all of the cars now down the back straightaway. Rooster tails.
I know, Bill's
Yeah,
happy.
there you go. You can see it.
Yeah.
You guys thought I was lying.
I know you're happy. You love seeing this stuff. And there's a look at the weather as it moves in over the area. Lightning strikes a long ways away. So,
you know what teams this is going to help? It's like teams like
The front-wheel drive.
Simon
Says, yeah.
And those guys are experts at driving in the rain. You know, they have done many rain races.
Not just many.
Many.
They're sitting in third, so I mean that gives them, might change the dynamic of this.
Well,
race.
Cone Crushers too. They did pretty well in the snow, and if you can drive fast in snow with a rear-wheel drive Porsche, then you should be able to do pretty well in the rain. And Brew Crew made the turn into one just a wee bit wide. Kind of put his tires right on the edge of the track. You could see him kind of steering that car to keep it on track. I mean, sawing that steering wheel to keep it on track. As a bunch of cars are, the Tater car, no problem driving that car through the rain. That's a Golf, right? So that's front wheel drive.
Yeah.
So the same with Simon Says. He's trying to catch that group of cars there. The 641 really slow going around that corner.
What we're seeing is just really spotty cloud cover. We're not seeing a big front moving through. So this could be in and out.
It could be, but
hopefully
it's pretty long right now. You can see this big black cloud above us, and then it's all puffy white ones all around. But
it was looking for you. It was going to try to rain on you, Bill.
Well, I suspect that it's that absence of the vortex of speed during lunch that caused that to come over. That let it come over, yeah.
Let it come in. And,
So we have,
right.
Yeah,
man.
Because normally it just causes the skies to part and the storms to go around the racetrack.
Yep, there goes the Turbo Tater, almost catching a BMW E36 through the kink, but I had to let off a little bit. It might be a little scary going through there. Simon Says, trying to work past that group of cars, not really getting anywhere, so this rain may be affecting not just the front-wheel drive cars, but also the rear-wheel drive.
And anybody who's running on well-worn tires, that's going to really be.
Yep.
It didn't. When we got out for the quiet hour, it did not look like rain whatsoever.
I mean, it was really humid though. But
it was humid, yeah. But I mean, like nobody would have been like, okay, let's get some other rain tires or our better tires out or anything like that. And then we restarted, and then boom.
Oh, the MR2 sideways. He drifts around turn one, gets that car back under control by a throttle lift to keep it from spinning around.
It was quite wiggly.
Yeah, and he gets it back under control, gives it gas, and pushes that car down the track. And Castrol Prefect gets around our leader, and our leader is not going as fast right now down that straightaway. He's taking it a little easier now because they don't have a window. I wonder what that's like racing in the rain with no window.
Gosh, they don't have a window or a top or sides.
And maybe not even tear-offs. So all it's going to take is a little bit of mud, and you could ruin a guy's day.
I'm just thinking he needs like little windshield wipers on his helmet.
Sound effects, guys. Come on.
I was talking to Robin last week, and I was saying, we got that team that made a mechanical wiper inside their car to squeegee off. They'd reach up and grab it and move that little mechanism, and that would swipe that wiper across the inside of the windshield to get the fog off.
Get the fog. That was.
Oh, we got a car. I think that was Brew Crew actually that just went off there. Just put 2, maybe 4 off. I want to go back and look at that live action replay.
There's a lot of water right along as we're looking. That's between 10 and 11. And on the far side, up the last couple of corners, it's actually slowed down raining on our side of the track, which would also be turns 1 through, I'd say 1 through 6. Just by looking over there, it doesn't look it's
like
really
it's sprinkling,
light.
but it's lightening up. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you go to the back side of the track, it still looks pretty heavy over there. But it looks like it's coming to an end too.
Moving out.
We'll kind of find out what the drainage is at this track, what it's like.
Yeah, it's just so spotty. There's still, though, the forecast is calling for about a 50% chance of rain from now through the end of the race. So we could see this coming back.
So we're seeing a sort of a dry line under braking into turn 1. It's driver's right. Now, I'm wondering if, because this track is new, do you think you try to use a, quote, rain line, which is not the fast preferred line? Would you try it?
I think you go there and feel it out. I mean,
Right.
But I mean, like, there's much more water on the non-used area than right now. Normally.
But you have the mixture, and we have a lot of cars leaking oil today and yesterday, so you'll have that fuel and oil over on that side as well.
Yeah, and it mixes with the water, it gets kind of slippery.
Yeah, so maybe trying that. I mean, the worst that could happen, you end up in a sand trap, and then you have to explain to your team why you were experimenting and it failed.
Why you got to clean sand out of your suit for a day?
Wet sand out of your car.
This driver's having a little trouble seeing with the windshield fogging up.
Oh, yeah.
See him reaching up there to clear the windshield.
And that's when that inside windshield wiper comes in super duper handy.
Well, no, that's where a defroster comes in.
Well, yeah,
really handy. And we had a big 6-inch dryer vent, or 5-inch, 5-inch. It was a big dryer vent, and
I took the AC
I duct taped it to the stock OE fan and just wired that thing on full blast.
Yeah.
And we had an on-off switch for it, and no issues ever. And I just had it right in front of the driver. Doesn't care about that in the front. Right in front of the driver, just blow up there. And we'd pretty much run it all the time because it was nice air coming into the driver.
But it wasn't hooked up to any kind of refrigeration like
Nope.
an AC, or
Nope.
It's just fresh air. Okay.
Nope.
Just to keep it different temperatures from in and out.
Doc was always a proponent of the frost blaster or frost something or another that it's like the rear window defoggers on your street car.
Oh yeah, they run it on their front windshield.
Yeah, they glue it onto the front windshield, and they work really well.
Yeah, I've used them. They work good. Flat Out Nemesis is still the leader of the race. They turned to 2:14 on that last lap. Cone Crushers turned to 2:10 on the last lap. They're in second place. There's a 26-second gap between them. Simon Says, shown in third, just ran a 2:18, so that's slower than all three of them. Prefect Racing in fourth place, and the Lexus just turned in a 2:09. There's a 54-second gap between them and Simon Says. Love Racing 12 seconds back, turned to 2:12. A 2:14 out of Freddie Mercury behind them. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps, a 2:13. Then it's Level 1 Racing in 8th place. Pinky's Out is in 9th, just turned to 2:13. And 10th place, it's Running Bulls Racing. So the fastest lap time of all of them, Prefect Racing in the Lexus in 4th, and Cone Crushers in 2nd with a 2:10.
So car 697 being reported going off course somewhere and then coming back on.
697.
Tech Motorsports, that's that bronze
BMW,
color.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that might have been the car around turn 12.
So Flat Out Nemesis takes the lead at 9:23 this morning. Really hasn't looked back. There's been a little bit of shuffling with the pit stops, but they are in command of this race.
So it's still kind of a heavy sprinkle, but the sun's coming out.
Actually, we have a lot of rain falling on that between 12 and over there, and it's actually falling pretty heavy over in turn 4. And the lady over on turn 4 is reporting a lot of cars going off over there. So, it's like, yeah, she's
pretty fast turn.
Yeah,
dry.
she's.
Oh, we got a car going sideways coming by the camera.
Yep, that was turn 4.
That's turn 4. So this is kind of the place to be watching, I guess.
He turned in, and the back end was trying to catch the front end.
Yeah, you can see how much slower those cars are coming into 4, and then this car goes by the camera. As I switch back to 4, you'll see him coming through there sideways, like Bill would say. He was sideways. He really was sideways.
If he was car at that moment, he would have been waving. Oh yes, that was the Honda, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, he would have been waving at the camera, hand out the window. Yeah.
Yippee. Something tells me he wasn't saying yippee, but
Yeah.
I'll have to wave at you.
And here he comes. Here he comes down the front straightaway. A little slower than he was going earlier.
He found the limit.
Yeah. There's that 768, the Ford Escort, and man, it is raining really heavy now.
Well, the water is really accumulating on the course
Yeah,
now. They're not being able to. The cars aren't moving it off.
Nope, and we lost our line under the braking too. So,
yeah.
And
I mean, he really is sideways.
Oh yes, perfect. Here, hold that for a second.
Oh, Bill was going to need to have this. He has to have this.
I've got to show the boss.
Yeah, you got to show him.
Turn 4. That's what she was yelling about on the. He's sliding. Yes. Dana says it's a drifting event.
It is now.
Dana's got the best personality. He's so funny.
666 back in pit lane. Car sitting in the against the pit wall there, but along their pit, but nobody's down there.
Looks like Mike has jumped into the Infinity car.
The 44 that we saw sideways there, the Tau Racing. Little pucker moment, I'm sure.
On board with RVA Graphics and Wraps in 7th place. And Freddie Mercury just crosses the start-finish line in 5th.
Huggins Racing and the Mercury Capri nose to tail as they go into 1. And it was pretty darn close as the Mercury was right on the tail of Huggins, which isn't listed as
I thought that was a Mustang. It was right behind.
No, it's a Ford Capri or Mercury Capri.
Cone Crushers taking over the lead of this race. About 8 seconds over Flat Out. Well, the 225 on that last lap versus Flat Out's 232.
Is Huggins listed or is it Danger Racing?
No, it's under Pinky's Out. It's in 9th place right now.
There we go. Yeah, so Pinky's Out. They were gingerly going through that turn 1 here with Freddie Mercury right behind them.
Yeah, Prefect right now turning 222, Freddie Mercury at 222. So those two cars scooting pretty good in the rain. Another car is Prancing Burrow. It's an EC car, though. It's doing really well out there. Moe's Racing doing really well in the rain, too.
Wide into 1. It comes to a stop, gets that car back, gets it started again, is back underway. But he could not get that car to rotate around, and it just went straight off into the runoff area.
Sorry about that, folks, with all the skipping there. We'll just kind of try and focus on these track cams. But, yeah, the report coming from the corner worker over in 4. We got several cars going off over there as they'll learn quick. I've got to tiptoe through this part of the track.
Oh, so we're seeing standing water at the apex of what's that turn 4 or turn 11, and the cars are actually they're apexing in the corner there, and they're shooting up a nice wave of water back towards the corner worker. Well, the corner worker's way far away, but I mean, it's picking up a lot of water as they go around that corner. And sometimes that water, as it pools in the corner, looks like it's part of the track, or it could be the track surface, and you hit it, and it's actually a hole, and you could end up hurting your car.
No. That happens. No.
Yeah, look how shiny that racetrack looks there at the pit in.
Exactly. So Freddie Mercury gets around Pinky's Out as they're stuck behind the 318 Ti, which is one of our camera cars, the BMW, and he's kind of, I wouldn't say slowing them up because they're all basically about the same speed coming through this area, but it's not making their life easy.
No, there's quite a bit of water on the track. They're definitely gingerly stepping through this turn 1, slowing down off that straightaway.
So Dead Broke looks like they've come into the pits. Infinity Loop just left the pits and did a lap. Bliss Racing shown in the pits in their Camaro. Brew Crew Racing not turning laps. NLS Racing not turning laps.
Not everybody is using their wipers out there. So some guys have, I guess they've greased up their windows so the
it just runs off
rain
like
doesn't.
Rain-X.
Rain doesn't stick to it. Whereas
Rain-X
some
is
guys
great until it's not.
Until it's not, yeah. Some guys have that wiper running so fast it's like a blur.
Some of the cars also have headlights on running, like the Brew Crew car. The headlights are always on the car, so they can turn those on anytime they want. And some of these cars have those headlights; they're using them, and others they don't have them to use.
Okay, Freddie Mercury and the Pinkies Out got around that BMW. Tater's also getting around that BMW. He's driving gingerly right now through the kink. There's a big group of pack of cars behind him that are going to catch him in just a minute, but he may be having vision difficulties, being able to see through that window.
Yeah, with all this water kicked up too.
Yeah. And you can see Ed coming down the front straightaway, or who's ever driving the Infinity Shark car. Their wiper is really hesitant as it goes across the window. It's like, do I really want to do this? It's like our video cameras. That's kind of what it looks like.
They're on dial-up speed.
Yeah, there's some BMWs out there with even the Pinkies Out car. Man, those wipers are working really well. He's got both wipers on it. Some guys out there running a single wiper.
Definitely nice to be able to see in these kind of conditions.
Kind of good to have two wipers on there because we had one wiper. I only have a center wiper, and I had it fly off one time, and it's like that one time I thought, God, I wish I had another wiper because at least I could look out the window and see
on the other
reference points. Yeah.
See something.
Yep.
All right, Flat Out Nemesis beginning to pick up the pace now, but the gap is 8.5 seconds between Code Crushers and Flat Out. Simon Says is in third place. Turned a very similar lap time to Flat Out on that last time, turning these 2:19s. And fourth place, Prefect Racing, just turned a 2:15. Freddie Mercury at 2:16 back in fifth. Looks like Dead Broke has brought their car into the pits. They're going to do a driver change. The Stug is out there running strong.
7-hour race and a 1 hour quiet time, that really throws like pit strategies. There's lots of different ways to play that, right? You can do your first, the 2.5 hours that were this morning. You could do 2 hours and then fuel, and then you've got a mostly full car to start the the second half of the day. You could do an hour and a half in fuel, and then there's lots of different ways to play this with that. We weren't allowed to fuel the cars or do anything to the cars during the red flag or when the drivers were returning to the cars. There was no fueling or anything allowed. So they'd have to go out, circulate, and then come back into the pits once the pits opened. So lots of drivers playing with some different strategies. I'm sure we'll see how they all play out at the end.
Yeah, good points for sure. Looks like the sun beginning to come out, so I'm just looking at some of these cameras. It looks like, no, there's still some rain falling, though, from the skies, regardless of how the sunshine's coming out.
The backside of the track still looks darker, the 11-12 combo over there, but this 1-2-3-4 combo, you're starting to see a lot more sunlight peeking through, so let's see if that starts drying anything up. It's humid out there already, so I don't know how much room there is in the air to absorb anything else, but I'm sure these warm cars going across the water can help.
Right.
Get us a dry line come back would be nice, I'm sure. I don't know, some guys like their rain. Polly, aren't you one of the guys that like it when it rains? Like,
yeah.
Time to shine?
Depending on the track. Most tracks are... it just depends. Some of the tracks like Watkins Glen is a lot of fun in the rain, whereas Mid-Ohio is
not.
It's just a skating rink. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
You're just really on eggshells the whole time.
Yeah, they've got that adhesive kind of stuff down, and so the track has great grip in the dry. But Mid-Ohio, if it rains, slippery.
So we reached the bottom of the hour there. Tiffany, would you be up for taking us out to commercial?
Sure. This is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. We've got about, what is it? Almost 4 hours, a little under 4 hours to go. Is that right? 4? Oh yeah, because we're doing 4.5 until 4:30. Okay. This is ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product, So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park. And during the break there, saw quite a few cars going off through here at turn 10, just carrying too much speed into the corner. We saw the Stug going off side by side with another car. We saw the Pinkies Out machine going off track as well, just as we were going to break. And they're just kind of easing the car back onto the racetrack, so no real issues there. But you saw at one point they had 2 cars that had slid all the way off camera and then drove back out onto the racetrack. So some drama down there in turn 10. It's a little sketchy. But just looking at the camera view, looks like the rain has stopped momentarily, so maybe we're going to be getting some dry line out there. At least reduce the puddling. And we got a car that just came into the pits. I missed the number on that, but
6. No, I don't know.
No, well, the Brew Crew car just came into the paddock.
Yeah, they just pulled back. They were under power though. They didn't sound bad going back there, but
Under their own power.
maybe they have to wash the window.
Get ice cream.
Get ice cream.
so we have take a look at the standings here, so we can get a bit of a snapshot of what's happening. You know, what we saw was Cone Crushers taking over the lead of the race as soon as that rain came out. Now, as it's let up, that might allow Flat Out to get caught back up. But here you can see, you know, a 208 versus a 217 for Flat Out versus Cone Crushers. So definitely helping themselves there. Frantic Antic looks like they're not turning laps right now. Simon Says shown in third with that 208, and Flat Out just gets down to that 203 as we're watching here. Prefect Racing in fourth. Freddie Mercury is fifth. RVA Graphics and Wraps up to 7th place with Love Racing ahead of them. Let us know. Mid-Ohio is treacherous in the rain. Yeah. Let us know where you guys are going to be racing next on our YouTube feed. Where are you thinking about going racing with us next?
Well, next week we are in Nelson or not next week, in 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks or 3 weeks? Yeah, 3 weeks. We're in Nelson Ledges, Ohio.
Somewhere out there.
Yeah, Nelson Ledges is awesome.
I've never
track.
been there.
Oh,
I want to go. It's on the list. I've been to Mid-Ohio. I love that one.
It is such a fast track. It
Is it?
flows. Oh, yes. It's one of my favorite tracks to go to.
It's a smaller course, right?
Yeah.
But like a mile and mile and a half, something like that.
But, you know, you're doing it in like 10 seconds, but you're going, 200 miles an hour and you're flying. Right, Paul?
It's all fast.
Absolutely.
It is so. No, it's a fun track. Lots of runoff, but it is a hard track to conquer.
Yeah, it's got an area where you're kind of in a decreasing radius sort of sweeper. It's kind of strange, and that takes some time to get accustomed to.
That's past Oak Tree, right? And it's called Carousel or something.
Something like that. Yeah. See, I've driven track day or two out there, but I haven't raced out there, so I don't really have that many laps there.
Yeah, a lot of my laps were at night. I couldn't see anything.
Bill raced out there.
Yeah, a lot of times actually. We did. I think our highest finish there was a 6th, just out of the metal. Just out of the metals. Yeah.
So the Nemesis car is not that far behind the Cone Crushers.
Yeah, 13 seconds now. So the Cone Crusher's continuing to stretch out the gap there. You know, occasionally Flat Out will have a nice lap and they might catch a few seconds, and then the next time I look back, they've lost a few more seconds. So Simon Says, kind of like my financial situation. And Simon Says in third place there, just ran a 2:09. So Freddie Mercury, looks like they're not turning laps. They may be in the pits. And we can see a few cars back there getting serviced as the suns come out.
Yeah, that's that Tau car, the Tau Racing coming out.
That's the pace car sitting there.
That's not the free BMW giveaway at the end of the race? Oh, it is. Okay.
I wouldn't take one. I've had too many of them. Oh, I still have one, actually. Anybody want a free BMW?
So the 74 kind of lost it in turn one, got all the way out in the grass, and then kind of recovered it, let traffic go by, and pulled back on the course. Managed to stay out of the sand trap. The 74. That is Treasure Coast Miata.
They broke, they fell back this morning, I think they got it sideways somewhere and ended up breaking control arm or tie rod, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that hurt him. 556 is our second place car yesterday. Not necessarily way up there in the standings today. They decided to give their fast drivers a break and put their really fast crew in place and let those guys go have some fun this weekend. And they're still out there putting down the laps.
I bet they're having fun. This
Freddie
is a fun course.
It is. Freddie Mercury still not turning laps, Dave. Fallen in ninth place. Still leading D-Class, though, over Team Infinity.
Yeah, the lap times for some of these teams is pretty a lot of difference. I mean, we just had GMS go through, did a 2:21, while we've got some teams down in 2:0. You know, Flat Out was at a 2:04 that last lap. So there's a big difference in lap times. One team, Tau, was at a 4-minute lap. So
Not because they were sideways. There's not much grip that way.
Well, what doesn't grip slow you down though?
I don't think
Especially
that's
going
how that
sideways.
works.
Yeah.
It's definitely not getting you faster.
Lap times right now down in that 2:04 range for Flat Out Nemesis, trying to make up some ground on Cone Crushers. 11 seconds the gap that last time through. Simon Says a 2:07.
That's 15 seconds or so, 15 to 20 seconds off from, you know, the fast laps when it was dry. So that's a pretty big decrease in times.
Well, we're starting to see the a dry line form here in the braking zone. Not dry, but free of puddles for show.
Yeah, we're seeing less rooster tailing coming through 10 here.
Yeah, we're not seeing much here at all.
There's Nemesis just ahead of RVA, so we switch cameras. And they were wicked quick at NCM too. There's no catching them.
Well, RVA actually caught up to Nemesis there, got right on his bumper at 12, but as they were approaching 14 and got through 14, Nemesis just pulled away big time. The acceleration was so much quicker than that BMW. I wonder if they have their traction control and all that in that car, because that's a 2009. Do you think that 2009 would have traction control in it?
Possibly. I know my wife's 07 Hummer has track, so it could be.
I haven't driven one of the newer Miatas. I've driven, I think, all of the older ones.
I wouldn't want track though, because that puts brakes on. You don't want that.
No, some of them do it by
pulses the
throttle.
brakes.
Yeah, no, throttle. My
Well, some of
BMW
them-
did it by brakes, and that was the worst ever.
My first 350 took the throttle away from
Yeah.
you, and that was just like the last thing you needed.
I had a 99 318 Ti that had that traction control with the brakes, TCS or something like it, something. And I got it on some stone at West Virginia University, and I was trying to back up the stone, and it wouldn't let me. It just kept applying the brakes.
Really?
It was the worst
That's
ever.
annoying.
Then I figured out once I turned off the TCS, I could do it. I could get out of there. But with the TCS on, it just kept applying the brakes.
So it looks like Freddie Mercury has left the pits. At least they've crossed over the pit loop. That's in 10th place. 96 laps complete. Cone Crushers stretches their lead out to 14 seconds now as their lap times continue to fall.
So the 2009 Grand Touring has traction control. Miata Grand Touring.
Now, is it traction control that helps you or hurts you? Because there's some of both in different cars.
Well, it looks like it does it through the throttle. Because if it's an electronic throttle, they can do it that way too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, we even heard that.
Sounded like a crunching of gears. It'll find its way in.
Yeah, that's like the brake. That's just at the edge of the brake zone where they start braking. You can kind of see a little nosedive there as they line up on the right side.
Yeah, so they have those have ABS and traction control and stability control. So,
they'll be using the brakes.
How does that work? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because it's ABS traction control light, so it may use the brakes to do that.
Well, stability control will for sure. That's what they're pulsing the brakes and using a yaw sensor to predict where the car is going and how to keep it going straight. But I would imagine they turned all that stuff off. That would just get in the way. I wouldn't want that. If they're good drivers, they wouldn't need all that stuff.
We saw Pinky's out getting a little squirrely coming through one.
Oh, it looks like only the Grand Touring has the traction control. So we would have to assume if they had it, that's a Grand Touring. So it may not. It may not. So.
Love Racing shown in 8th place, not turning laps. So they may have come into the pits. And there's a quick view of the pit lane. I don't see a blue Miata there, but could be in there.
Well, not a whole lot of action going on in the pit lane right now.
Yeah.
A couple of cars. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes in 7 hours with these quiet hours. You get all kinds of different. You don't have that typical everybody's diving in at 5 minutes till or right around the 2 hour mark. Kind of do lots of different things.
And the Flat Out has pitted. Flat Out Nemesis shown not turning laps. I'm going to assume they are in the pits because that's what I do. Assume. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the Schultz car here. 5th place.
Just came by, so they weren't that far behind, so I don't see them. So likely your assumption is correct.
I don't know. It kind of looked like the Nemesis car right there.
I haven't seen them, so yeah.
Rolling through turn 1 here, through 2. It's really surprising is that we have any bandwidth at all to watch this. It was so bad on Friday. I thought, well, this isn't good.
Gonna be a radio show.
It was looking that way. Flat Out has tumbled to 3rd, according to Race Hero.
The 993 is that 993? 933. It's coming out of the pits now. That is the Frantic Antic Motorsports.
Flat Out down to 4th with Prefect ahead of them now, with Simon Says moves into 2nd place for the first time today, pretty sure. Cone Crushers taking the lead at 12:25 when that rain started coming down. Has changed the look of the race. Pinky's out, up to 7th place right now. Just turned to 2:05 on that last lap. That's pretty consistent with the teams up front. The Lexus turned a 2 flat on that last lap. That's 3 seconds faster than the leader and 5 seconds faster than Simon Says, which is 16 seconds ahead of them.
So I just found this nice little quote on the internet. It says from the drive.com, the NC was a floppy, bigger NB with more technologies like traction control and stability control. Few things offend Miata loyalists more than nannies that might take away from the raw driving experience that old Miatas are famous for. It's been said that the NC is a great car, but not a great Miata. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They're up front here.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
You know, I like the looks of those cars. They look really good. And it looks really good on track. We've had a couple of NCs race with us over the years.
Really?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was that one that raced the 24 with the driver, the British driver that didn't have legs, lost him in the war.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think his was an NC, or it might have been an ND. No, that was an ND because it had the driver assist function to it.
So running Bulls is also not turning laps, and they're down to 11th right now. So this might be scheduled. They really haven't had problems with that car this weekend that I'm aware of.
I honestly don't see any cars on pit lane right now. I mean, we can only see about a quarter of the way down.
Yeah, there's some about halfway down, 3/4 of the way down, and beyond.
There we go. Yeah.
Not too many. You've got all those easy ups there, and
With that red flag, it restarted the driver's stint. So most teams are pitting after the red flag when they're running out of fuel. So that could be considerably different, but depending on when they fueled prior to, because we had 2.5 hours before, right? 3 hours before. 3.5. No, I can't do math now. Bill is like just thumping his microphone.
Sorry, I was testing something. Bob told me that if you lift this up, that it turns it off, but it doesn't.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are you thumping it?
Wait, which headset are you using?
Mine.
Yeah.
The Audio Technicas.
You're using an Audio Technica or yours?
Audio Technica.
Oh, okay.
I brought mine.
Yeah, hers is the same, just less headphones.
Yelling inside, so I can hear all the nice car noise.
Well, it's dry. You can say dry-ish out there. Virginia Tech team getting ready to go back out.
And you can see a dry line on the front straightaway there.
Jackie reminding the driver to stay left of the blend line.
Got a little close to the grass there for the Stug.
Maybe he saw a tall piece of grass.
He was off the track during the break. Really got a good view of the grass.
Up close and personal.
Yeah. At a high rate of speed.
The Virginia Tech car is really off pace. I mean, I know they just came out of the pits, but they're like getting reoriented. Here comes Running Bulls out of the pits. 160 rejoining the race. I don't know what's going on with Flat Out Nemesis. I haven't seen them, and they're falling through the standings. They're down to 7th now. I'm not sure what's going on with that one.
Oh, 3 wide into 1. Wow. Our
Let's see how that
Cone
works
Crushers
out.
got sandwiched right in the middle of 2 BMWs as they dove for turn 1. And that E40 or E36, it looked like it might have surprised him a bit because he was coming in on the inside, and that BMW kind of dive bombed him into 1. Not necessarily a dive bomb, but under braking just was
They
able
were racing, yeah. And then the one on the outside kind of gave up and
just moved over a little bit. And gave him room.
Let them have some racing room. That was probably highly intelligent.
There's one of the nicest looking Miatas. It's a 412. Is it 412?
412 is level 1 racing.
Yeah,
Miata.
level 1 racing. They won at Palm Beach last year. Did they also win at Sebring? Can't remember. I know they won at Palm Beach.
Somebody just sent me that.
Oh, We have a really slow car on the back straight. Driver's left.
It's that army green and orange
I
car.
mean, really slow, like 20 miles an
Looks
hour
like
slow.
they're off on the grass.
Yep. He has pulled over.
Yeah, he's off the course.
Driver's left.
Just rolling to a stop.
Yeah, that was a little scary there because he had a group of cars that were racing, and they were going considerably faster behind him.
And the car's kind of behind the corner station there, so we can't get a view of it. But it looks like they've parked it there.
Let me go find out where Nemesis went. I'll be back.
Okie dokie. So my team is telling me that they've got the car started now. They think they've fixed it, and they are sending the car back out.
Yeah, Nemesis has dropped to 8th now. So Simon Says solidly in 2nd place. I don't know if, I didn't notice them come into the pits, but that's because that camera's not, right in front of me.
Right.
It's not something I pay a lot of attention to. Here's a car coming in and just going right behind the wall.
He was like, nope, it's not going to be a quick fix.
So right now your standings as we reach the top of the hour, 102 laps turned. Cone Crushers is the leader over about a lap, almost 2 perhaps, over Simon Says. Then it's Prefect Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps in 4th, and Level 1 Racing in 5th. So stay with us, everyone. You are watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix here. Day 2, 7 hours of racing. Got a couple cars in black flag, it looks like, serving their penalties. And Bill's over trying to check and see what happened to Flat Out.
We had several cars called in for passing under yellow while that olive-colored car was being towed in. There was a couple of passes on the back straightaway. They're all getting called in. Bill left his radio on. You gonna tell them about?
All right.
Send you a picture on Slack.
All right.
So I went down, found Flat Out Nemesis, and few things with the car. He said this track has amazing grip levels in the wet.
Yeah.
Except if you put your tires on backwards. Remember, there was supposed to be no rain today.
Oh, so
they
were
just
directional
put
tires.
Yeah, they had directional tires on. They swapped them around. He got off at 11, and I guess he got some air, like he said, a few feet in the air. Came back down and caught their exhaust on it and broke the exhaust. So, and there's the exhaust system, all titanium, of course, because that's what you do on a super lightweight car. He said they're actually going to go back to a thin wall stainless setup. He says that's a great lightweight system, but the weight is, it's 5 pounds maybe. It's not that much. It's super lightweight, but he said the stainless you can actually fix at the track.
Oh, okay.
The
So it wants
titanium
something
you cannot.
A little bit more endurance.
Yeah, that whole titanium thing is great, but you can't weld titanium.
He's using titanium.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that use titanium exhaust. It's
Oh my
pretty-
gosh. How ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever works, I guess. Wherever you want to spend your money. Anyway, go back to the standings here. Cone Crushers leads. Looks like a couple laps over Prefect Racing. 106 laps into the race. Simon says is third. RVA Graphics and Wraps in fourth place in the 111. And number 412 of Level 1 Racing is in 5th. Most Racing shows in the pits. Six Bangers not turning laps. Bailey Racing not turning laps. Flat Out Nemesis, of course, not turning laps. I guess they're going to retire the car. Clear Motor Works in 17th, also not turning laps. Here we're on board with RVA. Turning out to be a pretty decent day for those guys in 4th place.
Oh, one thing I noticed when I walked outside, it felt like I was drowning. That's how humid it is.
Oh, I can't imagine.
It's a little warm out there and muggy.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
My car is back out there now.
Yeah.
Simon says they're only 2 laps off the top car there. So Simon says we know can go a lot further on fuel than Cone Crushers, even though Cone Crushers. Does he have one of those 40-gallon fuel tanks too?
Yeah, probably so. No, I don't know.
You know, Porsches and their big tanks. Ron will let us know.
Brew crew in the pits.
California.
He was vacationing.
All right, Prancing Donkey out there running. Trophy Wife is running laps. Let's see here. Let's see. Lap time-wise, Prefect and Simon Says just turned the same lap times. Cone Crusher's a couple seconds quicker than both.
Yeah, unfortunately, the folks that are watching our feed here with the in-car cameras, we don't have 100% coverage on those. So you would just look at a still camera. So Paulie switches them when he
darn well feels like it.
Yeah, when it goes blank. So.
And it says that we could talk about something that's on the camera.
Yeah.
Pinky's out, turned to 149. So of the top 6, that was the quickest lap time that last time through. And they're showing about a lap down from level 1 and 5th. So if they cross the start-finish line, we might get a time gap to get an idea on Pinky's out. And look at the last laps. They've been turning. It's been kind of erratic. 56, 52, 50 flat, 49. Level 1, 56, 55, 54. So gradual decreasing lap for lap as the track dries up.
Yeah, they said about 80% a few minutes ago, so it's looking like 80 to 90 now. You're seeing the cars kind of sliding around in a few little spots, but you're definitely seeing the cars taking more, definitely loading up a lot more, not having to tiptoe around this track anymore at all. Using the curbs, carrying some G's.
Gee whiz.
Gee golly.
All right.
I just
3 hours, 18 minutes remain in the race. Looks like the Stug on board with them here. Stug, excuse me. I originally thought it was pronounced Stug because stud, and I thought it was Stug because you get Stug and stud, but it's Stug, which is short for this long German. It's another one of those teams that brings a German word into the name of the race car or the team, and then they shorten it. They shortened it because it would have been much harder to pronounce.
Yeah, when we did our very first Champ Car race a very long time ago, I think we had something with German name as our team name. And then that got outvoted. And then they went to Birmingham.
So it's
like
called the
Wiener Schnitzel something, I don't know.
It's Sturm Get Schultz, and they call it the Stug, S-T-U capital G for short.
Stug is how they pronounce it, though, bud. Remember we asked them that this morning.
Yeah. I got a picture of one. I'll send you the link.
It's
I'll send you the link.
It's a tank killer.
Yeah. Well, it's its own. It's a tank.
Yeah, but it's designed to go in and destroy tanks, he said. It doesn't have a turret.
Well, no, it doesn't spin. Yeah, that's right, because they aim it by
They just line it up. It's a low-profile tank.
Yep.
So they just line it up and fire it, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just sent you a link on. Because that would have been good here just a little bit ago. Isn't that wet?
Yeah, he said people are restoring these things, and it actually starts with a hand crank.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That thing's crazy. But
Wonder
people
how
are
fast- Yeah.
people are buying these things up and they're restoring them.
Where are you going to buy ammo for it? And do
Well,
you
you
take
probably
that to
don't.
Pet
You
Box?
probably don't need ammo, Bill. It's just the idea of having it and driving it around that's probably fun.
Yeah. Tearing up the highway.
Are you
What?
going down the highway and no. Did you see the video of the guy that took the tank through the town?
Yeah. It was a tractor that he converted. Oh, there was a guy with a tank too in San Diego.
Yeah, like he took a
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
bulldozer.
There was a guy with
Yeah.
a bulldozer in Utah that I think it was Utah or somewhere like that that converted it over and
to
that
make
was
it like
pretty
a tank. Yeah,
bad. He was really upset with the world.
They made a Netflix special on him. Yeah.
Cone Crushers turns a faster lap time of, but RVA turns that 150 flat in the wet here. Get off a dead brook there. RVA trying to chase these guys down, and Prefect Racing comes into the pits, crossing the pit loop from third place. Moe's Racing is headed back out onto the track. Frantic Anik in the pits or behind the wall right now, as the track continues to dry and get faster. Yeah, these lap times like we're seeing from RVA are pretty much their dry line. Yeah, these are some fast lap times for them. This is their dry weather racing fastest lap times.
Simon Says up into second. I don't know, man. I'm thinking Simon Says they can hold it together. They position themselves perfect at that break. Cone Crushers, when was the last time they pitted?
Just check.
Yeah, Cone Crushers pitted on lap 64. And we know they've got an amazing fuel tank capacity.
Simon Says pitted on 64.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have an amazing fuel capacity in that Acura, but it's one of those cars that can go a long way on fuel. Unlike the Porsche, which is a 3-liter
That one of this.
plus engine. I don't know what it is. 3 plus liters, maybe 2.5 liters.
They went to lap 64, and then they've been out since. So they've only done one pit stop, Cone Crushers. And then Simon Says it's probably the exact same way. So they're on the same strategy. They both pitted on lap 64 and haven't been in since.
Team Infinity in. They're doing a fuel stop.
Yep. But if Cone Crushers is set up similar to Visceral, they could probably skip a fuel stop, just do a driver change.
I'm pretty certain that
That
Cone Crusher has a faster engine in that car. You know, the more horsepower engine. I remember right.
Well, they're both. I know these set up as an S. I know it's the S version for Visceral.
Right. No, for Cone Crushers it's S. I thought.
That
I know
could be.
Visceral new car has an S.
Yeah, you're right, because they have it marked as a 944S here for Cone Crushers.
Right.
111 laps in.
Remember double stint.
Isn't there an S2?
There is.
Yeah.
Where's our Porsche experts at?
Right here.
Rodney, or with the little car that could. Yeah, they're out there wheeling it.
So Chris Huggins says, I asked him how's his race going, and he said, just plugging along. Throttle pedal died at the start. Gonna be a good race this afternoon, he says. So they're pinkies out. They're in 5th place currently. Not that far behind the leaders.
Yeah. As level one
really come down.
Level one's not turning laps.
So everybody's pretty much in the 50s, the 150s or so. Except for Simon Says 156 was their last lap. I mean, they've done a 150 was their best lap time so far this race. And it looks like they are about 3/4 of a lap or one and a quarter lap behind Cone Crushers?
So
Does that seem right?
Maybe. The 256 that was stranded on the back straightaway, the Salty Crackers car, it just re-entered the course. I wonder if they just ran out of fuel.
But no, but Prefect Racing is at pit out, waiting for their timer to count down, getting ready to go back out. So they've done something kind of cool on the Prefect car. They've taken a lime green wrap and wrapped it around their backup lights on the race car. It makes it so you can see that car a little better during the day. See that, Tiffany?
The what?
The lime green on the back of the car, on the lights.
Oh, yeah.
That looks kind of cool because you don't need backup lights on a race car.
No.
Yeah.
And it actually makes it very visible on the
Yeah.
course, when it comes around you,
Well, they like to use tape. A lot of the front is taped up pretty heavily. I saw them use a whole roll of tape on the front end the other day.
These racers in their duct tape, you know?
It was the high-end Gorilla Tape stuff. So.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to buy the 6-inch wide stuff, that rules. Yeah, we used to
How much of your car is made of tape?
Well, it used to be a lot, not so much now.
Yeah,
we got away from that because it was that tape's expensive, man, and you're doing a lot.
When you make a whole car out of it, it adds up, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's sad when the tape cost is factored in.
And Gorilla, we were using duct tape because they did it in the yellow that kind of matched my car, but that stuff didn't really stick to anything.
Yeah.
And the Gorilla tape was really good, but it was black. And once you apply paint over the top of it, it didn't really work well.
No, it comes off pretty easily. Huggins, Pinky's out, got slowed down there getting around.
Simon Says has come into the pits. So Simon Says out of second place, bringing the Acura in. We were wondering how long it's going to be before they have to pit.
We know the Cone Crushers pitted on the same lap that they did, so I wonder if they can go a little longer, or if we'll see them come in soon too.
And Level 1 Racing, they just completed their pit stop. They're at pit out right now. They're currently in 6th place, getting ready to head out.
Well, both teams are going to have to pit at least one more time.
It's a good looking little car.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It's a nice looking one.
Yeah.
Well,
I was going to say
it's really cool. So the guy has a sign shop and such. What he took all his extra wrap.
Yeah.
It's all black and orange and stuff.
Yeah.
And he took the pieces and bits of bob left over from jobs and put it on his car. So you go up close, it's like, whoa. You can see where it's, it's pieced together, but it looks really good from a few yards away.
Yeah, from up here, it looked great.
Yeah.
He takes pride in his car. Every time we go to Sebring, he's like, Bill, come over, look at this. Look what I've done here. It's a fastback. Yeah, it's it's a fastback Miata, and it looks really good.
The Shark car just came out of the pits here.
Yep, just completed his stop. Pinky's out up into 4th. As Simon Says, is dropping down while they're doing their pit stop. They're down into 3rd place now. So Level 1, Prefect. They've done their stops. Cone Crushers, RVA Graphics, and have not done a stop. Simon Says is doing their stop now. Running Bulls has not done their stop, and Freddie Mercury has not done a stop yet.
Oh, Pinky's out. Just keeps getting held up. It's turn 1.
Who's in the car now? Do we know?
I think it was John.
It should be John. Roger's going in next, and then Huggins is going to finish it out.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Yep. With his fancy white uniform.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's always the show off,
Yeah, he's ready to roll. He does a lot of simulation work.
He did really well in the iRacing over the last few years.
Yeah, he's a quick guy.
Helicopter, or he's a fixed wing pilot now by trade, but started out with I forget which helicopters they were, but Army helicopters.
Yeah.
And we were watching the 328, that Virginia Tech car, and we think it was maybe a first-time driver was in there, is what we heard. And
that would make sense.
It's funny, we were looking at it, and when that driver first went out, we think it was the first time out in a race car on a track. That's what I heard in race control over there. I'm not sure if that's right or not, but
okay.
The times were really, really slow.
Yeah.
Initially, it was very slow, but they've really come down.
The driver's figuring it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like they were in the 250s maybe before. I saw 246, and now they're down to 221. and the times before were in the 2:18 range. So this driver's really getting it.
Okay. Well, that's awesome.
I mean, relative to the pace of the car, right? Of course.
Yeah.
434 headed out the pit lane, just completed his stop.
It's always a really cool feeling when you start to figure it out. You're like, oh, I can do this. Oh, I can do that. Oh, don't do that, but do this.
And I just think, what an opportunity to come out in a series like this, where you've got sometimes pro drivers and amazing cars, and at the same time you've got enough room here for a collegiate series car to come out and put maybe a first-time driver in the car and still compete on the same track, come up to speed, and get the hang of it safely. There were no incidents. That's
it's a pretty amazing thing.
Yeah, it is. I think that's something to really point out. It's different about this series compared to a lot of other opportunities.
Right. And we give free entrances to the schools that
have
have
to
a
be
program.
an actual organized school team with a curriculum. A lot of the colleges and some high schools are doing like Formula Champ Car. And basically that's it. They build a car, they have it, they do.
I mean, that hands-on knowledge is just
papers
fantastic.
on it, and have to do a presentation and all that stuff at the end of the term.
I can't go create an LLC and call it a school. You're saying it needs to be legitimate.
Well,
get low cost entry.
Here's a diploma. Run it off here, right off the Xerox. Here's a diploma.
Right. Yeah. Well, we know who Virginia Tech is, at least.
all dirt roads lead there.
All dirt roads.
Hey, they have a Champ Car program and a Formula SAE program and a Baja program.
Well, yeah,
and a hybrid program and an electric program.
I think we have the Sun one.
The solar challenge. Yeah, the Sun. That's good. The Sun one.
we had the solar challenge and the Baja at University of Virginia. Yeah. But we're smart.
What? Where are you gonna get that one out?
Yeah, we don't have a great football team. Well, I guess we have an okay football team because we beat you guys last year. Virginia Tech and University of Virginia are big rivals, much like LSU and Auburn, or LSU.
Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah, I don't know which one was the one Doc liked. LSU.
Doc liked LSU.
Yeah.
I mean,
LSU and whatever.
But we do have a picture of him with an Alabama sweatshirt.
We did,
on.
yeah. He lost a bet, didn't he?
I believe so.
I remember we were doing the barber race, and I said, "Hey, what colors are the Alabama colors?" And he said purple and yellow. I'm like, I'm pretty certain they're not purple and yellow, but I did one up anyway for him. And when I realized that was Louisiana colors, he thought that was the funniest thing ever, And I told him, don't send that out because we'll end up having people just really upset, especially Mr. Barber. He's an Alabama fan and all that.
Simon Says is leaving the pits in 5th place, rejoining the race. RVA just set their fastest lap time of the day, 1:49.7 in 2nd place. Still showing a pretty good distance back, though, from Cone Crushers.
They haven't stopped yet.
Yeah, Cone Crushers is going to have to stop soon.
So we'll see what happens. RVA could take over the lead of this race. I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, they've been dropping their times gradually here. It looks like they're kind of building to this point, RVA.
Ready to pounce.
Yeah, they're smelling that opportunity.
See, they've last put it on lap 63, so they're probably going to need fuel before too much longer either. Depends on how efficient.
Yeah, we have that Virginia Tech and Virginia rivalry. But if you're going into engineering and you want to be able to go race something and get your hands dirty, there's a really good program at the technical college.
Yeah, Virginia Tech is really. I mean, if you want to do the non-traditional engineering, UVA is the way to go, I think. But traditional engineering is still
he's
Tech.
Throwing that cone crusher car around, whoever's driving that one.
Yeah, in North Carolina or Utah, Paulie, which is the Utah university that does that has a Champ Car program?
University of Utah.
Yeah, I think it's just the Utah University. Am I wrong?
I think so. It's more of a technical college. It's like Virginia Tech type school. They do more technical stuff.
Well, they at the Formula SAE competition, they they have well over 100 cars. They'll often get up to 130 plus cars. So I think ODU also does it in Virginia, and then there's some.
Bradford doesn't have one.
Yeah, it's mostly the major universities, but there are a few in almost every state.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunity to go out there and get your hands on.
Yeah, Maryland had one. Maryland, we had actually the one that we worked at that year. I forget when that. We did a couple of years there that you and I worked at formerly SAE at Virginia International Raceway. But Maryland was there, and one of the drivers for GWR was a participant on that team.
Yeah.
So, and he now worked for General Motors, I think it was, or Ford, one of the two.
Yeah, we really have. The paddock has got a lot of Formula SAE and college kids who've come through those programs, and usually their day job is something else. They're not necessarily in motorsports, but they want to come out and have a great time with a budget friendly series that gives you a lot of creativity and opportunity, and a wide variety of cars, and it's a really interesting series.
All right, so it looks like Cone Crushers, they've only been in the pits once today.
Correct.
They pitted back on lap 64. So we're at lap 118. So I'm expecting them to be in the pits somewhere around that 122 lap mark.
But also the driver stints reset during the quiet hours. So if they can make it to the 2-hour mark from the restart, I'm sure they'll, try to push that as much as they can.
And that's a real strategic advantage they have with that big tank in there.
Right.
I'm thinking if they pitted, I'm trying to think, did they take fuel there? I would have thought they did.
Right.
So
they had to because they couldn't have gone this from the beginning of the race.
Well, they'll take fuel this time, and then they'll be able to. And they'll have to change. They'll have to stop for a driver change later.
Right, because it's 4.5 hours left.
But they won't have to take fuel.
It's all very sciencey.
It's more of that math.
More math. Don't like
math.
Math.
Hard. Oh, we're at the bottom of the hour. All right, folks. So you've reached the bottom of the bottom of the hour here. So we'll take a quick break and be back in a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
It is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix this weekend in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltzum with Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, and I think James Ballinger was speaking earlier. Welcome back, everyone. Right now, you got Cone Crushers turning these 152s with RVA Graphics and Wraps, also turning 152s. Pinky's Out Swap in third. Just turned in a 151 on that last lap. They're shown back about a minute and 21 seconds from second place. Prefect Racing back 3 laps, additional 3 laps. In fourth place, Simon Says has left the pits, and they are in 5th place. And they're shown about a lap back from Prefect. Then we've got Level 1 Racing in 6th. Freddie Mercury in 7th. Running Bulls in 8th. Moe's Racing is 9th. And GMS Racing is shown in 10th place when you pull out those EC cars. All of that, of course, unofficial, coming from racehero.io. Looks like RVA coming into the pits. They're going to need to turn up those lap time just a little bit if they want to stay away from Pinky's Out.
You can see the Flagtronics on the dashboard. Is it counting, James? Yep, it is.
Flagotronics.
Yep, so it counts up, right? It starts at 0. So once he comes in, it counts up to 5 minutes.
Well, it keeps counting. It's different than the egg timers. Those were a decrementing counts, so they were counting down, and this counts up. So they're looking for the 5 minutes at pit out. But it continues to count, so it'll keep going. If you want to see that you had a 10-minute stop and be really angry at yourself and your pit crew, you'll see it. It's nice to have the information though to see what it actually is, and I as a racer really liked it from the perspective of not having to look over the top of the car for the egg timer in the sunlight, try to read it, and then scream it out to the rest of the team.
I don't know if I want my drivers screaming at me though to tell me to hurry up. And
yeah, but you can pop your head in and see it pretty easily compared to those egg timers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dead Rogue Motorsports here. Looks like the crowd favorite Brew Crew still shown in the pits. So not looking good for that team. All right. So we're showing Prancing Bro, EC car in the pits, RVA graphics in the pits. As we saw a moment ago, they're doing their driver change. And there we got a car coming into the pits. Missed the number on that one.
Look at them big old puffy clouds. Pretty awesome out there. There goes that Miata pulling into their pit stall. I think that's Jack there. He's the owner of all the cars there. He's looking at the tires on that BMW E30. Jack is the owner of Woodfin Oil, a big company in Richmond, Virginia. They supply heating oils and heating and cooling systems through pretty much all that area.
Yeah, I think they service all HVAC systems.
8-track?
HVAC?
Oh, HVAC. 8-track.
Heating, ventilation, air conditioning.
It's making a comeback.
Yeah. 8 tracks. If anybody's wondering how old Bill is.
He just showed them.
Bill can remember 4 tracks.
I remember quadraphonic sound.
Oh.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't have a reference for that one either.
Paulie might. No. Oh, Bliss Racing just left pit lane, and they go. These guys leaving pit lane have to go really slow around turn 1, so they don't get involved with the cars coming down.
You exit right into the apex of turn 1. It's an interesting way to do a track. I would.
RVA graphics and Rap sitting at pit out.
To go around and exit over here.
He's still got to wait a few seconds before he is going to be released. So he's being told he might need to pull over to the side. He got there a little early. These guys have been racing with Champ Car since the very beginning. Actually raced with them or against them at a bunch of Lemons races we did before Champ Car was formed up here on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Bunch of good guys. Justin always scared me because he's such a huge presence. You know, he's a big guy. Oh,
big guy.
Yeah, he played for the Richmond Spiders football team, and
I'm pretty sure nobody messes with him.
Nah.
Except
talking
Bill.
about
Bill does.
Yeah, except me. Yeah, I do mess with him.
He's the one who taped you yesterday.
Yes, he was.
They enjoyed our stories on that.
Yeah.
Talking about getting up to the pit out early, I recall a time where I was pitted next to Troy. We both pitted around the same time, and I released the car earlier than his. He had come in just a little bit before, and we held him up for probably 45 seconds, and he was livid.
Yeah. He grows about 1.5 feet when he gets like that.
I mean, he was right to be angry. He came in first. We should have let him go first.
Hey,
he wasn't ready to release, and
it's racing.
We jumped the gun. You know,
it's racing, man. Yeah, you know.
So were y'all held up at the pit out?
So we were held up, and he was behind us, so he got held up.
Yeah.
In some places, there's plenty of room to kind of go around, but at some place like this, there's only it's kind of one lane out there.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Lewis is driving Infinity. According to the multi-crazy car.
Lewis.
Is it Lewis?
Yes.
I don't know how to spell.
You don't want to send your car towards pit out with anything more than 20-30 seconds left on the timer, unless it's a really long pit lane.
Well, we were really close to pit out, so kind of our norm for that, we had a number, and we would say, okay, roughly 20-30 seconds, but pit out was right there, so we got
right there.
We didn't adjust our calculation.
A lot of times, though, a lot of it's just a mess with Troy too. So,
sometimes that's fun too.
Yeah. He. Yeah.
Yeah. Does he
at that
get
point
y'all
in time,
back as often as y'all get him?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay,
yes.
I just don't get to hear those stories.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
and he'll get you good. He'll get you good. One
Is he
time.
a prankster?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he filled my my Tundra up with biohazard stickers on him and my son.
Oh,
He
yeah.
recruits my son to do everything for my son. Yeah.
Yeah, we had biohazard. I think the same time we had biohazard stickers all over our not banned yet car.
Everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Tow
So
vehicles, trailers, cars, everything.
So we're looking at the in-car camera at that point. We're like, where did all these stickers come from? I think he was sneaking them in on pit stops, and so you thought you had gotten a few of them, and you snuck more in.
You pull down the visor of your car, and there's fucking biohazard stickers everywhere. You had rolls
That is
and
a
rolls of them.
regular Champ Car Racer kind of thing to tag each other's
Yeah.
cars
Yeah.
with stickers and random other.
Yeah, you go to change the oil, and there's stickers all underneath of it.
Yeah, I think he took it to the next level.
He did.
The whole new level.
Well, we did the fish in the back of his car during the Summit Point race. That was
Wait, what? Like grumpy old men?
like a real fish, yes. Yeah, that was late at night. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was I think that was the Summit Point. The last race Lemons did at Summit Point before Champ Car went there the following year.
Well, and he usually camps at the track, so if you start throwing fish in his
they were
gear-
out to dinner. No, I would never do gear. That's just wrong. That doesn't get hot enough.
Yeah.
We've got Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander and James Ballinger in the booth. So Bo's asking for a rundown of who's in the booth.
Yeah, I think
basically
I'm
the
the
same
wild
people we've
card
had all
here.
weekend. Yeah.
James is a technical guy. We keep asking for what does that mean on paper, and he writes us, a little
Draws you pictures?
five paragraph explanation with pictures. Yes.
He draws Bill pictures. We can understand.
Yeah, we were down looking at the flat out car, and they have a really nice package in their car with some data and IMU system from ECU Master, and I was briefly mentioning that. I think Bill was down there telling me I was speaking engineer, and I needed to change how I was explaining it.
Yeah, just said an IMU.
Yeah, they've got an EMU in there.
When I'm off in that engineering world, I'm just like, okay, I'm understanding 1 out of 7 words, 10 words.
It's
going down.
It's an inertial measurement unit, and it's basically just a vehicle dynamics package to see what the car is doing at any point in time. To see, how hard was I cornering?
Look how hard RVA takes this curb coming up here on the outside.
Is this where I switch cameras?
or maybe it wasn't RVA. It was the Mercury.
No, that's right. I only used to do that to Doc. He'd get so mad.
Yeah, he would work up. Doc would work up his. I would watch him, and he would work up what he was going to talk about, and then he'd start to say it. He'd switch. He would get so mad. I always thought it was a great idea if you and I could have a talk back, and I'd say, he'd go to start to say something, and I'd off channel. Change it out.
I could hear what he was saying. I knew where he was going.
All right. Simon says moving up, 5th place now.
Yeah, that college car, the 328, they just came out and got into that blend line, and it is difficult at this track. That is a difficult pit out blend for turn 1.
Yes.
So they came to basically a complete stop and then waited for some cars to go by and
It's a little scary because they're trying to apex that corner that you're trying to put your car into to get around it.
Yeah.
Right. And they've got some room over here. I could. Maybe I need to talk to the guy who we were talking to yesterday who owns the place and kind of give him some ideas of where some pavement could go, and they could track, enter over there where everybody's tracking out on the other side. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, make the what do you call it? The pit out,
lane,
just extend out. Yeah.
Yeah, you got pavement already right here.
Yeah.
So it's just got to come the corner.
You can do it like Daytona, where it just wraps around.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Hey, that's just money.
Just money.
It's just money.
Just like another 100 pavement, or 2.
James, you've been involved with many types of development on systems like electromotive. You worked there for a bit. Transmission controls.
Yep. I co-founded with another person Powertrain Control Solutions. And we did transmission control systems when there really weren't any good aftermarket systems, and so we had a fully programmable one for a really wide variety of transmissions, just like you would tune in ECU. and that gave users a lot of power to control a whole lot of vehicle combinations and do swaps that you just couldn't do before.
That's a pretty neat system. Really easy to program. Actually, your wife still works there, right?
No.
She did. Yeah. That's where you met her.
No, she does civil engineering work. She's.
Oh, okay.
You know, Pinky's Out is up to second place.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, they've been there for a while. We got GMS moving up into 10th place now. And your tight gaps,
But they need to fill
probably
as well.
probably from Clear Motorworks up to Team Infinity is only a 3-second gap. And they're both running very similar lap times. So that's a pretty good race going on right now. Everybody
right
else.
now, Pinky's Out is the quickest car out of the top 5. From the last lap.
Level 1, Simon Says, Prefect, and RVA Graphics all in the same lap.
Yeah, and RVA significantly faster than Prefect on that last lap. Those top 3 are all pretty much together right now on that last lap. 151s, 152s.
Well, they've all taken fuel in this since the restart, whereas Cone Crushers and Pinky's Out have not.
Yeah, and they're gapped out quite a bit. I mean, you got a couple laps here, a couple laps here, maybe a lap there. 20 seconds here is pretty. This is a pretty good fight here. Watching this Simon Says deal, running these much quicker lap times, with only a 20-second gap up to 4th place. So we'll be keeping an eye on them for sure. The RVA camera just went down. It's not coming back up, so unfortunately won't be able to show you that.
Okay, we got the flatbed going out.
So is Pinky's Out working their camera?
Okay. No, that went down right away. That camera just has been in a bad mood all weekend long.
Yeah.
The flatbed is going out. I see that. Tiffany, thank you. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we are at the Carolina Motorsports Park. It's the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. It's an 8+7 this weekend. We're on day 2, finishing up 7 hours of endurance racing here.
Somebody mentioned I remembered record players in cars on YouTube. Unfortunately, yes. Chrysler had them. They were like used cars.
Full size?
Yeah,
or are you talking about the little, what are those called? The little ones? 45s or something?
45s, yeah.
Yeah, Chrysler.
Don't insult us by pretending you don't know, James.
No, he had little doggy. He had little doggy in the window and a record player.
Yeah,
I had one at my house when I was a kid, but I couldn't remember offhand.
Yeah, they had cars with record players inside of them.
That's
isn't that
wouldn't want to
wild?
race with them.
Wouldn't you think that would be awful? And it was, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, freeways were a lot smoother back then too.
Remember when the compact discs came out and they used to skip in the cars?
Oh, yes.
How bad that was.
And then they decided to start putting cash in them, and yeah, the more cash you had, the more money they cost. So.
Well, they always got scratched because you had them floating around the car somehow. Even when you had those little holder stuff to protect them, somebody.
The visor
it's like somebody would still manage to hit them or scratch them or put them on the dash and melt them or something like that.
Bluetooth is the greatest invention of all time. Let me tell you, it
nice
is
when
awesome.
It works,
Yep. Oh, mine always works.
Yeah, we have a running thing. I really don't like a lot of Bluetooth devices because there's so many pairing idiosyncrasies between so many different types and versions and generations of Bluetooth.
Pinky's Out in the pits.
Oh,
yep.
Was that
time? Definitely time.
Okay.
That Roger Owen going in the car.
Is that the?
That's the Mercury.
The Mercury, yeah. Actually, are they having to shove it? I think so. They came into the pits, and I don't think it's
Jimmy pushing it. So you know you can only go so far before you.
They're not going to go very far, because they can't. They can't leave that unattended.
Yeah, well, they don't want the pit end blocked. Yeah.
Yeah. That's Jim. Is that Andy? Or there's 3 people pushing that. It's all Champ Car employees.
This could be a historic occasion.
Champ Car workers pushing, working.
Well, I'm usually pushing buttons, like people's buttons, but not people's cars.
Yeah, speaking of Bluetooth.
Cone Crushers pits too, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think because I've seen people using Bluetooth communications for their drivers. Do you think that's reliable enough? For
what?
Talking back and forth through cellular to their pits,
Oh,
or
I
through some sort of like FaceTime or something like that.
Yeah, you can do a data connection over Bluetooth for a variety of things. I mean, it works for some systems as long as you have the right device paired with the other right device and the pairing, the right generation, and everything's happy. It usually works well.
Until it doesn't.
Right. Well, I just get really frustrated when I have whatever device and I expect it to work with whatever other thing, and it just not the right mix of components. And my personal experiences haven't been that reliable. So I try to stay away from it as a standard for product development. Whereas we have some other engineers who really want to use Bluetooth for some communication.
Gotcha.
So we can't go, hey, Flagtronics,
Bluetooth
and talk to it.
I mean, so there's CAN bus on the on the box on the FT200,
right?
And that allows us to put a lot of peripheral devices. So you can do things like you could put something on a helmet that would send information. One of the things that we're looking at is for motorcycles, for example, they want to be able to have the LEDs on their helmet.
Oh.
You know, not on the bike, because they're not really looking down there very often.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, being able to connect with a wireless system to do that is advantageous, and you can get a low power setup, and they just have to, you know, maintain their batteries and everything.
So you have these big LEDs right in the visor just flashing in their eyes?
Yeah, so it's basically in the corner, and it's the same kind of thing. You got to modulate brightness so that it's not going to, you know, blind them or anything like that.
Right.
All right, so this should be the final pit stop for the leaders. RVA, they already pitted because we're checkered at 4:30.
Can't go 2.5 hours.
No, it's 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
so they will have to stop again. But Cone Crushers,
driver change.
Yes,
right.
But only
they
a driver
won't.
change.
They won't have that 5-minute stop.
just
They can
need
come
to do
in
that
there.
drive change. So they did do the pit stop right where I predicted. They were right in that 125-ish range.
And Pinky's out is at pit out right now.
But some of those quick teams, they can get a driver in and out well under 2 minutes. So they can get an advantage there.
Should be able to.
So Pinky's out being held at pit out because he got there a little early.
Yeah, my team was doing 15-minute pit stops because our
now he's
driver
released.
was
There he
also
goes.
holding the fire extinguisher. There's like 3 of us.
Yeah.
Pinky's out back on track. Clear track ahead of him too, and behind him.
Yeah, talking about the CAN bus stuff, one of the things that's kind of a running joke is you could add an accessory. You can add lots of accessories, but you could add an accessory that would be a personal taser if someone doesn't watch the flags. If they don't listen, you just shock them till they notice.
That would be interesting to watch.
Turn the seat warmers on.
Mm-hmm. Seat shocker.
Yeah.
Another kind of shocker.
Dead Broken 17th place overall. There's a couple EC cars up ahead of them, so they're technically in 15th place. Trophy Wife is in 28th right now. It looks like Flat Out Nemesis has retired their car. If you're just joining us,
that was sad to see them go out with the exhaust failure.
Well, that happens when you take the car about 3 feet into the air and try and land it as a 10, all 4 wheels at the same time.
Wow.
Completely crushed the titanium exhaust system and broke the pie welds going up to the header.
Yeah, sometimes you think you've gotten out of that situation and everything's okay, and then, you know, another part fails 5 laps later.
Yeah. And then having the the tires.
Cone Crushers just coming out of the pits.
Yeah. Having the tires mounted the wrong way to try and get more.
Right.
Yeah,
life out of the tires.
Yeah, they expected no rain today, so it wasn't really a concern, but it is when it rains. Yeah. Instead of pushing the water out of the way, it was sucking the water under the tires. So
yeah.
Oh, that orange E36 is on the rollback.
I don't know if Tiffany.
It's precariously on the rollback.
It really is.
Like the tires, the back tires are just hanging off the back of the car. Oh, because it only has one tire on the back of the car.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to get in the rollback and get it back. And they're moving quickly on that tow truck. They just all day long.
With the whole rear of the car off the tow truck.
Is Tiffany's microphone on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Not
better.
hear me well? Okay.
There we go.
Up, sir. Hi.
Hi, Tiffany.
You missed me.
I heard you talking. We could hear you, but it almost sounded like it was coming in through a different mic, so I wasn't quite sure.
Well, I appreciate you looking out for me.
Yeah. Always.
So, Cone Crushers is chasing down RVA graphics and wraps. He can see them. They're about, I don't know, probably a quarter mile away, a straightaway away from each other. So when he goes around a corner, he can see RVA graphics and wraps. Bright green car, can't miss it. But then RVA should be able to see Cone Crushers as well in the mirror. Put him another lap down.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want to go a lap down. So with RVA that just came through, Cone Crusher should be coming around on the front straightaway very soon.
Yeah, here they come. He's making a pass on the 248 Mazda RX-8.
I like it. That frees him up to get his line in turn one.
Well, there's something hanging from the car, underneath the car, flapping around. Kind of looks like tape or maybe exhaust wrap. They do have a side exit exhaust that wraps over to the right side of the car, comes out the door. So it could be some insulation for that stuff. As Huggins is also right behind the, or Pinky's Out is also right behind the RVA graphics and wraps. He can see them as well. And Pinky's Out being on the same lap, they're how many seconds apart? 38 seconds behind.
Mm-hmm. So he's going for the RVA car, faux show. That's Roger in the car, so he only has one speed.
Roger, the Mercury is heading back to the Capri, heading back to the paddock. So Roger was brought on as a new board of director. Last week we announced, or this past week we announced it, and I think he's already doing work now, isn't he?
I mean, we put him to work pretty quick.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Have no lollygagging around here.
No, we got a lot of stuff going on with the company. So
yeah.
The
short car going side by side at turn one.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we need to break for commercial here. We've reached the top of the hour, so we will take a quick break and be right back after these messages. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, James Ballinger. Calling the race for you here, folks. It's the RVA Graphics and Reps Carolina Grand Prix. And we're looking at the standings. Cone Crusher leads over RVA Graphics and Wraps. Pinky's out in third. Simon Says in fourth. Prefect Racing in fifth. Level 1 Racing sixth. Then it's Running Bulls. Moe's Racing. Freddie Mercury in ninth, because we got to pull the Bailey's car out of there. And then we've got Love Racing in 10th. Looks like the Bailey's car is ducked into the pits. So Pinky's out. Looking at the gaps here, 31 seconds the gap from Pinky's out to RVA. They just turned a 150. They're turning 149s and 150s. RVA turning 154s and 152s. So Pinky's out. Some faster lap times, so 30 seconds the gap. So look for Pinky's out to run down RVA. We'll see if they can do it. Cone Crusher's up at the front here, leading by 2 laps over the field, turning 150s and 151s. Simon Says right there in fourth place, back 36 seconds. Just turned to 152. They're in that 153 to 152 range. So I'm not seeing anybody that's solidly in those 140s any longer. And it could be the tracks heating up. Could be the drivers. Hard to say.
I think it's getting pretty greasy out there. I've heard that from a few drivers already today. And looking at the temperature curve for the day, it's peaking at about 4 p.m. Just looking at the forecast. Right, yes. Perfect timing for the greasiest time of the day. And
greasy, hot, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I like to go second.
So I don't expect them to get a whole lot better from this point into the race.
Right.
So the tow truck and the cop car they use here with the lights are headed out. They're coming through turn 2 right now.
All right. Something is afoot.
It is. Or a wheel. Something.
This is one of those situations when the track does get greasy. If you sort of tailored your car to the average track with your tire size for temperature and the right compound, your tires might get greasy. But if you have too much tire on a day like today, you might be keeping your tires cooler until it gets up to be a greasy day for everyone else. And then you might just be coming up to normal operating temp. So that's always a risk when you're running too much tire. You can actually keep your tires too cool under normal conditions.
Gotcha. It works for that really hot days like this, or really greasy conditions.
136 laps turned, 2 hours and 19 minutes unofficially remain in the race today. Checkered flag will fall 4:30 Eastern Time, local time.
Now, I know there are a lot of people who choose their tires based on either throwing as much tire as they can on the car, or some of them want to save money, or they don't think they need as much tire for the power level they're at. But I usually just use temperature to see if we're getting into the operating range of the tire.
Okay. You just use the little gun and across it. What do you use?
No, I use a recording pyrometer, and we also have.
I knew you'd have some fancy stuff.
Yeah, well, you're getting the carcass temp that way, so it's actually getting into the tire material a little bit.
Okay.
And we also have a sensor that you can get an array sensor, so it's a 16x4 array, and it will look across and see
across the whole tire.
Yeah, across the whole tire. And then there are even fancier ones that will sit inside the tire and will actually give you the pressure and temperature from inside the tire, and then they can actually scan and look at the carcass temp from the inside on a grid array there.
That is fancy.
So if you know, and really,
and I thought my little TPMS was cool.
Yeah. So that you can get really fancy. Just the pyrometer itself, which isn't that pricey.
Yeah.
That you have the probe with a pointy end on it, basically, so it's sticking in the rubber. That's enough. You don't have to have all the other sensors.
No kidding. Well, Team Infinity is kind of dicing with the Stug right now, as the leader just came by.
Trying to see what the gap. So the gap between second and third has went down to 27 seconds. It was at 31. So Thinking Out is definitely closing on RVA.
Yeah, they're trying to chase them down. I think they're going to be able to do it. I mean, overall, if you're looking at their averages, they're running overall faster lap times. There's
a little confusion here getting around the vehicles on track.
Yeah, maybe like they're not sure if they're allowed to pass kind of thing.
Yeah.
It looks that way, yeah. Like there's something that could, and once the front guy starts to slow down, and the other guys are like, "What's going on? Are we under caution? I can't see,"
And then another car comes from the back of that pack and then starts getting around.
Yeah, right. When you start getting all those cars wadded up like that, it's a recipe for problems. Looks like Freddie Mercury's gone back out onto the track. We can watch from this camera and see if that trend is continuing here. So the way the rules work in Champ Car, you can pass the emergency vehicle. Typically what they'll do is what they call a follow. They'll follow that EV around with a white flag. It might be a furled white flag. And that's just to notify the drivers that the EV is on track. As it's circulating like that, you can pass them. They don't want you to buzz it, which means they don't want you to go flying by it at full speed. They want you to give them some room, pass them on the opposite side. You'll notice the EVs tend to stick to one side of the track or the other as you approach them. So that's the protocol.
Part of the funny thing here is the EVs are going so fast. They're keeping up the pace of, not of the race cars, but still they're keeping up much higher than you usually expect.
Yeah, they're above Opel pace.
I think so. We were saying earlier we need to get
I'm
lap timers on some of the vehicles here and bring that Opel and see who gets better time.
So Freddie Mercury behind the wall again. Six-banger going to the pit. So the Stug led the race. I meant to do this when we came back. Forgot. Let me go through this.
Go for it.
Switch cameras. Okay. The Stug led the race from the beginning from the pace car, right? Pinky's out, took the lead for a few laps, pitted with an electrical issue. While they were fixing that, Cone Crushers took over the lead as Flat Out Nemesis worked up the field to third by 9 a.m. Flat Out takes the lead at 9:23. Pitted early, but came out fast as ever. Cone Crushers leads in the rain at 12:25. When that rain came down like that, it was kind of sudden and heavy, and that really changed the complexion of the race. Simon Says moves into second place at 1:15. Pinky's out into second place. Then the pit stops took place, and then by 2 o'clock we had Cone Crushers leading over RVA with Pinky's out in third, and that's where we are right now, watching Simon Says in fourth place. So we're all kind of fixated on those teams, and I'm noticing that the gaps have kind of closed down a little bit in that top 5 bunch. So we're getting more and more of the 24 seconds from Pinky's out to RVA, and 50 seconds from Simon Says up to Pinky's out, that kind of thing.
The top 4 are really running pretty similar times, mostly varying by who they have to pass. Where they're getting caught up each lap.
Right. As we close in on 2 hours and 13 minutes unofficially remaining in the race, and 139 laps turned on this 2.27 mile road circuit in Kershaw, South Carolina. There's a Kershaw, North Carolina, I found out, and a Kershaw, South Carolina. I did not know that.
We're in South Carolina.
You're in the South Carolina one, right? So, James, what's the next racetrack that you're going to be going to? I assume you're running support for the Flagtronics for the most part.
We are, and we're working with some other tracks and organizations. We'll be at the VIR with VIR 24 with ChampCar. So that's the next one that's officially supported, I believe.
Cool. Yeah, that one's the 7th of August, so the 7th and the 8th.
That'll be super helpful because at night it is near impossible to black flag the cars. We got the light board out there, but so
absolutely. And at night, in the fog and the rain, something like that, I've been out there. Sometimes your headlights aren't great, or maybe you lost one of them, something like that, and you're struggling, just to see ahead, let alone be able to see the corner station. Yeah. I mean, you memorize the track, of course, but it's hard to see their stands at night under adverse conditions. I mean, really difficult, and that's something that everybody on our team was really happy about when we were prototyping and testing years ago. To be able to have that information to know, is it safe ahead, basically.
Right.
Team Infinity's pretty much taken up the flag, the mantra for the D-Class drivers, and as the Freddie Mercury car is still behind the wall, apparently. So Team Infinity is taking over the lead of D-Class down there in 13th place. Actually, it's 11th overall. We pulled the EC cars out. So we got 3 C-Class cars up at the front, 1, 2, 3, and then a B-Class car in 4th, and an A-Class car in 5th. That's level 1 racing. Love Racing has tumbled to 10th. Actually, 9th if you pulled the EC car out. So I think they've had a little bit of issues with that car and haven't quite had the pace. They may have been in the pits an extra time, and that's caused them to slow up a bit. All right.
Looks like they had a long period where they were running in the 212, 220 time range. So, something happened sort of mid-race for them that really knocked their pace out for a while.
Yeah, it could be they had trouble in the rain. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, some cars are just doing better,
and drivers too. You know, not all the drivers are completely confident with. You would think that, you know, they've been racing a long time with this, but actually, I've raced on teams where you had teams that were very successful in Champ Car, but there's one driver, two driver has very little experience in the wet, and we would adjust the driver lineup accordingly, because that one guy is like, hey, I'm not particularly comfortable in the wet. It's not really my thing, okay? I get that. And sometimes you get hung out to dry, you know, that guy's out there, and that was pretty sudden, you know. And it's like, well, what are you going to do, buddy? You're going to have to just do your best with it.
Yeah, that just looking at it, going back and looking at some of the other cars, I wasn't watching lap times at the time. It is, you know, consistent with the rain and some of the other cars in the field. So
we're getting him trained up so he can help us. Yeah.
Freddie Mercury, so still in the pits.
If I'm at the race running it, I'm paying a lot more attention to the who's in what place and the times compared to looking at the flags in the system, and you know, you're looking at different variables
you can pay attention to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to take 50 screens to every race to try to present yourself with every piece of data available.
All right, so
down. Barely over 2 hours to go.
Yeah, there's the Stu coming through, following the Shark car of Infinity.
It means they're going to try to shove me in that car in a minute.
Yeah, you got just a few minutes left to go.
Okay.
Look at turn 4 here, as Simon says, is coming out of turn 10.
Now looks like Pinky's Out is really close, right within sight of Cone Crushers right now.
Yeah, they really have closed that distance. 24 seconds. Excuse me. Got some work to do, but we'll see.
Got friends too, so
yeah.
Like Roger's in the car right now, and Roger runs with Cone Crushers at times too. So there's nothing. I mean, you want to pass other people, right? Like you always want to do well, but you really want to pass your buddy, right? But just it's like another level.
Yeah, RVA actually turned up the wick a little bit there, stretched out 2 seconds there over Pinky's Out. And
make it hard for them.
They might have a real fight on their hands once they do catch up with RVA. I think Pinky's Out is a faster car, but we'll see what happens here. The track is probably pretty hot, and with this humidity, you know, that might change the dynamic a little bit of that Pinky's Out car. We'll see how well it competes against the RVA car in this heat.
I wonder who's going in for the last stint for RVA.
Well, that John and Roger, and I'm not sure if Chris is going back in for the last one or not, but that'd be my guess.
Okay. I think Chris Huggins is supposed to be in. Pinky's Out for the final stint.
Right.
And he can wiggle.
Yeah. He definitely set some pretty amazing times in there.
Yeah, the first time he drove the Lexus with Birmingham, I was like, holy crap. Watching the video. I think he's ever drove that car before. He went out there and set one of the fastest times in it. He's definitely he's gifted driver.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you can work heavily on, and some people just have a gift from the outset, and I get the impression he's got a little bit of both.
Right, a lot of experience and just gifted behind the wheel.
Yeah, and it's something he works on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lifestyle that he's very much into here at the track, and working with different cars. Mm-hmm. They started with Danger yesterday, and now he brought his cars back up and just happened happened to need it. Yeah. Usually people don't come with a primary car and a backup car, but he came prepared.
So we were at dinner Friday night, and Huggins and Hurley were going back and forth about which one's the faster car, and so they had them both on track during the test day, and with each one of them driving, right? So Hurley was out in the Lexus, and Huggins was in the other car, and then they swapped, and they were comparing notes, and he was like, "I was still faster in your own car." Whatever. So it was quite fun to watch that go down.
Yeah, they were giving you help for that one.
So we'll give you a quick rundown here, folks. At 143 laps, Cone Crushers leads as Prefect Racing dives into the pits. RVA Graphics and Wraps is in second place. Then it's Pinky's Out in third. Simon Says is fourth. Level 1 Racing is fifth. Prefect Racing in sixth. Running Bulls in seventh. Mose Racing is eighth. Love Racing ninth. And then in 10th place, it's the Stug. Now, if we look at this by class, Class A, which is sponsored by Krispy Kreme Donuts, Level 1 Racing leading over Mose and Love Racing. And then B class, sponsored by Discovery Parts, it's Simon Says, Clear Motorworks, and Flat Out Nemesis, which we know that car's been retired. Then to C class, sponsored by Money Shift Racing, it is Cone Crushers, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and Pinky's Out. And then down to D class, we've got Team Infinity, Freddie Mercury, and Bliss Racing. EC being led by Bailey Racing. A trophy will be awarded for EC this weekend. And that's your current rundown.
I think they had some neat trophies for EC. If I recall, they were the ones that had some direct parts. One of them was a direct injector, and the other one was a valve.
There's Bliss Racing going by into turn 4. There goes Simon Says as well. Vying for position there. Simon Says in 4th place. I don't think Simon Says has really put a foot wrong all day. Cone Crushers has certainly earned this win. They've been primary in the lead between themselves and the Nemesis car. So they've worked very hard on this lead. Shown 1 lap down now from RVA Graphics and Wraps. There's the 2-lap count as Cone Crushers comes across the start-finish line, logging a 151 against RVA's 151. And Pinky's Out 150. These guys are almost in perfect lockstep with one another. I don't think we have...
That broke Motorsports just before all, but managed to get it back on that course.
Oh, good. We might see them take it off here. This camera's got enough delay. Almost got away from him right there. Coming up on that 2-hour mark, folks.
Yeah, Team Infinity just keeps going by with so much consistency on their line and just knocking these laps out reliably over and over and over again. It's one of those teams that it's not necessarily the fastest car out there, but it's well driven and it's well managed and just very reliable and consistent. Just got so much character in that car too.
Yeah, one thing's for sure: when you race in that team, you're gonna get track time.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the Stu again. Driver talking as they're preparing for the final 2 hours of this race.
They're preparing for the final 2 hours. I've got to go prepare myself. So
okay.
Polly.
Well, good luck there, Tiffany. You have a good time.
Thanks. I'll see you later.
All righty. So we've reached the bottom of the hour. We'll take a quick break for commercial, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Cone Crushers is your leader. We will be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Nora Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you kids say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Red flag condition. We got a car on fire over around turn 11. And
car number 697.
So we got crews at the site. 697 is the Tech Motorsports team.
Yeah, they were coming down the back straight here, and the corner worker at 10 reported fire from the right rear brake. And sure enough, as we saw him come down, it was a pretty good fire on that right rear brake system. And then they told him to, or the corner workers were told to bring him to a stop. We didn't want that tire kind of letting loose. So he pulled around the corner at 11 and just whoosh the whole right rear of the car up. And they were on it pretty quick with the fire extinguishers and put that baby out. They're getting ready to load them up onto the flatbed as we are under red flag, so we could get the fire trucks out there very quick. And these guys responded fast, man. I mean, it was pretty quick.
That fire escalated quickly.
Yes, it
so
did.
We're talking about a very short distance. That fire got out of control, and he stopped at a place where he was close to the stand there, the flag stand, and the driver got out pretty quickly too. The safety crew got to him quickly. Everything looks like it's good, other than obviously problem with the fire.
We have Jackie took the pace car out, took the short way around, and she has picked up the leader. So when we go back to yellow, she will have the leader right there. But we're still under red flag until they can get that sorted out there.
I think it's a good reminder of how quickly those fires can spread.
Yep.
And not necessarily to keep going, to try to find the safest spot as close as you can to get off track.
Right.
And
they're actually spraying. They've got the fire truck out there spraying down the track, water either on the track or on the grass. I can't really tell. But yeah, that did escalate really quick. I mean, there were probably easily 10-foot flames over the top of that car.
And I'm guessing there was a fuel line down there, something, possibly. That's not what kind of car is it?
It's a BMW something or another.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have much else other than fuel back there.
Yeah.
It's an E36.
Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty quick. And like I said, the track went, once Dana said red flag, they went red flag. Car came to a stop about that moment, and they were able to get the safety vehicles over there very quick with the fire truck going across track, taking the shortcut, and they were on site pretty quick.
Yeah.
And we're almost done with the cleanup there too.
Yeah, the cars came to a safe stop. Every one that I see, well, we're obviously full red flag here, but this is one of those incidents where it looks like from here everything went very well to the book.
Yep, and they're towing that car off right now. Fire truck's just finishing up. Looks like they're just making sure there's nothing left that could start a fire in that grass. And fire guy or the tow truck guy's running over to his truck. Fire guys loading up their hose, and they're running around the truck, and they're going to clear off here pretty quick. And tow truck driver's on the move now. And the fire truck's on the move. Let's see what kind of lap time that fire truck can do.
We want to get some lap timers on them and have you bring the Opal over here.
Yeah. No.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
These are my friends.
Right. Oh, yes. With friends like that, who needs enemies, right? Running Bulls had just set their fastest lap time of the day with that 151 in 6th place. As we were at break, the track went red. The cars are instructed in those situations to pull over to one side of the track or the other and come to a safe, controlled stop. And that allows the emergency vehicles to get out there and take care of whatever it is they need to be taken care of. So here's Jackie picking up cone crushers. And she's spoken with the driver of the cone crushers car, say, hey, you're going to stick with me, behind me.
So we got yellow now, so cars are starting to get moving again.
Yeah, they're going to go back to full course caution, and then eventually pace car will pull in and we'll go back to green. That's how they do it in Champ Car.
Yeah, we've got a couple cars that aren't fired up.
Yeah, they're not firing up. So
there we go with
we got the I can't think of the number. I can't see the number. It's 556.
Yeah.
No, 484 Honda.
Yeah, that one's still not moving.
That one's
the RX-7 was stuck here for a minute. They got going again.
So we've got a Honda stuck out there between 10 and 11.
Everybody's looking at you, man. Do you feel embarrassed? It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
They're trying to bunch up the field. That she's taking. They've got the pace car down doing about 20 miles an hour right now while the field catches up. But like I said, we have a car that's stuck out there. And
is that 484?
Yeah, it's a Honda.
The Acura.
Yeah, Acura, sorry. It's like a Honda, but with a funny name.
Yeah.
Looks like they're taking Dead Broke Motorsports behind the wall.
Yeah, I see that there. 721. .256 headed back out onto the track.
They do have the debris flag out at that stand where
the
fire got out of control.
Tow truck headed out down that way right now. He's going to do the crossover at the track here in the middle. Goes off into the grass, digs it up a little bit. I try to take it easy on the grass when we're setting up the cameras.
Yeah,
I figured the tracks get really upset when you dig up the grass. Remember Mr. Penske? That was his thing. He loved his grass at Indianapolis. Don't mess it up. Coming down the front straight, we're going to do another lap under yellow as they try and take care of that Acura Integra out stuck between 10 and 11, not being able to get it started. They pack the field back up. I know that RVA Graphics was trying to stuck behind the MR2 as he was trying to get him to move forward faster.
Mm-hmm.
When we went back to yellow.
And
so we're under red flag conditions for a brake fire on a BMW.
Well, we aren't anymore.
We were under red flag. Yep. And the RVA Graphics has moved up a little bit there.
Simon Says has pitted again.
Yep, and they're putting fuel in that car.
Yeah. They are towing the Integra off right now, so
I think the MR2 just came in. Is it silver?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that was the MR2 that came in.
And it looks like that's Ed's car right there. So that's the Sharky.
Yeah.
One can in. They're going for the second can for the. And putting a new driver in the Simon Says car.
That'll be their last stop to the end. So some of the other teams are going to have to stop again where Simon Says will be done.
You might be able to see that from the start. Did the starters camera go down again?
Yeah. It's always something, isn't it?
So with this pit under yellow, it'll be interesting to see how it shakes up for Simon Says, who was in fourth. They might get a little advantage in the last set of pit stops.
This might help them a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good yellow to pit under.
Yeah, 20 mile an hour, and they're out there stuck behind the pace car saying we should have come in.
Yeah. Well, it's red flag. You are where you are.
Yeah.
So that makes the strategy a little more difficult.
Well, they probably didn't know that their team should be telling them that, hey, there's a car still stuck out there.
Sure, but if you had already passed the pit in,
yeah,
and the pace car picks you up, you don't have an opportunity. At least until the pace car goes around again.
And once they get it under control, and it looks like they have picked it up a little bit now. Yep, she's picked it up.
Yeah, she was bunching them up. She was going pretty slow to pack them together.
Of course, it's Cone Crushers with the 46. Is it right behind them? Well,
yeah, the Stug's right behind him. Unfortunately, that camera is in a bad mood, and we don't have any other in-car cameras on the track, so we'll just be using our track cameras for what we have left. And there you can see, got them stacked up just the way Dana likes them, nose to tail, line of sterns. He says you should see a car outside of your windshield under full course caution. It's either the pace car or another car. If you don't see anything, you need to catch up to the pack.
And we did have about 5 cars manage to pit under yellow here and get a strategic advantage.
Strategery.
Yep. Racecraft. Which is like witchcraft.
Wastecraft. Yeah. Up. There goes Ed pulling out as the leaders.
He's not going to make it. He's
Come
going to get a lap. His car is in.
Oh, we're green.
Yep.
So back to green here at CMP.
Just missed it.
Pinky's out. Falling
Pinky's out,
down.
coming down pit lane.
Oh, they just missed it too.
So RVA shown in second place, but
and
19
Ed has a few
Ed's
more
getting
seconds
held up.
to wait. Yeah, and
Yep.
so
Pinky's out. Ed was whoever's in the car for the shark car was courteous enough to get to the side to let Pinky's out get by the side.
And they have seconds to wait as well.
Yeah.
Gun Crushers.
And
the
Martu's
Stewed.
coming down. So Jimmy's down here with 4 cars sitting at pit out. 5 cars now sitting at pit out.
Yeah, everyone's hoping to get out before
Or 6 cars. Simon is coming as well.
Oof.
And they're going to be stuck. And 246 is released. MR2 had to stop. So he gets out of the way. Who else is there? So one of them. Oh, that's our
Everybody's got time left. They're making Jimmy mad over there.
Level 1 already got out. So, level 1's right there. So they're being told to go. He can't hear. There he goes. Jimmy's screaming and yelling. The 647 is trying to get out as well.
All right. Finally,
There goes 19.
Simon Says went. Shark car went.
The MR2 is off to the left. Jackie sitting with him as they're waiting for their timer to go.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone was coming in hoping to get that yellow flag advantage, but they couldn't come in because they were ahead of the pace car when they were stopped under red. So really, wherever you stopped on track, you kind of got luck of the draw, whether you got to take advantage from that yellow or not.
All right, so 1 hour and 43 minutes remain in the race. Big shakeup there as that caution brought a whole bunch of people from the front of the pack into the pits. And of course, there's not much room in the pits, so that caused some congestion. This car scrambled to get out when we went back to green.
The 256 Altima headed back to the paddock. The 750 Miata, really pretty looking car. They've got one of those plastic front spoilers up front, but it's like wrapped underneath the car now, so it doesn't look as pretty as it did yesterday.
Bone Crushers wasted no time getting back up to speed. It's like their next lap out was a 151 right away.
They're just located right across the border here in Georgia, and they're not that far from this place. And I think they've been here a few times, so they're familiar with the track. Simon Says, chasing down level 1. There's only a 35-second difference between the two. Right? That's not right. 2-second difference. 2.7 second difference between the two. I was looking at the wrong one.
Clear Motorworks shown not turning laps. That's the first car in the top 16 that's not turning laps right now. We've got Dead Broke Motorsports. They've pushed their car behind the wall. Tao Racing, that's the car that caught fire there in that rear tire area. Freddie Mercury not turning laps. We know they pushed that drove it behind the wall. Trophy Wife with Tiffany at the wheel. She's out there turning laps in 27th. And Brew Crew still not out there on track. So
I just saw a Prefect do a 149.9. That's
nice.
the fastest lap I've seen in a while.
Well,
yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's dry. Doesn't look like we got big puffy clouds around us. Nothing showing anything falling out of them.
So we got Cone Crushers leading this race over RVA Graphics and Wraps. Pinky's Out in third place, Level 1 Racing in fourth, and Simon Says in fifth, shown just 2.7 seconds behind Level 1. And they just popped out a lap time that's 3 seconds faster than Level 1. So we may see a pass for fourth place on this lap. We'll keep our eyes out for that.
And yep, they got around them on the straightaway here, but Level 1 outbreaks the Acura going into one and gets around him.
Oh, they're nose to tail.
Yep.
They're fighting for position right now.
Yeah, these two cars right together. Level 1 Racing and Simon Says. As Pinky's Out is still working to try to catch up with RVA. And they've got a lot of work to do, shown 2 laps down.
They are right there, Level 1 in front of Simon Says as they go through turn 4, followed by, I missed the number on that Miata.
There's the Shark car going by.
MR2 right behind him.
Clear Motorworks in their Nissan, leaving the pits.
And RVA Graphics kind of reel in Cone Crushers. But Cone Crushers just putting down those fast 151 laps versus RVA's 156.
Well, it looks like RVA got held up in traffic there.
Yeah, there was about five or six cars they were with.
Yeah. Cone Crushers got that open, clear track ahead of them when they were released from the pace car.
But the speed differential between the fastest cars and the slower cars just means that they're going to catch the slower cars up pretty quick. A few laps. It's not going to take long before everybody is intermingled again. As looks like Cone Crushers is going to puts a pass on the Infinity Shark car as they go through 12.
Oh, Simon Says got ahead of Level 1.
Yep.
Looks like they're pulling away too. They're getting a little gap here. They were nose to tail coming into one before.
Now we're showing just almost a full second. So
I think that's Moe's Racing Mazda. That's behind those two. Yeah, behind those two.
That Virginia Tech car going out again. They have a lot of AOA on their wing. A lot of angle of attack on their wing.
Yes, they did. They're just trying to slow it down or just give more bite?
I don't know. I don't know what their wing profile is. Some profiles will favor a high AOA, but in general, most of the wings you see on cars are not that type.
Or they just want it to stall?
I wouldn't think they would want it to stall. There wouldn't be a whole lot of good reasons to do that. Presumably, there's the profile design, or there's some other element that they've looked at to make that choice.
They have a small wind tunnel tech.
Very small, yeah. That's not. You can't put a car in it.
Just a model.
A look at turn 4 here as RVA Graphics and Wraps and Pinky's Out comes by. As Simon Says and Level 1 are dueling for fourth place. And really, Simon Says would just like to get after the Pinky's Out car for that podium position at the bottom of the podium position.
Simon Says has pulled more of a gap here, and Level 1's got some other cars ahead. So it looks like that lead is going to extend. They're still pushing harder.
Yeah, they would like to leave that behind and focus on the next car ahead, really. They don't want any more threats from behind. And looks like they're pretty much in the clear as far as classed cars are concerned.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out with Simon Says and Pinky's Out, because they both took this pit stop under yellow, and Cone Crushers and RVA did not.
Right. It's going to be difficult, but they just turned that one. Simon Says just turned to 148, or excuse me, 152. Pinky's Out turned to 149. There's a 48-second gap between the two of them.
Yeah, but the two lead cars right now, Cone Crushers and RVA, are going to have to do another pit stop where Pinky's Out and Simon Says won't.
They will not. That's right.
So I think there's going to be a shakeup at the end here.
Cone Crushers has really put on a masterful performance here. They've done a really good job of putting this race together. So
they really haven't made any major mistakes here. They've been very consistent, which is one of the keys to doing well in the series.
It's extremely difficult to win a race when you've made a mistake. We've seen it happen, but it's really difficult. There's so much competition out there, and it's usually the teams that aren't making mistakes, meaning they're not making additional pit stops. They're not finding themselves stranded off in the sand somewhere for several laps. They have a pretty clean race. Those are typically the teams you see up in that top three.
Yeah, that's definitely the one of the most important things you can do in this race is be consistent and really have your pit stops down and your strategy down. You can even run a flawless race and just not have your strategy down to the same sort of level of perfection as another team, and the other team will still get you.
Yeah. Bill's getting this camera set up for us. This is the camera looking over the front straightaway and the pits. But like I said yesterday at the beginning of the show, and I think I mentioned something at the beginning of this show, these cameras are really struggling for bandwidth, and we've also got some battery issues where they go down and they're just done. They're not coming back up. So we might have this camera for a little while, and then that might be it.
Yeah, so that one's working well. Bill was asking to see if that's transmitting still. Yeah, the reception here is just very poor.
So
it's
thanks for
a lot of things, but streaming video it struggles with.
Yeah. So thank you for joining everyone here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix at Carolina Motorsports Park this weekend as we wind down the final hour and a half of racing. And right now we're showing Cone Crushers unofficially leading this race by about a lap over RVA Graphics and Wraps, with Pinky's Out in third. Simon Says is fourth. Level 1 Racing in fifth. Prefect Racing in sixth. Running Bulls in seventh. Moe's Racing in eighth. Then we've got Love Racing in ninth. And I think it's Red Kites or Red Kite Sevens. Not sure how they want that pronounced. In 10th place in their BMW.
Cone Crushers came by in turn one, got held up a little bit by some traffic coming out of the pits. Here we've got Pinky's Out within sight of RVA Graphics, hunting them down.
Yeah, Simon Says continuing to stretch out their lead over level 1 now. Almost 7 seconds is the gap. And really
Pinky's Out is running quicker than Cone Crushers, pulling them in as well.
Yeah, that 148, another really tough lap time for these guys who found the track to be a little bit slipperier now that we're at the heat of the day. There's Cone Crushers going by. Not under any real pressure right now.
I think we've got a few laps, and then they're going to come under pressure from Pinky's out if they can maintain this pace. Simon says going by now, and it looks like they are continuing to pull out that lead on level 1.
All right, so we've reached the top of the hour, so we will take a quick break here, folks, for commercial, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments, so stay with us. You are watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at CMP this weekend, and Cone Crushers is your leader. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you kids say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Carolina Motorsports Park for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. Day 2, finishing up the race here. Hour and 25 left, unofficially. We've got Cone Crushers leading the race.
701 headed back out on track. They just put a new driver in their car with a full tank of fuel.
Thanks for setting up those cameras, Bill. And I think, I think they're both working.
They're paying me $2.45 an hour. I might as well do some work.
You working for tips? Is that how this is working out?
All right.
Home Crusher's behind Simon Says now. Pulling up to him.
So let me know if you see one of the camera cars come in pit lane there, Paul.
Okay.
I don't think they are, but...
Well, Dead Broke is in the paddock. I don't know if that counts or not.
Oh, that's a 318, right?
Yeah, that camera's working.
Of course.
The RVA and the Team Infinity are the other two. Yeah, I don't know. The RVA camera was actually pretty good until it wasn't.
So is it still on or just not?
I got no feed from it.
Oh.
The RVA just set a green lap here. They set a 148.8, and
nice.
Yeah, they are very close to Huggins. Pinky's out.
So what he means by that is that's just the fastest lap time of the day for that team at 148.863. They're in second place right now, as you can see.
They must have put a good staggered set of tires on them, on that car during their last pit stop.
Maybe used a pyrometer. Check those temps.
Staggered.
They were listening.
Yeah.
We need to do that too.
A what? Science.
It's sciencey.
So when are you bringing your car back here to race there, James? A couple years?
Oh, yeah. The whole, all these engineering projects we have, and COVID really threw us under for getting in the shop and getting work done.
And I would like to thank you for all the work that your company did during the COVID. There was a lot of Richmond and Virginia medical places that needed the supplies that you were getting shipped over. And
yeah,
I know you guys still have a pretty good stock of them.
Yeah, we brought in a lot of, basically we saw that a lot of our local facilities just didn't have supplies, and everyone was scrambling. We heard stories about these nurses who were reusing, inferior equipment, and they were just, crying for help, basically. And so we tried our best to do that. We have some contacts overseas, and we bring things in on a regular basis anyway. So we thought we'd be able to leverage those, and we got some help from some other people. Somebody else in the series, Parts Badger.
Yeah, Parts
Roy,
Badger. Yeah.
He helped us out with some of that too, and we were able to leverage as much as we could, and we threw a lot of money and time and effort into that, just trying to help. Sort of disregarding all the politics people get into, and some of the issues that we look back on it with now. At the time, it was purely just looking at these medical care workers who were just crying for help, and we tried to do the best we could. So we did end up providing it to some medical facilities, and actually Prefect has a doctor, Mache. He's a driver. He's a real quick driver, and he's got a practice in Norfolk area. So we helped him out, and a lot of practices and hospitals and hospital systems we were able to provide supplies to when they couldn't get anything else.
Yeah.
It was a real undertaking. It cost us a lot of engineering time. It cost us. It was never a profitable venture for us. It was a money-losing venture, but we did it just to try to help. Is the bottom line.
Yeah, I know you were putting in some really long hours. You had your regular Flagtronics and Ballinger Motorsports jobs during the day, and then at night you were pretty much up all night doing this stuff.
Yeah. So a lot of the import work, that's absolutely right. So I was up till 4 a.m, night after night after night, just pushing hard, trying to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's something that, there's a lot of extra anxiety and stress and effort. But it's one of those things I think I'll look back on later and say, this wasn't the right fiscal decision, and this wasn't the right decision maybe for my family in a lot of ways, but it was a good moral decision just to try to help these medical care workers who needed everything they could. And some of it was child care workers, and there were some funerary workers and that kind of thing. It wasn't just one industry, but we focused most on the frontline medical care and first responders.
Well, I know that sorry, I got distracted there. I know that everybody was thankful for it, and the motorsport industry itself stepped up in many, many ways during the height of the pandemic. And I know they've been putting out all kinds of stuff. Making 3D printing was a big, masks and the face shields and stuff like that. And you guys were actually involved in that.
Yeah, we had a regional effort that we were working with, and we have a fair few 3D printers, and that's another thing I spent a lot of time on, and our staff spent a lot of time on, was trying to make sure those printers were running 24/7 and as fast as they could. And we ended up printing thousands of face shields, and we had a lot of people coming in and helping out to get the face shield material, get it cut out, get the padding on it, get the just all the pieces together to manufacture them locally and get them handed out as quickly as we could. And they went out the door fast. People genuinely needed them, and we maxed out every production option we had locally.
Right.
There was a lot of people who were, they weren't necessarily in industry, just people who came in to help out. So there was our facility, and there were some other facilities locally where people were gathering together and using all the right precautions, but just people volunteering to try to do something, because there were so many people stuck out of work after everything shut down, or they didn't know how to handle themselves being at home so suddenly and sort of stuck indoors.
I know a lot of us, because I kind of assisted as well with with just the website stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff I didn't even know about that you kind of had to figure it out. And what kind of information do I put on there to help distribute this out there? Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Yeah, thank you for that as well. The website help that was. We were just pushing so hard. We tried to get in everybody we could just to get all the pieces in the chain, and the website was a big one.
All right, we do have a car that ducked into the pits.
Yeah, I saw that.
But that, I don't know who that. Oh, it's. No, I'm wrong about that. Never mind. Deadbrook is going to be coming back out. They've got a driver suiting in, but they're still in the paddock. By this camera.
Now did get ahead of RVA Graphics, and they're pulling a gap now. So that will probably change up because of the difference in pitch strategy here.
Well, no, because RVA's done 163 laps. Pinky's Out has done 161, so there's a 2-lap difference between the two.
Right, but RVA, I don't believe, pitted for their last pit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right.
So if there's a 2-lap difference and they have to come in, it's really going to be down to how quickly they can make that driver change.
Right.
It's going to be a rush to the end. So Pinky's Out really needs to push. They could get that spot. And both of them are pushing hard. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. If they do a 2-minute pit stop, then we've still got the pit in time and pit out time, which you have to abide by the pit lane speed limits.
Yeah, Pinky's Out has really pulled away. So that I bet you RVA's coming in. Actually, I'm going to head down there.
Okay.
All right, man.
Yeah. So yeah, some of these positions here in the top 5, they're going to be moving around. I believe it's going to be a real interesting finish in the last half hour or so.
Yeah, the stage is setting up for a pretty interesting finish. It could get pretty exciting here right at the end, and wouldn't be the first time it's happened in Champ Car.
Absolutely. And these 7-hour races are so much more open to strategy, especially when you are doing a red flag event in the middle of the race. You get a lot more opportunity to mix it up.
Right. So we shall see how this whole thing is going to play out. It should be interesting. So just to kind of give you folks a little bit more information on what we're looking at here, we've got cone crushers. We can see when their pit stops, how their pit stops have been lining up here. Then you go and you look at RVA graphics and wraps where they pitted back here at lap 120. And you look at Pinky's Out and see how they pitted here at 146. So that is really what we're looking at as the play. That's before RVA. They're going to have to pit. So it should be interesting how this is going to work out. 165 laps turned so far out here at CMP.
And really, we could end up with Pinky's Out and Simon Says in the top 3, depending on the speed of the RVA pit stop, which is why they see that too. RVA is seeing that too, which is why they're pushing so hard. They're sitting there at a 149 last lap, and Pinky's Out is a 147, and that's near their fastest times. They're running fast and consistently right now.
Yeah, so we're going to be watching for RVA to come in. That's the Schultz car, the green car. As Dead Broke heads down pit lane and comes to a stop. I think it's in their pit box.
And Cone Crushers is catching up to Simon Says right now, looking to put another lap on him. And then Pinky's Out is not far behind. Actually, we're getting all of the top 4 packed together here right now. Got RVA just behind Pinky's Out. So I'm guessing we're going to see Cone Crushers pass Simon Says, and we're going to see Pinky's Out also pass Simon Says, and then it's a question of whether Pinky's Out can get by Cone Crushers to pick up one of those laps.
So in the picture-in-picture view, we'll be watching pit in there to see when those cars do come in. So there's Cone Crushers and Simon Says right together there as they come through 10. Down into 11 here.
Yeah, I think someone looking in and just looking at the timing and scoring of the Race Hero, they might look at this and think that, okay, there's a lap between them, but we're really looking at a potential mix-up here, and it's a lot closer than you might otherwise understand. Oh, Cone Crushers just got a pass for position on Simon Says, so they just picked up a lap there. Of course, they're in Cone Crushers is in P1, so they're not really gaining a position, but they're putting Simon Says another lap down.
Yeah. So that looks like Pinky's Out going by. There's the Schultz car.
Reeling in, Simon Says, too.
So we're trying to follow them around the racetrack here. as we're rapidly closing down on that final hour of racing. And we know that RVA will need to pit here as Cone Crushers and Simon Says goes by our camera looking at turn 10. And this is at the point you're deep enough into the race now where a mistake would pretty much put the end to this whole bid. You really need to be on point for each lap and on point for that pit stop.
Even an extra minute in the pits, you know, a few seconds here or there can make a big difference for any of these in the top 4. And Huggins is right behind Simon Says, and Cone Crusher's just a little bit ahead. So those three are all packed together right now. We've got the top few finishers here. And I guess, did RVA Graphics go in the pits? No, they're coming by. They did not come in this time. And RVA is still running a little faster than Simon Says, so they'll still be reeling them in.
Simon Says and Pinky's Out going by our turn 4 camera. Looking for them to come through turn 10 as they head down that back stretch and make the bend around turn 8. Here we see cars getting past, and you'll notice they entered the braking zone right here. There's Cone Crushers, I believe. There's Pinky's Out and Simon Says right together. As Pinky's Out, looks like they were going for the pass.
They did. They executed the pass on Simon Says. They got ahead. And Pinky's Out is quickly catching up with Cone Crushers right now. They are really pushing.
So
but
through
with pit stop strategy, they could stand to gain a lot of position. So they need to push all the way to the end here. Ooh, almost 3 wide going into 1. Ooh, this is tight. Everybody made it through safely. Now we've only got 1 car between Cone Crushers and Pinky's Out. I think that pass is going to happen soon. RVA Graphics out for another lap.
Cone Crushers, Pinky's Out, going by turn 4. Simon Says as well, in tow. So your standings are currently Cone Crushers, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Pinky's Out, Swap, and Simon Says, the top 4. And there's the Stu going by through turn 10. Prancing Burrow comes into the pits. That is the lead EC car.
All right, so now Pinky's Out is right behind Cone Crushers on the back straight here.
There's Cone Crushers going by with Pinky's Out. Cone Crushers, wow.
Pinky's Out trying to get by.
Yeah, Cone Crushers was really lined up on the left.
Yep. Yeah, Pinky's Out is getting it.
Probably thinking, you know, they want to get by and make some gap up and then worry about pitting.
Yeah. Well, Pinky's Out is good to the end here. And Cone Crusher still has to make that stop.
That's right. I'm thinking about RVA.
Ah. Ooh. Cone Crushers came in hot right behind Pinky's Out into turn 1 and had to brake hard not to collect themselves right into the back of Pinky's Out.
Yeah, they do need to be careful here. Over in turn 4 again. There goes Pinky's out. Cone Crushers in tow. And Simon Says.
I'm going to bet Cone Crushers picks it up a little bit when they see Pinky's out going by. They try to pick up the pace just a bit.
RVA Graphics and Wraps setting their fastest lap time of the day on that last lap with that 148.6.
Yeah, I think they fully understand what's at stake here. And it's going to be down to them pushing hard, getting consistent lap after lap, and then getting a great pit stop.
Cone Crushers going by. Here comes Simon Says.
A little bit of a gap on them now.
You can hear these tire lockups. Maybe you can't hear them, James, but I can hear them as they dive into turn 11, really trying to get everything out of this car, the car that's left to it.
Yeah, I was seeing a lot of lockups earlier in the day, a little bit less now, but I can hear a little bit of it.
GMS shown coming through the pits. There's Pinky's out going by.
They've pulled out a second gap or more here already on Cone Crushers. And Simon Says is fallen behind relative to Cone Crushers. So RVA is catching up with Simon Says. They're going into turn 1 now.
And there's Simon Says going by turn 4.
I'm going to step out here for just a minute, Paulie.
All righty, James. Thank you. Getting a little bit better look. Bill's going to adjust that camera we have down there at Black Flag. Make an adjustment on that label. So we've reached the bottom of the hour, or nearly the bottom of the hour. We want to see that pit stop take place for RVA as it's like dead broke, trying to head back out onto the racetrack, having some trouble getting that car motivated. And it looks like it's not going to happen. He's pulled off the racetrack. Not expecting that to bring out a full course caution. Oh. Now he found a gear that's working, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and go here past the start-finish line. All right, so we'll take a quick break. We'd like to see that pit stop with RVA, so we'll be back shortly, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone at the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix in Kershaw, South Carolina. And we're closing in on the final hour of racing. Well, we've gotten past that point, haven't we? 56 minutes unofficially on the clock till the checkered flag flies to finish up another weekend of racing in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. After 175 laps of competition, it is Cone Crushers leading about a lap over RVA Graphics and Let me start over again. Cone Crushers leading over RVA Graphics and Wraps. And then in P3, it's Pinky's Out Swap. Simon Says is 4th. Level 1 Racing in 5th. Prefect Racing in 6th. Running Bulls in 7th. Moe's Racing in 8th. Love Racing in 9th. And then we've got GMS Racing rounding out the top 10. If we look at the cars by placement, Class A, sponsored by Krispy Kreme Donuts. Level 1 Racing is your leader. Down to B Class, sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. Simon Says leading that class. C Class, Cone Crushers leading the way. Sound familiar? All of these cars leading up in the top 2, 3, 4. They're all different team. They're all different class cars. Team Infinity leading D Class, and EC being led by Prancing Burrow. As the leader goes on to work lap number 167. We go on board with the Stug. Rodney Earwood driving with those folks today. Just clicked off another lap, 158. Currently in 11th position overall is the Stug. Or Stug, I should say. And there you can see Pinky's Out. That car using all the racetrack at the exit. Bliss Racing. There's the Shark car going by of Team Infinity. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on our feed. Give us a like, a thumbs up there. That'd be great. Look at as the cars come out of turn 14 and head down that front straightaway. And a look as the cars come across the start-finish line, heading down into turn number 1.
The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real, wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing without all the hassles, huge rulebook, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path in North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing. To find out more information, visit the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org. Well, Duralast parts are manufactured to meet or exceed OE quality, durability, and performance. Whatever make of car you're driving, Duralast parts keep your car driving tough. Duralast's full range of auto parts makes it easy to get the right part at the right time. Whether you're changing your oil or rebuilding your engine, Duralast gets the job done right. Duralast parts include shocks, batteries, brakes, starters, and alternators. Also, get specialty tools you need the easy way with AutoZone's Loan-A-Tool service, and get your full deposit back after returning them within 90 days. If you decide you want a tool, you can keep it and buy it with the deposit. If you need a special gadget, we have what it takes to do the job right. We take care of people who take care of their cars, and our Loaner Tool program is no exception. Loan-A-Tool is the best tool rental service for getting heavy-duty automotive equipment when you need it. Just put down a deposit for the equipment and then take your gear back to the garage and get down to work. After you finish the job, return the tool to AutoZone within 90 days and get your deposit refunded, or keep the tool and pay for it with the deposit. To get started, go to AutoZone.com or your local store and select the equipment you need. We can get the tools to your door tomorrow with next day delivery, or you can pick up in-store today. To find out more information, go to AutoZone.com. Also, you can find out what's wrong with your car using the AutoZone Troubleshooting Guide. All you need to know is what the problem feels like, looks like, smells like, or sounds like. Go to AutoZone.com and choose the troubleshooting sections on the main web page. Changing out your headlights is easy as well. It's never been easier to learn how to switch out your bulbs. Check out the AutoZone video step-by-step instructions at AutoZone.com.
Yeah, they got some great programs, with AutoZone. And they are a supporter of the series by supporting this webcast, so we hope you will likewise return the favor and support them. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, and James Ballinger, as we're calling this race down to its conclusion for you. Right now, we're waiting to see RVA Graphics and Wraps come in for a pit stop.
RVA is pulling ahead of Simon Says. Looks like they might get that done this lap. They were nose to tail just out of turn 1 here.
All right.
Oh, they're going for the pass right now, turn 1, and RVA Graphics gets the lead gets ahead of Simon Says.
Yeah.
So this is another one where it's putting them down a lap, because
Right.
RVA is in second place and Simon Says is in 4th, but it's just they're trying to get enough of a gap to make sure when they come in that they're not going to fall behind Simon Says on the pit exchange.
Right. Anything you can do to give yourself just that much more.
And, RVA, they're going to have to stop, and it's a question of whether or not they need to fuel. We're thinking that Cone Crushers can make it on fuel.
Right.
That they may be able to continue and do a quick driver stop, whereas RVA is more likely to need to take fuel.
And we've been surprised before. We've been in a situation like this, watching Visceral, feeling like, okay, they shouldn't need to take fuel. They should be able to do a driver change and go back out. And their calculation is no. It's not going to work. We need to take fuel, and then that throws off everything we were thinking. And it's crazy. They don't consult with us first before.
Yeah. Well, it's a risky move because you're going to be, getting down to the last drop, and
right.
to some degree you're going to be guessing. And they could go from, if you guess wrong, if your estimation on fuel is wrong or your gauge is slightly off, then instead of ending up with a podium position, you end up with a DNF.
Well, they would get a finishing position because they took laps.
Right.
So we don't really do DNFs, but yeah, I hear what they would miss out on that opportunity and could find themselves stranded out there.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. That's a holdover from being the manager of a team. That's kind of how I think about it. Even if you fall down in the points and you end up with 15th place or something like that because you died on track, you got 15th. But when we write it in our own records in our logs, we count it as a DNF internally.
Team Infinity looks like they're rolling in down pit road, getting ready to go back out.
They are at pit out, and they got approval. They're going out now.
Checking that wristband. She's checking to make sure the harnesses are as best as she can see from that angle that they're on, right?
He wanted to get ahead of a pack of cars here. He really got on the throttle, got a little sideways. And,
yeah, I see that.
He's out just got by him, but that was a good move for him. He managed to get ahead of a pack of cars there.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw him do this video. He was he had to leave the garage where he had all his stuff, and that thing has got some power. He was doing donuts and doing all this stuff.
Yeah, it really does.
It was pretty funny. But yeah, that thing will get on it. It's a quick car.
That's a proven reliable motor and a transmission that just keeps going and going. He's not having to do the same maintenance program that a lot of the other teams here are doing. He's just got it dialed in.
Coming up on 45 minutes remaining in the race. Yeah, it's all coming down to this, and this is when it gets exciting, when you know. Oh, and here we have it. RVA graphics in the wraps in the pits. So RVA has pitted as we expected. So the question now is, will this be a clean stop for them? And then what's Cone Crushers going to have to do?
Yeah, if Cone Crushers can avoid taking fuel, that's going to be a big differentiator. They'd be able to get a driver change potentially in under 2 minutes and get back out. Whereas RVA, if they have to take fuel, it's a 5-minute minimum plus your pit in, pit out times.
Yeah, we can bet that RVA is taking it up to the very limit, hoping for another full course caution to crop up. They're not going to get that. So they're going to have to pit under green and see how this works out. And you can bet Cone Crushers is thinking the same thing. We're going to take it down to the limit, and then we're going to pit.
Absolutely. If they had an opportunity, you pull that out, like you said, to the limit to just hope for any opportunity for an advantage. Even if it's a local yellow that'll stay there for a while, it will still help you out.
Again, watching that camera there, overlooking the front straightaway and the pits.
It looks like we've already got Cone Crushers and Pinkies out ahead now. And, with RVA, we've already gone around a lap.
Yes,
so
RVA
all that work
tumbling.
that Pinkies out was doing, for the last for this last stint is really coming to fruition here.
Right, it's
getting ahead of RVA.
And this is
RVA coming out now at pit out.
Okay. Comes RVA rolling out in the Schultz car. And so when you're racing for one of those top tier teams, this is why you never ever want to take anything for granted. You want to make sure you push all the time to the very end.
Looks like Jackie's sitting there looking at the timer, waiting to let that car loose, to let RVA loose.
And as we said before, as a team, you want to make sure you do not touch that timer, do not lift it up. Everybody's watching.
All right, she just released them. So it looks like and Cone Crushers just went by. So RVA is released just behind Cone Crushers.
So we're going to see them get released here. There's a little trouble finding a gear there. I don't think it made much difference. They're having to obey that blend line.
And Cone Crushers is pushing. They're at a 149 right now.
There's Cone Crushers going by. There's the Schultz car.
So yeah, this is really going to come down to what is Cone Crushers going to do? Are they going to be able to make it or not?
Right.
I mean, they have to do the pit stop, but we don't know that they have to take fuel.
They absolutely have to do the pit stop.
Right.
No question about that. But will they?
The 2-hour mandate. You can't have a driver in for longer than 2 hours. So they're going to have to, at the very least, for the last half hour here, have a new driver come in.
There's Cone Crushers going by. There's the Schultz car.
Yeah, it looks like Cone Crushers is running a little quicker than the RVA car. So they're pulling a little bit ahead.
There's Pinkies out going by. they're in play in this whole thing in second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on what happens with Cone Crushers, they could end up in the lead. They could end up with a win. It's definitely a possibility at this point.
And behind these three, jockeying for position and advantage, as Simon says, lurking about in the shadows.
Yeah. And these other cars, you know, they're setting fast laps. They're setting 147.3 is just what Pinky's Out did. But Simon says is sitting back at this sort of 150, 152 range, just consistently knocking out. Whoa, there's a big bobble from RVA. They recovered and kept on going there. But Simon says could end up in third place, depending on Cone Crushers, and that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment there, as he's really on. I think he's still on his out lap. I'm not. No, maybe not. This might be the second lap since he was in.
It's the second lap. First lap he had a little trouble with the gear. Second one, after turn one, he had that bobble on the exit.
Yeah, and they may be having problems with the gear. He actually may be nervous, and those are the kinds of mistakes you see from somebody that's the adrenaline's going and they're not handling it really well. Hate to say it that way,
and to be honest, you know, the car is being well driven right now. You know, these are bobbles as the tires come back up to temp and the driver gets used to the situation. That's all normal stuff. But when you're contending for these top positions, it makes a difference. So it looks like that bobble that RVA had and just coming up to speed for RVA has given Cone Crushers a good gap at this point. So they don't have any immediate pressure behind them.
So right now it's showing Cone Crushers up 3 laps over Pinky's Out, with RVA Graphics and Wraps in third, back 1 lap from Pinky's, and another lap separating Simon Says. I don't have the exact time gaps, but that's what the unofficial timing and scoring system is showing us. Team Infinity coming into the pits, according to this camera I'm watching, with Ed in the car again. So something's going on there. Looks like he's rolling up to pit out.
Yeah, he is. Maybe just needed something checked on the car. It was just a quick in and out.
All right.
So Pinky's Out just went by. Another good lap for them. They continue to set an excellent pace. They're a 1:48 flat, and Cone Crushers was a 1:48.5 last lap. So they're both still pushing hard right now. And it looks like the RVA graphics car, they're still coming up to speed. So we'll see what they do next time around. They did a 1:55 last lap.
Yeah, we know that car's got a lot more in it, so we'll see how well this driver gets acclimated and how the track is working right now. As the heat of the day is really pounding on this racetrack. He just gives a point by to another competitor. Looks like the MR2. He lets him go through.
Yeah, RVA car just went by. They did a 1:52, 1:51.8. So he's quickly coming up to speed. He's getting on pace.
So Pinky's Out goes down into 11 here.
Cone Crushers is really pushing both their times and their window here, looking for any opportunity, going to the last minute.
Thanks
for it earlier.
Thanks for helping us out today, James. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, no problem. Good talking to you too. And it's an exciting race here. I'm enjoying it.
It is, and a lot of our races tend to finish up this way. You know, you wouldn't think that after all those hours of racing it would come down and be a really close finish, but it happens more often than not.
And with such a wide mix of cars that, you know, you can come down and these cars are, you know, seconds apart sometimes with, you know, this just huge, this Infiniti, this huge car with a giant engine, and then next to Miatas, next to some BMWs and Acuras. It's kind of just runs the gamut.
It does, and it's even interesting. In addition to that, is when you talk to the team captains, they'll have different strategies. This is the way that they choose to run their races. You know, some guys put the fastest guy, for instance, in at the end of the race. Some guys start their fast. There's all these differences. It's kind of a mixed bag, and yet you end up with people kind of all together at the end.
Yep, absolutely. And everybody's, you know, there's no sort of central authority here dictating. Oof, we got close there for a minute between RVA and another car. Might have been the Virginia Tech car.
Yeah, Virginia Tech out there.
But just all the different strategies that, you know, people are bringing their own ideas about racing in at the amateur level, things that they've watched. Their experiences are different, and you know, they come in and they're going to focus on different elements of the car and different elements of the driver training and pit stop. There's no sort of main book or absolute reference for any of this.
So much fun.
Yeah, it's a lot more relaxed for me up here in race control than if I'm one of the cars down in the mix for the top four. It gets pretty stressful at the end. You get, you know, even more excited.
Yeah, it's true.
Or maybe excited is the wrong word. Nervous.
Back on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 111. They were last year's national championship team, and they won it again. They won it, actually, that was their second national championship win. Damson Racing picked up the win the year prior. Could they be going for a 3-time championship this year? I don't know. We'll see. For next year, I should say. Right now, we've got Cone Crushers in the lead of this race, which appears to be a solid lead.
Oh no,
but we're expecting
Simon says, and that is
Cone Crushers has pitted.
They're popping the hood.
Yeah, no, they've got a problem. This is gonna knock them down, and it's gonna give a chance to everyone further down in the
tower cam is on.
Simon says with the hood up in the pits.
It looks like they put in some oil with
put that hood back down.
Container.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Fuel. Just maybe they were getting an oil light warning. Not much oil.
Could be. Boy, they didn't waste any time getting that car back out.
No, they didn't. They were ready. They were on the radio. Looks like everything was prepped. They tried to maximize time in and hit the speed limit basically in and out.
Meanwhile, your leader is in the pits, and we're going to be watching this very closely. Is it going to be a driver change, or is it going to be a driver change with fuel?
Yeah, fuel is the big variable here.
Absolutely. If they take fuel by Champ Car rules, they must remain in the pits for at least 5 minutes.
And that'll almost certainly change the running order here.
There goes RVA Graphics along the Start finish.
Yep,
Completing a lap.
They were 3 laps down, so now they got one more with Cone Crushers in.
Not even downshifting going into one, just focusing on braking and acceleration.
They only put about 1.5 cans of fuel in because that's all they need for this race right now. We got a slow car right there on the left. They were surprised at how fast they were able to do the pit stop, and they just stood around for a while because they only put in like a quarter, half of what they needed or what they would normally put in.
We just got Pinkies Out going by, so now they're on effectively the same lap. Cone Crushers and Pinkies Out, that is.
We're going to hang with this until we see the results of what Cone Crusher is going to do before we go to the break.
I have the camera at the tower there, at the flag stand.
Yep.
Tower cam.
I gotcha.
Simon Says went by again. So they dropped down to 5th for their stop, and level 1 got ahead of them. But they're still on the same lap.
There's a 917.
All right, Cone Crushers.
Cone Crushers coming to the exit.
Yep, they're ready, and Jackie's got the timer there, talking to him. I think they came up a little bit early, so trying to figure out if it was fuel. It sounds like it was a fuel stop, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now.
Either that or she would be sending them on their way right away if there wasn't a problem inside that cockpit.
Yeah. All right, Schultz went by, RVA Graphics went by, so now they're only 1 lap down. All right, Cone Crushers is still being held.
Yeah, they clearly took fuel. She's watching the clock there.
There goes Pinkies Out. So
they're on the same lap.
This was that variable that we were wondering, will they need to take fuel or not? Well, the decision was made. They needed fuel.
Does that put Pinkies Out because he crossed the line already in the pit? Does that put him now Pinkies Out up front?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're off.
Yep, they're off. So they were released after Pinkies Out. It really that was the variable. If they didn't have to take fuel, they could have stayed ahead of Pinkies, but they did have to take fuel, so it put them behind. That puts Pinkies Out in the lead right now. Well, the next lap by, I should say. It doesn't show it on the leaderboard, but that's the way it is
on the
physically.
track.
Right.
Yeah.
Simon Says just went by.
Does Pinkies Out have to come back in?
No. No, they're the actual leader. We've done all the pit stops for the top. All the top cars at this point, all the change out that was going to happen has happened, and that dropped RVA Graphics down to 3rd, and Cone Crushers is going to drop down to 2nd. Looks like
Huggins got that car up on 2 wheels as he went through the kink there.
So the die has been cast for the remainder of this race. We're going to see what happens here over the next 27 minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last night.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix. And looking at the timing and scoring right now, we're showing about a 25-second gap unofficially from Cone Crushers to Pinky's Out. Both cars just turned in 148s on that last lap. Cone Crushers trying to catch up with that E30. They've got some work to do. It's not going to be handed to them. It's not going to be easy. Your standings right now at 191 laps of this race after 6 hours and 34 minutes of racing as Pinky's Out over Cone Crushers by that 25 seconds. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps, Level 1 Racing, Simon Says, Prefect Racing, and Simon Says just has a 2-second gap to Level 1. Running Bulls Racing and shown in 7th. Then it's Love Racing, and then we've got Moe's Racing. Whoa, big lockup right there. These guys are really trying to get everything and then some going down into 11. You got to watch it. 6 Bangers in 12th. The Stug is behind them. Then it's Clear Motorworks, Team Infinity, rounding out the top 15. So thanks for joining us, everyone, here on ChampCar.Live. We appreciate having you along. Let us know what race you're going to be going to next in the Champ Car Endurance Series. We started the weekend with 62 cars out here. On board with the Stug here. GMS Racing shown in the pits. Freddie Mercury, they've brought that car behind the wall. Stu currently in 13th place overall. The Brew Crew Racing has not returned to the racetrack since this morning. So it looks like they've retired that car. Live to fight another day.
Looks like Simon Says is pulling up to level 1, I believe. Yeah. So that's for position. Simon Says is in 5th right now. Level 1 is in 4th. So we got to keep an eye on that. They could gain that position.
Yeah. Yeah, they just turned to 150 to level 1's 151. So those two teams, the two cars, very similar lap times. Simon Says is going to be looking for a way around. 25 seconds, the gap from P1 to P2. As we said, you can, if you look at their fastest lap times of the day, a 147 to a 146. I mean, they're almost right in lockstep with each other.
Yeah, and they're matching their pace on the last lap pretty well. They're both pushing as much as they can for that position. Yeah, we just saw Pinky's Out just went by.
And really, just RVA just needs to stay after it. They're in a really good spot. There isn't a whole lot they can do performance-wise. They just need to stay there and keep clicking off laps and see where the chips fall at the end. Cone Crushers just set their fastest lap time of the day at 147.2. They are really leaning on that Porsche. Can't say that I blame him.
And Huggins is driving the Pinky's Out car, man. He's matching them almost lap for lap.
Yeah, they're both pushing as hard as they can. They're both in contention for that win, and they both won it.
Absolutely.
All right, Simon is nose to tail here with level 1. They're coming up on traffic, so that's going to create an opportunity.
Pinky's Out goes by our camera there down there looking at turn 10.
And I talked to Ed from Infinity Racing, and he was they're just going for the D win. They came in to reboot their tablet, which had they'd blown a fuse. So they're back out racing now with Ed driving.
Looks like Pinky's Out right there, just whistled right by RVA.
Yeah.
In traffic there.
And Cone Crushers can see Pinky's Out, so coming down the straightaway. Maybe.
I don't know. That's a big gap. Yeah.
They can see them when they're coming down the turning into Fort, or is it? Yeah, somewhere around T13, they should be able to see them as Pinky's Out goes down the front straight.
Yeah, that was about a half second they gained. Cone Crushers on Pinky's Out this time around. They're both a little bit off the pace of the prior lap, but they are slowly getting closer. Cone Crushers is getting closer to Pinky's Out.
Yeah, regardless of the fact of how hard you want to push and the lap times you want to turn, you still have to contend with traffic.
Yeah, it's not a time attack. You know, this is sort of a real world wheel-to-wheel environment with a lot of other cars on track, and that's part of the skill. That's part of the racecraft here, is to be able to pass efficiently, pass well, and manage your race.
Oh, we got a car off in the dirt.
Looks like the MR2 got 2 wheels off.
2? Are you kidding me?
I just saw the very end of it when he got back on track, I guess.
Does that explain some of Bill's MR2 stories?
Yeah.
Well, you take every racing story with a grain of salt, don't you?
It was only 2 wheels off.
He's plowing up here.
Why is there a sandbag in my front splitter?
Pinky's Out just did a 147.5.
He is using every bit of curb he can.
Yeah, and they've got mostly clean track ahead of them, so they're doing everything they can. And this is not far off their ultimate pace earlier in the day. All right, Cone Crushers just went by.
Yeah, 25 seconds again, the gap there. So it's kind of maintenance
that
there.
Car a little wide coming through one. A little loose in the rear. He's trying like crazy to get that car up there.
Yeah, they had gotten below that 25-second gap, and it's bumped up again. So, every time Cone Crushers pushes and gets a little ahead, then Pinky's Out seems to be able to match them.
Sky's clearing up. It's looking pretty nice out there.
Nice and hot.
Trophy Wife Racing with Tiffany at the wheel. They're in 26th. What we pull those EC cars out. That puts
Simon Says got ahead of level 1 here.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Simon Says moves up into 4th place. Racing is with them as well. So it's Simon Says, Level 1, and Prefect all running together, all within about 10 seconds or 12 seconds of each other. A late braking pass on the 750 Miata going into turn 1, still using a lot of curbing. RVA Graphics wraps into turn 1 as well. Not as aggressive going through that corner as Huggins is.
I think they've got some room to back off there. They're not in immediate competition for 2nd place, and they've got some room, to Simon Says.
And Cone Crushers a little quicker that lap.
Sets their FTD. 147.222.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good lap time.
Yeah, it really is.
Now the question is, how good is everybody's tires here? Are they, because this is 7 hours of some pretty intense racing. I mean, that rain probably helped conserve the tires a bit. But.
Yeah, a little bit, but now we're looking at full sunlight coming out. We're at peak heat for the day, right around, nearing 4 p.m. We're at 4 p.m. So they're still setting great times with the breezy track right now. That probably means there's a lot of room for error as they push this hard.
And Cone Crushers coming up on 3 cars in a line, the MR2, a Camaro, and a Miata. It's going to slow them up a bit going around the turn 12, 13, 14 complex there as they go too wide and they kind of hold them up. He's making it through, gets around the Camaro, chasing down the Miata and the MR2. Gets inside driver's right of the Miata, who's still racing. And gets around. Now he has the MR2 and a slower Miata. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't get the line he wanted in that corner.
Whoa. That was an interesting pass.
So those cars holding him up looks like that bumped the gap up again. That was a 151 lap, so now we're back up to a 24.7.
Yeah, so they're just kind of trading back and forth on that second. There's really not much happening there.
Good, well, change there. A little slow computer.
Yeah. See how close. Oh, Prefect got ahead of level 1.
Yep, there they are.
Yeah.
Man, they turned out a banner lap time, that 149.7, right when they needed it.
Yeah. I think Mache's in the car. He's a quick driver.
We did a 149 to level 1's 155, so that is a big difference.
Yeah, so that moves them up into 5th place.
Here comes Huggins into Pinky's out into turn 1.
And also Prefect is within striking distance of Simon Says if they really push.
And Chris didn't really take as an aggressive line through 1 as he did the last lap, and that was a 148.5 for as he crossed the line. So let's see how that affects his lap here to Cone Crushers at 1 back down into the 140s, 149.
It's going to be interesting to see if Prefect can get ahead of Simon Says.
He's got a clear track there, 27.8 seconds.
Coming down in the last 10 minutes of racing.
All right, I'm going to head down.
Go take those pictures, Bill. It's like, oh, geez, we only got 10 minutes. So Bill's going to head down there and get those finishing photo finish snapshots for everybody.
All right, Simon Says just went by. And here's Prefect. They are definitely in striking distance.
Yeah, 6 seconds, the gap there from level 1 to Prefect. Or no, from Prefect to Simon Says. It's Prefect chasing on Simon Says. And
yeah,
5
that was
seconds.
7-some seconds the last lap, so it's changing fast.
And level 1 kind of getting left behind in this. Their lap times just are not competitive. A 5-second gap, or difference, I should say, on that last lap.
That's going to be tough for Prefect to do. To get that position, they're going to have to hope for some mistake by Simon Says or some traffic that gets holds them up.
Yeah, I mean, this race really started off pretty exciting with the Stug up there. We had Pinky's out, rushing up to the front to take the lead, and then falling into the pits, and suddenly Cone Crushers are leading the race, and then flat out Nemesis shows up, and they take over command, and it seems like nobody's going to catch them, and then the car breaks, and then it rains. It rained, and then the car broke. So it's just really, this race has had a lot of neat twists and turns to it, and it's not just the track.
Cone Crushers just caught up to RVA here in turn 1. They're not in the same lap, but shows you the difference in the pace right now.
There you can see Cone Crushers just ahead of RVA here in our choppy little camera.
Oh yeah, that means they got the pass. All right, here's Simon Says and Prefect behind him. And that gap is down to 4.5. Yeah, they're trying.
7 minutes.
It's going to come right down to the wire for those two. Prefect could get it.
RVA showed up, put on a good race, but that Pinky's out car's got some legs.
And they have slowed down some. They're not quite as aggressive right now. I think they and Cone Crushers have settled in a little. Cone Crushers is pushing a lot harder still. I think Pinky's out is comfortable with where they're at now relative to the finish.
Well, you can run those blistering hot laps only so many times before you end up losing control of the car. You're taking
Cone
a
Crushers
risk.
just went in the grass. Sorry to interrupt you. They are off.
Where are they at?
I think it was coming on to the front straight here.
Oh boy. Are they still off track?
I can't see them.
Oh no. Trying to catch it on RVA, but we've got some spotty footage there. We don't know.
Yeah, it looks like they're done. That may be it for them today. Truck is heading out right now. I think they're going to get a pole.
Unbelievable.
They're not moving.
Cone Crushers pushing it for all it's worth. We were just talking about their lap times. Yes, they are shown not turning laps at this time. Cone Crushers off track.
But that was the real risk, when you were pushing as hard as they were, and as Pinky's out was earlier, when they get to that edge, you just don't have a lot of margin for error.
Exactly.
And
That's
it
exactly.
only takes one small mistake when you're pushing that hard so many laps,
which
trying
is
to get that
exactly,
position. And
that's right.
At some point, it's kind of a percentages game.
Which was the point that I was talking into right when they lost control of the car, which is, how many times do you want to take those risks to run those blistering laps, corner for corner? You're taking a risk every time you do it, whereas Pinky's has settled down just a little bit to keep that closer to that, 98, 97% instead of 100% corner for corner.
Yeah, and, they had, at that point, something like a 28 to 30 second gap, I think.
It wasn't going to happen, in 3 laps.
Exactly. Just you knew that you couldn't make that up in the time remaining. So, you can tell a driver, hey, back off, settle in on this position, but they don't always listen. And sometimes, you're not aware enough in the pits to tell the driver that. They're still in the mindset of we can do it without looking at the numbers pragmatically and saying, hey, let's conserve, let's keep the car in one piece. And that's really hard as at this level with drivers who really want those trophies and to get the win.
Well, there may be enough time left for RVA to get around them.
Prefect did get the pass on Simon Says, so they are now up to 4th position, and with Cone Crushers out, they will probably be on the podium.
They may. They have just a few minutes left to overcome that deficit of laps.
Right now they're on this. Oh, yeah.
It's going to be close.
We'll see.
It will be close.
It was going to be close to get by Simon Says. I didn't know that they were going to be able to pull that one off, but they did with a few minutes to go.
Looks like
this has been an exciting race here.
We're showing the 1 to go. There is the 1 to go being displayed to the drivers as they come by. As RVA Graphics and Wraps still out there pushing, hoping they can slip by Cone Crushers for 2nd place. There's the wrecker as they go by Cone Crushers and Bliss Racing. Getting that 1 to go. RVA Graphics and Wraps makes the pass for 2nd place. Cone Crushers slips into 3rd. Wow, what a turn of events it has been for Cone Crushers. They made that pit stop towards the end of the race. They figured they would have to put fuel in the car. They led the majority of the race. With just minutes left, they find themselves off track and disabled. Cone Crushers just slips to 5th place. That's Prefect Racing now moving into 3rd.
We just had Prefect just ahead of Simon Says. They're still fighting. Simon Says saw them go by, and they're trying to fight back and get that position back from Prefect.
They sure are.
They're battling right now, and they both got ahead. So they're both in. Prefect is in the last podium position, and Simon Says wants it.
Absolutely. 0.5 seconds the gap from Simon Says to Prefect Racing on the final lap.
Yeah, this is a battle to watch.
The 1 to go has been given. And the flagger is just waiting for Pinky's out to come around to give them the checkered flag.
We've got the teams going up to the wall here to see the checkered flag and winner go by.
There's Simon Says, right on the tail of Prefect as they head down into turn 11. This is it. If they're going to make it happen, it's going to be in turn 11. Oh, we got somebody right in the way of the flagger. We got a hat right in the way. I don't know if Bill can hear us. No, probably not. I'm not sure we're going to see the checkered flag.
That comes across the line ahead of Simon.
There it is. Oh, he's getting down for us. Cool. We're still seeing a 1 to go. I was expecting the checker that time by.
Okay. Simon Says almost got backed up into the tail end of Prefect there, as Prefect had to brake for some cars ahead in turn 1. And Cone Crushers is down to 6th place here.
All right, here we go, folks. Here comes that checkered flag. Just waiting for Pinky's Out to come by in delay here. There's the checkered flag in the sky for Pinky's Out Racing as they take the win out here at Carolina Motorsports Park. RVA Graphics and Wraps is going to be awarded 2nd place, with Prefect Racing and their Lexus in 3rd. We'll wait to see them come across that finish line, but it looks like Simon Says is going to have to settle for 4th place. Is that what you can see from your vantage point there, James?
Yep, that's it. That's what it looks like.
Simon Says is just not going to be able to get the job done today. Cone Crushers slips to 6th place as we see the checkered
just
flag.
Crossed the line, Prefect and Simon Says, and Prefect did come in ahead.
0.540 seconds the gap.
Yeah, I don't think Simon Says, because they were able to put up a fight at the end there, I don't think Simon Says, the driver in there, understood that Prefect was fighting for position behind him until they got ahead.
Oh, that could be.
Says had a little bit more in the car there.
Yeah, that kind of stuff does happen too. You don't realize it until it's too late. So 204 laps turned out here at Carolina Motorsports Park for the RVA Graphics and Wraps Carolina Grand Prix on day 2. Pinky's Out taking the win over RVA Graphics and Wraps with a 37-second gap to Prefect Racing and less than a second gap to Simon Says in 4th. Then it's Level 1 Racing. Cone Crushers may end up with 6th place with Running Bulls in 7th.
Well, this race really got shaken up in the last 20 minutes or so. This is
It got pretty intense, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. You know, watching the fuel strategy because of the red flag, rain, and doing a 7-hour. Just there was a lot of opportunity there, and these teams tried every different strategy, and I don't know that we would have predicted all of this ahead, especially Cone Crushers getting knocked out. I know it's a rough day for them, but they had a really good race. They drove very well.
So looking at the standings by class A, you've got Level 1 Racing taking the win. Down to B class, we see Simon Says took B class. C class, Pinky's Out. Down to D class, it was Team Infinity after all. And the Bailey Racing Team is going to pick up a trophy for winning EC. So going back to the overall results, with 204 laps turned after 7 hours of endurance road racing, Pinky's Out Swap takes the win over RVA Graphics and Wraps, and then it's Prefect Racing in their Lexus SC300. Simon says in there, Acura Integra in 4th. Level 1 Racing in 5th. Cone Crushers comes in 6th. Running Bulls takes 7th place. Love Racing in 8th. Bailey takes the overall for 9th, but not really. Those will be pushed out, those EC cars, to their own finishing positions separately. So Moe's Racing is actually going to finish in 9th with Six Banger in 12th. And then if we scroll down here a little bit, we'll see there's Dead Broke in 20th. Thanks for letting us ride along with you today and yesterday, fellas. We appreciate it. GMS there shown in 24th. And Tiffany in the Trophy Wife machine there in 25th. You pull the EC cars out. That puts her in 23rd, I suppose that would be. We go down a little bit. There's Freddie Mercury shown in 29th. You get the Grim Creepers there in 36th. Brew Crew Racing finishes in 40th place after they retired early. NLS also retiring that car, shown in 41st position after they saw oil leakage during the quiet hour. So James, thanks again for joining in with us for the show. We sure appreciate that. I appreciate that. And that's going to do it for us here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. So for all of the crew, for Tiffany, for James, Bill, and myself, we just want to say thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you in July at Nelson Ledges. So long, everybody.
Bye.